Chapter 1 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale, by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 1. A great multitude of people filled the church, crowded together in the old black pews, standing closely thronged in the nave and aisles, pressing shoulder to shoulder even in the two chapels on the right and left of the apse, a vast gathering of pale men and women whose eyes were sad, and in whose faces was written the history of their nation. The mighty shafts and pilasters of the Gothic edifice rose like the stems of giant trees in a primeval forest from a dusky undergrowth, spreading out and uniting their stony branches far above in the upper gloom. From the clerestory windows of the nave an uncertain light descended halfway to the depths, and seemed to float upon the darkness below as oil upon the water of a well. Over the western entrance the huge fantastic organ bristled with blackened pipes and dusty gilded ornaments of colossal size, like some enormous kingly crown long forgotten in the lumber room of the universe, tarnished and overlaid with the dust of ages. Eastwards, before the rail which separated the high altar from the people, wax torches, so thick that a man might not span one of them with both his hands, were set up at irregular intervals, some taller, some shorter, burning with steady, golden flames, each one surrounded with heavy funeral wreaths, and each having a tablet below it, whereon were set forth in the Bohemian idiom the names, titles, and qualities of him or her in whose memory it was lighted. Innumerable lamps and tapers before the side altars and under the strange canopied shrines at the bases of the pillars struggled ineffectually with the gloom, shedding but a few sickly yellow rays upon the pallid faces of the persons nearest to their light. Suddenly the heavy vibration of a single pedal note burst from the organ upon the breathing silence, long drawn out, rich, voluminous, and imposing. Presently, upon the massive bass, great chords grew up, succeeding each other in a simple modulation, rising then with the blare of trumpets and the simultaneous crash of mixtures, fifteenths and coupled pedals to a deafening peal, then subsiding quickly again and terminating in one long sustained common chord. And now, as the celebrant bowed at the lowest step before the high altar, the voices of the innumerable congregation joined the harmony of the organ, ringing up to the groined roof in an ancient Slavonic melody, melancholy and beautiful, and rendered yet more unlike all other music by the undefinable character of the Bohemian language, in which tones softer than those of the softest southern tongue alternate so oddly with the rough gutturals and strident sibilants. The wanderer stood in the midst of the throng, erect, taller than the men near him, holding his head high, so that a little of the light from the memorial torches reached his thoughtful, manly face, making the noble and passionate features to stand out clearly, while losing its power of illumination in the dark beard and among the shadows of his hair. His was a face such as Rembrandt would have painted, seen under the light that Rembrandt loved best, for the expression seemed to overcome the surrounding gloom by its own luminous quality, while the deep grey eyes were made almost black by the wide expansion of the pupils. The dusky brows clearly defined the boundary in the face between passion and thought, and the pale forehead, by its slight recession into the shade from its middle prominence, proclaimed the man of heart, the man of faith, the man of devotion, as well as the intuitive nature of the delicately sensitive mind and the quick, elastic quality of the man's finely organized but nervous bodily constitution. The long white fingers of one hand stirred restlessly, twitching at the fur of his broad lapel, which was turned back across his chest, and from time to time he drew a deep breath and sighed, not painfully, but wearily and hopelessly, as a man sighs who knows that his happiness is long past, and that his liberation from the burden of life is yet far off in the future. The celebrant reached the reading of the Gospel, and the men and women in the pews rose to their feet. Still the singing of the long drawn-out stanzas of the hymn continued with unflagging devotion, and still the deep accompaniment of the ancient organ sustained the mighty chorus of voices. The Gospel over, the people sank into their seats again, not standing, as is the custom in some countries, until the creed had been said. Here and there, indeed, a woman, perhaps a stranger in the country, remained upon her feet, noticeable among the many figures seated in the pews. The wanderer, familiar with many lands and many varying traditions of worship, unconsciously noted these exceptions, looking with a vague curiosity from one to the other. Then, all at once, his tall frame shivered from head to foot, and his fingers convulsively grasped the yielding sable on which they lay. She was there, the woman he had sought so long, whose face he had not found in the cities and dwellings of the living, neither her grave in the silent communities of the dead. There, before the uncouth monument of the dark red marble beneath which Tycho Brahe rests in peace, there she stood. Not as he had seen her last, on that day when his senses had left him in the delirium of his sickness, not in the freshness of her bloom and of her dark loveliness, but changed, as he had dreamed in evil dreams that death would have power to change her. The warm olive of her cheek was turned to the hue of wax, the soft shadows beneath her velvet eyes were deepened and hardened, her expression, once yielding and changing under the breath of thought and feeling as a field of flowers when the west wind blows, was now set as though forever in a death-like fixity. The delicate features were drawn and pinched, the nostrils contracted, the colorless lips straightened out of the lines of beauty into the mold of a lifeless mask. It was the face of a dead woman, but it was her face still, and the wanderer knew it well. In the kingdom of his soul, the whole resistless commonwealth of the emotions revolted together to dethrone death's regent. Sorrow, while the thrice-tempered springs of passion, bent but not broken, stirred suddenly in the palace of his body, and shook the strong foundations of his being. During the seconds that followed, his eyes were riveted upon the beloved head. Then, as the creed ended, the vision sank down and was lost to his sight. She was seated now, and the broad sea of humanity hid her from him, though he raised himself the full height of his stature in the effort to distinguish even the least part of her head-dress. To move from his place was all but impossible, though the fierce longing to be near her bade him trample even upon the shoulders of the throng to reach her, as men have done more than once to save themselves from death by fire in crowded places. Still the singing of the hymn continued, and would continue, as he knew, until the moment of the elevation. He strained his hearing to catch the sounds that came from the quarter where she sat. In a chorus of 1,000 singers he fancied that he could have distinguished the tender, heart-stirring vibration of her tones. Never woman sang, never could woman sing again as she had once sung, though her voice had been as soft as it had been sweet, and tuned to vibrate in the heart rather than in the ear. As the strains rose and fell, the wanderer bowed his head and closed his eyes, listening, through the maze of sounds, for the silvery ring of her magic note. Something he heard at last, something that sent a thrill from his ear to his heart, unless, indeed, his heart itself were making music for his ears to hear. The impression reached him fitfully, often interrupted and lost, but as often renewing itself and reawakening in the listener the certainty of recognition which he had felt at the sight of the singer's face. He who loves with his whole soul has a knowledge and a learning which surpass the wisdom of those who spend their lives in the study of things living or long dead or never animate. They, indeed, can construct the figure of a flower from the dried web of a single leaf, or by the examination of a dusty seed, and they can set up the scheme of life of a shadowy mammoth out of a fragment of its skeleton, or tell the story of hill and valley from the contemplation of a handful of earth or of a broken pebble. Often they are right. Sometimes they are driven deeper and deeper into error by the complicated imperfections of their own science. But he who loves greatly possesses in his intuition the capacities of all instruments of observation which man has invented and applied to his use. The lenses of his eyes can magnify the infinitesimal detail to the dimensions of common things, and bring objects to his vision from immeasurable distances. The labyrinth of his ear can choose and distinguish amidst the harmonies and the discords of the world, muffling in its tortuous passages the reverberation of ordinary sounds, while multiplying 100-fold the faint tones of the one beloved voice. His whole body and his whole intelligence form together an instrument of exquisite sensibility, whereby the perceptions of his inmost soul are hourly tortured, delighted, caught up into ecstasy, torn and crushed by jealousy and fear, or plunged into the frigid waters of despair. The melancholy hymn resounded through the vast church, but though the wanderer stretched the faculty of hearing to the utmost, he could no longer find the note he sought amongst the vibrations of the dank and heavy air. Then an irresistible longing came upon him to turn and force his way through the dense throng of men and women, to reach the aisle and press past the huge pillar till he could slip between the tombstone of the astronomer and the row of back wooden seats. Once there, he could see her face to face. He turned, indeed, as he stood, and he tried to move a few steps. On all sides, curious looks were directed upon him, but no one offered to make way, and still the monotonous singing continued until he felt himself deafened, as he faced the great congregation. "I am ill," he said in a low voice to those nearest him. "Pray, let me pass." His face was white indeed, and those who heard his words believed him. A mild old man raised his sad blue eyes, gazed at him, and while trying to draw back, gently shook his head. A pale woman, whose sickly features were half veiled in the folds of a torn black shawl, moved as far as she could, shrinking as the very poor and miserable shrink when they are expected to make way before the rich and the strong. A lad of 15 stood upon tiptoe to make himself even slighter than he was, and thus to widen the way, and the wanderer found himself, after repeated efforts, as much as 2 steps distant from his former position. He was still trying to divide the crowd when the music suddenly ceased, and the tones of the organ died away far up under the western window. It was the moment of the elevation, and the first silvery tinkling of the bell. The people swayed a little, all those who were able kneeling, and those whose movements were impeded by the press of worshippers bending towards the altar, as a field of grain before the gale. The wanderer turned again and bowed himself with the rest, devoutly and humbly, with half-closed eyes, as he strove to collect and control his thoughts in the presence of the chief mystery of his faith. 3 times the tiny bell was rung. A pause followed, and thrice again the clear jingle of the metal broke the solemn stillness. Then once more the people stirred, and the soft sound of their simultaneous motion was like a mighty sigh breathed up from the secret vaults and the deep foundations of the ancient church. Again the pedal note of the organ boomed through the nave and aisles, and again the thousands of human voices took up the strain of song. The wanderer glanced about him, measuring the distance he must traverse to reach the monument of the Danish astronomer, and confronting it with the short time which now remained before the end of the Mass. He saw that in such a throng he would have no chance of gaining the position he wished to occupy in less than half an hour, and he had not but a scant 10 minutes at his disposal. He gave up the attempt, therefore, determining that when the celebration should be over, he would move forward with the crowd, trusting to his superior stature and energy to keep him within sight of the woman he sought, until both he and she could meet, either just within or just without the narrow entrance of the church. Very soon the moment of action came. The singing died away, the benediction was given, the second gospel was read, the priest and the people repeated the Bohemian prayers, and all was over. The countless heads began to move onward. The shuffling of innumerable feet sent heavy, tuneless echoes through vaulted space, broken every moment by the sharp, painful cough of a suffering child whom no one could see in the multitude, or by the dull thud of some heavy foot striking against the wooden seats in the press. The wanderer moved forward with the rest. Reaching the entrance of the pew where she had sat, he was kept back during a few seconds by the half-dozen men and women who were forcing their way out of it before him. But at the farthest end, a figure clothed in black was still kneeling. A moment more, and he might enter the pew and be at her side. One of the other women dropped something before she was out of the narrow space, and stooped, fumbling and searching in the darkness. At the minute, the slight girlish figure rose swiftly and passed like a shadow before the heavy marble monument. The wanderer saw that the pew was open at the other end, and without heeding the woman who stood in his way, he sprang upon the low seat, passed her, stepped to the floor upon the other side, and was out in the aisle in a moment. Many persons had already left the church, and the space was comparatively free. She was before him, gliding quickly toward the door. Ere he could reach her, he saw her touch the thick ice which filled the marble basin, cross herself hurriedly, and pass out. But he had seen her face again, and he knew that he was not mistaken. The thin, waxen features were as those of the dead, but they were hers nevertheless. In an instant he could be by her side. But again his progress was momentarily impeded by a number of persons who were entering the building hastily to attend the next Mass. Scarcely 10 seconds later he was out in the narrow and dismal passage which winds between the north side of the Tain Kirche and the buildings behind the Kinsky Palace. The vast buttresses and towers cast deep shadows below them, and the blackened houses opposite absorb what remains of the uncertain winter's daylight. To the left of the church a low arch spans the lane, affording a covered communication between the north aisle and the sacristy. To the right the open space is somewhat broader, and 3 dark archways give access to as many passages, leading in radiating directions and under the old houses to the streets beyond. The wanderer stood upon the steps, beneath the rich stone carvings which set forth the crucifixion over the door of the church, and his quick eyes scanned everything within sight. To the left no figure resembling the one he sought was to be seen, but on the right he fancied that among a score of persons now rapidly dispersing he could distinguish just within one of the archways a moving shadow, black against the blackness. In an instant he had crossed the way and was hurrying through the gloom. Already far before him, but visible and, as he believed, unmistakable, the shade was speeding onward, light as mist, noiseless as thought, but yet clearly to be seen and followed. He cried aloud as he ran, "Beatrice! Beatrice!" His strong voice echoed along the dank walls and out into the court beyond. It was intensely cold, and the still air carried the sound clearly to the distance. She must have heard him. She must have known his voice. But as she crossed the open place and the grey light fell upon her, he could see that she did not raise her bent head nor slacken her speed. He ran on, sure of overtaking her in the passage she had now entered, for she seemed to be only walking, while he was pursuing her at a headlong pace. But in the narrow tunnel, when he reached it, she was not, though at the farther end he imagined that the fold of a black garment was just disappearing. He emerged into the street, in which he could now see in both directions to a distance of 50 yards or more. He was alone. The rusty iron shutters of the little shops were all barred and fastened, and every door within the range of his vision was closed. He stood still in surprise and listened. There was no sound to be heard, not the grating of a lock, nor the tinkling of a bell, nor the fall of a footstep. He did not pause long, for he made up his mind as to what he should do in the flash of a moment's intuition. It was physically impossible that she should have disappeared into any one of the houses which had their entrances within the dark tunnel he had just traversed. Apart from the presumptive impossibility of her being lodged in such a quarter, there was the self-evident fact that he must have heard the door opened and closed. Secondly, she could not have turned to the right, for in that direction the street was straight and without any lateral exit, so that he must have seen her. Therefore she must have gone to the left, since on that side there was a narrow alley leading out of the lane, at some distance from the point where he was now standing, too far indeed for her to have reached it unnoticed, unless, as was possible, he had been greatly deceived in the distance which had lately separated her from him. Without further hesitation he turned to the left. He found no one in the way, for it was not yet noon, and at that hour the people were either at their prayers or at their Sunday morning's potations, and the place was as deserted as a disused cemetery. Still he hastened onward, never pausing for breath, till he found himself all at once in the great ring. He knew the city well, but in his race he had bestowed no attention upon the familiar windings and turnings, thinking only of overtaking the fleeting vision, no matter how, no matter where. Now, on a sudden, the great irregular square opened before him, flanked on the one side by the fantastic spires of the Tain Church and the blackened front of the huge Kinsky Palace, on the other by the half-modern town hall with its ancient tower, its beautiful porch, and the graceful oriel which forms the apse of the chapel in the second story. One of the city watchmen, muffled in his military overcoat and conspicuous by the great bunch of dark feathers that drooped from his black hat, was standing idly at the corner from which the wanderer emerged. The latter thought of inquiring whether the man had seen a lady pass, but the fellow's vacant stare convinced him that no questioning would elicit a satisfactory answer. Moreover, as he looked across the square, he caught sight of a retreating figure dressed in black, already at such a distance as to make positive recognition impossible. In his haste he found no time to convince himself that no living woman could have thus outrun him, and he instantly resumed his pursuit, gaining rapidly upon her he was following. But it is not an easy matter to overtake even a woman, when she has an advantage of a couple of 100 yards, and when the race is a short one. He passed the ancient astronomical clock, just as the little bell was striking the 3rd quarter after 11, but he did not raise his head to watch the sad-faced apostles as they presented their stiff figures in succession at the 2 square windows. When the blackened cock under the small Gothic arch above flapped his wooden wings and uttered his melancholy crow, the wanderer was already at the corner of the little ring, and he could see the object of his pursuit disappearing before him into the Karlsgasse. He noticed uneasily that the resemblance between the woman he was following and the object of his loving search seemed now to diminish, as in a bad dream, as the distance between himself and her decreased. But he held resolutely on, nearing her at every step, round a sharp corner to the right, then to the left, to the right again, and once more in the opposite direction, always, as he knew, approaching the old stone bridge. He was not a dozen paces behind her as she turned quickly a 3rd time to the right, round the wall of the ancient house which faces the little square over against the enormous buildings, comprising the Clementine Jesuit monastery and the astronomical observatory. As he sprang past the corner, he saw the heavy door just closing, and heard the sharp resounding clang of its iron fastening. The lady had disappeared, and he felt sure that she had gone through that entrance. He knew the house well, for it is distinguished from all others in Prague both by its shape and its oddly ornamented, unnaturally narrow front. It is built in the figure of an irregular triangle, the blunt apex of one angle facing the little square, the sides being erected on the one hand along the Karlsgasse and on the other upon a narrow alley which leads away towards the Jews' quarter. Overhanging passages are built out over this dim lane, as though to facilitate the interior communications of the dwelling, and in the shadow beneath them there is a small door studded with iron nails which is invariably shut. The main entrance takes in all the scant breadth of the truncated angle which looks towards the monastery. Immediately over it is a great window, above that another, and, highest of all, under the pointed gable, a round and unglazed aperture, within which there is inky darkness. The windows of the first and second stories are flanked by huge figures of saints, standing forth in strangely contorted attitudes, black with the dust of ages, black as all old Prague is black, with the smoke of the brown Bohemian coal, with the dark and unctuous mists of many autumns, with the cruel, petrifying frosts of 10 winters. He who knew the cities of men as few have known them, knew also this house. Many a time had he paused before it by day and by night, wondering who lived within its massive, irregular walls, behind those uncouth, barbarously sculptured saints who kept their interminable watch high up by the lozenged windows. He would know now. Since she whom he sought had entered, he would enter too. And in some corner of that dwelling which had long possessed a mysterious attraction for his eyes, he would find at last that being who held power over his heart. That Beatrice whom he had learned to think of as dead, while still believing that somewhere she must be yet alive, that dear lady whom, dead or living, he loved beyond all others, with a great love passing words. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale, by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 2. The wanderer stood still before the door. In the freezing air, his quick-drawn breath made fantastic wreaths of mist, white and full of odd shapes, as he watched the tiny clouds curling quickly into each other before the blackened oak. Then he laid his hand boldly upon the chain of the bell. He expected to hear the harsh jingling of cracked metal, but he was surprised by the silvery clearness and musical quality of the ringing tones which reached his ear. He was pleased, and unconsciously took the pleasant infusion for a favorable omen. The heavy door swung back almost immediately, and he was confronted by a tall porter in dark green cloth and gold lacings, whose imposing appearance was made still more striking by the magnificent fair beard which flowed down almost to his waist. The man lifted his heavy cocked hat and held it low at his side as he drew back to let the visitor enter. The latter had not expected to be admitted thus without question, and paused under the bright light which illuminated the arched entrance, intending to make some inquiry of the porter. But the latter seemed to expect nothing of the sort. He carefully closed the door, and then, bearing his hat in one hand and his gold-headed staff in the other, he proceeded gravely to the other end of the vaulted porch, opened a great glazed door, and held it back for the visitor to pass. The wanderer recognized that the farther he was allowed to penetrate unhindered into the interior of the house, the nearer he should be to the object of his search. He did not know where he was, nor what he might find. For all that he knew, he might be in a club, in a great banking house, or in some semi-public institution of the nature of a library, an academy, or a conservatory of music. There are many such establishments in Prague, though he was not acquainted with any in which the internal arrangements so closely resembled those of a luxurious private residence. But there was no time for hesitation, and he ascended the broad staircase with a firm step, glancing at the rich tapestries which covered the walls, at the polished surface of the marble steps on either side of the heavy carpet, and at the elaborate and beautiful ironwork of the handrail. As he mounted higher, he heard the quick rapping of an electric signal above him, and he understood that the porter had announced his coming. Reaching the landing, he was met by a servant in black, as correct at all points as the porter himself, and who bowed low as he held back the thick curtains which hung before the entrance. Without a word, the man followed the visitor into a high room of irregular shape, which served as a vestibule, and stood waiting to receive the guest's furs, should it please him to lay them aside. To pause now, and to enter into an explanation with a servant, would have been to reject an opportunity which might never return. In such an establishment he was sure of finding himself before long in the presence of some more or less intelligent person of his own class, of whom he could make such inquiries as might enlighten him, and to whom he could present such excuses for his intrusion as might seem most fitting in so difficult a case. He let his sables fall into the hands of the servant, and followed the latter along a short passage. The man introduced him into a spacious hall, and closed the door, leaving him to his own reflections. The place was very wide and high, and without windows, but the broad daylight descended abundantly from above through the glazed roof and illuminated every corner. He would have taken the room for a conservatory, for it contained a forest of tropical trees and plants, and whole gardens of rare southern flowers. Tall litonias, date palms, mimosas, and rubber trees of many varieties stretched their fantastic spikes and heavy leaves halfway up to the crystal ceiling. Giant ferns swept the polished marble floor with their soft embroideries and dark green laces. Indian creepers, full of bright blossoms, made screens and curtains of their intertwining foliage. Orchids of every hue and of every exotic species bloomed in thick banks along the walls. Flowers less rare, violets and lilies of the valley, closely set and luxuriant, grew in beds edged with moss around the roots of the larger plants and in many open spaces. The air was very soft and warm, moist and full of heavy odors as the still atmosphere of an island in southern seas, and the silence was broken only by the light splash of softly falling water. Having advanced a few steps from the door, the wanderer stood still and waited, supposing that the owner of the dwelling would be made aware of a visitor's presence and would soon appear. But no one came. Then a gentle voice spoke from amidst the verdure, apparently from no great distance. "I am here," it said. He moved forward amidst the ferns and the tall plants until he found himself on the farther side of a thick network of creepers. Then he paused, for he was in the presence of a woman, of her who dwelt among the flowers. She was sitting before him, motionless and upright in a high carved chair, and so placed that the pointed leaves of the palm which rose above her cast sharp, star-shaped shadows over the broad folds of her white dress. One hand, as white, as cold, as heavily perfect as the sculpture of a Praxiteles or a Phidias, rested with drooping fingers on the arm of the chair. The other pressed the pages of a great book which lay open on the lady's knee. Her face was turned toward the visitor, and her eyes examined his face, calmly and with no surprise in them, but not without a look of interest. Their expression was at once so unusual, so disquieting, and yet so inexplicably attractive as to fascinate the wanderer's gaze. He did not remember that he had ever seen a pair of eyes of distinctly different colors, the one of a clear cold gray, the other of a deep warm brown, so dark as to seem almost black. And he would not have believed that nature could so far transgress the canons of her own art, and yet preserve the appearance of beauty. For the lady was beautiful, from the diadem of her red-gold hair to the proud curve of her fresh young lips, from her broad, pale forehead, prominent and boldly modelled at the angles of the brows, to the strong mouldings of the well-balanced chin, which gave evidence of strength and resolution wherewith to carry out the promise of the high aquiline features and of the wide and sensitive nostrils. "Madame," said the wanderer, bending his head courteously and advancing another step, "I can neither frame excuses for having entered your house unbidden, nor hope to obtain indulgence for my intrusion, unless you are willing in the first place to hear my short story. May I expect so much kindness?" He paused, and the lady looked at him fixedly and curiously. Without taking her eyes from his face, and without speaking, she closed the book she held on her knee, and laid it beside her upon a low table. The wanderer did not avoid her gaze, for he had nothing to conceal, nor any sense of timidity. He was an intruder upon the privacy of one whom he did not know, but he was ready to explain his presence and to make such amends as courtesy required if he had given offence. The heavy odours of the flowers filled his nostrils with an unknown, luxurious delight, as he stood there gazing into the lady's eyes. He fancied that a gentle breath of perfumed air was blowing softly over his hair and face out of the motionless palms, and the faint plashing of the hidden fountain was like an exquisite melody in his ears. It was good to be in such a place, to look on such a woman, to breathe such odours, and to hear such tuneful music. A dreamlike, half-mysterious satisfaction of the senses dulled the keen self-knowledge of body and soul for one short moment. In the stormy play of his troubled life, there was a brief interlude of peace. He tasted the fruit of the lotus, his lips were moistened in the sweet waters of forgetfulness. The lady spoke at last, and the spell left him, not broken as by a sudden shock, but losing its strong power by quick degrees until it was wholly gone. "I will answer your question by another," said the lady. "Let your reply be the plain truth. It will be better so." "Ask what you will. I have nothing to conceal." "Do you know who and what I am? Do you come here out of curiosity, in the vain hope of knowing me, having heard of me from others?" "Assuredly not." A faint flush rose in the man's pale and noble face. "You have my word," he said, in the tone of one who was sure of being believed, "that I have never, to my knowledge, heard of your existence, that I am ignorant even of your name, forgive my ignorance, and that I entered this house, not knowing whose it might be, seeking and following after one for whom I have searched the world, one dearly loved, long lost, long sought." "It is enough. Be seated. I am Unorna." "Unorna?" repeated the wanderer, with an unconscious question in his voice, as though the name recalled some half-forgotten association. "Unorna, yes. I have another name," she added, with a shade of bitterness, "but it is hardly mine. Tell me your story. You loved, you lost, you seek. So much I know. What else?" The wanderer sighed. "You have told in those few words the story of my life, the unfinished story. A wanderer I was born, a wanderer I am, a wanderer I must ever be, until at last I find her whom I seek. I knew her in a strange land, far from my birthplace, in a city where I was known but to a few, and I loved her. She loved me too, and that against her father's will. He would not have his daughter wed with one not of her race, for he himself had taken a wife among strangers, and while she was yet alive he had repented of what he had done. But I would have overcome his reasons and his arguments. She and I could have overcome them together, for he did not hate me. He bore me no ill will. We were almost friends when I last took his hand. Then the hour of destiny came upon me. The air of that city was treacherous and deadly. I had left her with her father, and my heart was full of many things, and of words both spoken and unuttered. I lingered upon an ancient bridge that spanned the river, and the sun went down. Then the evil fever of the south laid hold upon me and poisoned the blood in my veins, and stole the consciousness from my understanding. Weeks passed away, and memory returned, with the strength to speak. I learned that she I loved and her father were gone, and none knew whither. I rose and left the accursed city, being at that time scarce able to stand upright on my feet. Finding no trace of those I sought, I journeyed to their own country, for I knew where her father held his lands. I had been ill many weeks, and much time had passed from the day on which I had left her until I was able to move from my bed. When I reached the gates of her home, I was told that all had been lately sold, and that others now dwelt within the walls. I inquired of those new owners of the land, but neither they or any of all those whom I questioned could tell me whither I should direct my search. The father was a strange man, loving travel and change and movement, restless and unsatisfied with the world, rich and free to make his own caprice his guide through life. Reticent he was, moreover, and thoughtful, not given to speaking out his intentions. Those who administered his affairs in his absence were honorable men, bound by his especial injunction not to reveal his ever-varying plans. Many times in my ceaseless search I met persons who had lately seen him and his daughter and spoken with them. I was ever on their track, from hemisphere to hemisphere, from continent to continent, from country to country, from city to city, often believing myself close upon them, often learning suddenly that an ocean lay between them and me. Was he eluding me, purposely, resolutely? Or was he unconscious of my desperate pursuit, being served by chance alone and by his own restless temper? I do not know. At last someone told me that she was dead, speaking thoughtlessly, not knowing that I loved her. He who told me had heard the news from another, who had received it on hearsay from a third. None knew in what place her spirit had parted. None knew by what manner of sickness she had died. Since then I have heard others say that she is not dead, that they have heard in their turn from others that she yet lives. An hour ago I knew not what to think. To-day I saw her in a crowded church. I heard her voice, though I could not reach her in the throng, struggle how I would. I followed her in haste. I lost her at one turning. I saw her before me at the next. At last a figure, clothed as she had been clothed, entered your house. Whether it was she I know not certainly, but I do know that in the church I saw her. She cannot be within your dwelling without your knowledge. If she be here, then I have found her. My journey is ended. My wanderings have led me home at last. If she be not here, if I have been mistaken, I entreat you to let me set eyes on that other whom I mistook for her, to forgive then my mannerless intrusion, and to let me go." Unorna had listened with half-closed eyes, but with unfaltering attention, watching the speaker's face from beneath her drooping lids, making no effort to read his thoughts, but weighing his words and impressing every detail of his story upon her mind. When he had done, there was silence for a time, broken only by the plash and ripple of the falling water. "She is not here," said Unorna at last. "You shall see for yourself. There is indeed in this house a young girl to whom I am deeply attached, who has grown up at my side and has always lived under my roof. She is very pale and dark, and is dressed always in black." "Like her I saw." "You shall see her again. I will send for her." Unorna pressed an ivory key in the silver ball which lay beside her, attached to a thick cord of white silk. "Ask Slechna Aksina to come to me," she said to the servant, who opened the door in the distance, out of sight behind the forest of plants. Amid less unusual surroundings, the wanderer would have rejected with contempt the last remnants of his belief in the identity of Unorna's companion, with Beatrice. But, being where he was, he felt unable to decide between the possible and the impossible, between what he might reasonably expect and what lay beyond the bounds of reason itself. The air he breathed was so loaded with rich exotic perfumes, the woman before him was so little like other women, her strangely mismatched eyes had for his own such a disquieting attraction. All that he saw and felt and heard was so far removed from the commonplaces of daily life as to make him feel that he himself was becoming a part of some other person's existence, that he was being gradually drawn away from his identity, and was losing the power of thinking his own thoughts. He reasoned as the shadows reason in dreamland. The boundaries of common probability receded to an immeasurable distance, and he almost ceased to know where reality ended and where imagination took up the sequence of events. Who was this woman who called herself Unorna? He tried to consider the question, and to bring his intelligence to bear upon it. Was she a great lady of Prague, rich, capricious, creating a mysterious existence for herself, merely for her own good pleasure? Her language, her voice, her evident refinement gave color to the idea, which was in itself attractive to a man who had long ceased to expect novelty in this working-day world. He glanced at her face, musing and wondering, inhaling the sweet, intoxicating odors of the flowers, and listening to the tinkling of the hidden fountain. Her eyes were gazing into his, and again, as if by magic, the curtain of life's stage was drawn together in misty folds, shutting out the past, the present, and the future, the fact, the doubt, and the hope, in an interval of perfect peace. He was roused by the sound of a light footfall upon the marble pavement. Unorna's eyes were turned from his, and with something like a movement of surprise, he himself looked towards the newcomer. A young girl was standing under the shadow of a great Latonia at a short distance from him. She was very pale indeed, but not with that death-like waxen pallor which had chilled him when he had looked upon that other face. There was a faint resemblance in the small aquiline features. The dress was black, and the figure of the girl before him was assuredly neither much taller nor much shorter than that of the woman he loved and sought. But the likeness went no further, and he knew that he had been utterly mistaken. Unorna exchanged a few indifferent words with Xenia and dismissed her. "You have seen," she said, when the girl was gone. "Was it she who entered the house just now?" "Yes. I was misled by a mere resemblance. Forgive me for my importunity. Let me thank you most sincerely for your great kindness." He rose as he spoke. "Do not go," said Unorna, looking at him earnestly. He stood still, silent, as though his attitude should explain itself, and yet expecting that she would say something further. He felt that her eyes were upon him, and he raised his own to meet the look frankly, as was his wont. For the first time since he had entered her presence, he felt that there was more than a mere disquieting attraction in her steady gaze. There was a strong, resistless fascination, from which he had no power to withdraw himself. Almost unconsciously he resumed his seat, still looking at her, while telling himself with a severe effort that he would look but one instant longer and then turn away. 10 seconds passed, 20, half a minute, in total silence. He was confused, disturbed, and yet wholly unable to shut out her penetrating glance. His fast-ebbing consciousness barely allowed him to wonder whether he was weakened by the strong emotions he had felt in the church, or by the first beginnings of some unknown and unexpected malady. He was utterly weak and unstrung. He could neither rise from his seat, nor lift his hand, nor close the lids of his eyes. It was as though an irresistible force were drawing him into the depths of a fathomless whirlpool, down, down by its endless giddy spirals, robbing him of a portion of his consciousness at every gyration, so that he left behind him at every instant something of his individuality, something of the central faculty of self-recognition. He felt no pain, but he did not feel that inexpressible delight of peace which already twice had descended upon him. He experienced a rapid diminution of all perception, of all feeling, of all intelligence. Thought and the memory of thought ebbed from his brain and left it vacant, as the waters of a loch subside when the gates are opened, leaving emptiness in their place. Unorna's eyes turned from him, and she raised her hand a moment, letting it fall again upon her knee. Instantly the strong man was restored to himself. His weakness vanished, his sight was clear, his intelligence was awake. Instantly the certainty flashed upon him that Unorna possessed the power of imposing the hypnotic sleep, and had exercised that gift upon him, unexpectedly and against his will. He would have more willingly supposed that he had been the victim of a momentary physical faintness, for the idea of having been thus subjected to the influence of a woman, and of a woman whom he hardly knew, was repugnant to him, and had in it something humiliating to his pride, or at least to his vanity. But he could not escape the conviction forced upon him by the circumstances. "Do not go far, for I may yet help you," said Unorna quietly. "Let us talk of this matter, and consult what is best to be done. Will you accept a woman's help?" "Readily. But I cannot accept her will as mine, nor resign my consciousness into her keeping." "Not for the sake of seeing her whom you say you love?" The wanderer was silent, being yet undetermined how to act, and still unsteadied by what he had experienced. But he was able to reason, and he asked of his judgment what he should do, wondering what manner of woman Unorna might prove to be, and whether she was anything more than one of those who live and even enrich themselves by the exercise of the unusual faculties of powers nature has given them. He had seen many of that class, and he considered most of them to be but half fanatics, half charlatans, worshipping in themselves as something almost divine that which was but a physical power, or weakness, beyond their own limited comprehension. Though a whole school of wise and thoughtful men had already produced remarkable results and elicited astounding facts by sifting the truth through a fine web of closely logical experiment, it did not follow that either Unorna or any other self-convinced, self-taught operator could do more than grope blindly towards the light, guided by intuition alone amongst the varied and misleading phenomena of hypnotism. The thought of accepting the help of one who was probably, like most of her kind, a deceiver of herself and therefore and thereby of others, was an affront to the dignity of his distress, a desecration of his love's sanctity, a frivolous invasion of love's holiest ground. But, on the other hand, he was stimulated to catch at the veriest shadows of possibility by the certainty that he was at last within the same city with her he loved, and he knew that hypnotic subjects are sometimes able to determine the abode of persons whom no one else can find. Tomorrow it might be too late. Even before today's sun had set, Beatrice might be once more taken from him, snatched away to the ends of the earth by her father's ever-changing caprice. To lose a moment now might be to lose all. He was tempted to yield, to resign his will into Unorna's hands, and his sight to her leading, to let her bid him sleep and see the truth. But then, with a sudden reaction of his individuality, he realized that he had another course, surer, simpler, more dignified. Beatrice was in Prague. It was little probable that she was permanently established in the city, and in all likelihood she and her father were lodged in one of the 2 or 3 great hotels. To be driven from one to the other of these would be but an affair of minutes. Failing information from this source, there remained the registers of the Austrian police, whose vigilance takes note of every stranger's name and dwelling-place. "I thank you," he said. "If all my inquiries fail, and if you will let me visit you once more today, I will then ask your help." "You are right," Unorna answered. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale, by Marion Crawford. Chapter 3. He had been deceived in supposing that he must inevitably find the names of those he sought upon the ordinary registers which chronicle the arrival and departure of travellers. He lost no time, he spared no effort, driving from place to place as fast as two sturdy Hungarian horses could take him, hurrying from one office to another, and again searching endless pages and columns which seemed full of all the names of earth, but in which he never found the one of all others which he longed to read. The gloom in the narrow streets was already deepening, though it was scarcely 2 hours after midday, and the heavy air had begun to thicken with a cold grey haze, even in the broad, straight Procopi, the wide thoroughfare which has taken the place and name of the moat before the ancient fortifications, so that distant objects and figures lost the distinctness of their outlines. Winter in Prague is but one long melancholy dream, broken sometimes at noon by an hour of sunshine, by an intermittent visitation of reality, by the shock and glare of a little broad daylight. The morning is not morning, the evening is not evening. As in the land of the lotus, it is ever afternoon, grey, soft, misty, sad, save when the sun, being at its meridian height, pierces the dim streets and sweeps the open places with low, slanting waves of pale brightness. And yet these same dusky streets are thronged with a moving multitude, are traversed ever by ceaseless streams of men and women, flowing onward, silently, swiftly, eagerly. The very beggars do not speak above a whisper, the very dogs are dumb. The stillness of all voices leaves nothing for the perception of the hearing, save the dull thread of many thousand feet and the rough rattle of an occasional carriage. Rarely the harsh tones of a peasant, or the clear voices of a knot of strangers, unused to such oppressive silence, startle the ear, causing hundreds of eager, half-suspicious, half-wondering eyes to turn in the direction of the sound. And yet Prague is a great city, the capital of the Bohemian crownland, the centre of a not unimportant nation, the focus in which are concentrated the hottest, if not the brightest, rays from the fire of regeneration kindled within the last half-century by the Slavonic race. There is an ardent furnace of life hidden beneath the crust of ashes. There is a wonderful language behind that national silence. The wanderer stood in deep thought under the shadow of the ancient Powder Tower. Haste had no further object now, since he had made every inquiry within his power, and it was a relief to feel the pavement beneath his feet, and to breathe the misty frozen air after having been so long in the closeness of his carriage. He hesitated as to what he should do, unwilling to return to Unorna and acknowledge himself vanquished, yet finding it hard to resist his desire to try every means, no matter how little reasonable, how evidently useless, how puerile and revolting to his sounder sense. The street behind him led directly towards Unorna's house. Had he found himself in a more remote quarter, he might have come to another and a wiser conclusion. Being so near to the house of which he was thinking, he yielded to the temptation. Having reached this stage of resolution, his mind began to recapitulate the events of the day, and he suddenly felt a strong wish to revisit the church, to stand in the place where Beatrice had stood, to touch in the marble basin beside the door the thick ice which her fingers had touched so lately, to traverse again the dark passages through which he had pursued her. To accomplish his purpose, he need only turn aside a few steps from the path he was now following. He left the street almost immediately, passing under a low arched way that opened on the right-hand side, and a moment later he was within the walls of the Tain Kirche. The vast building was less gloomy than it had been in the morning. It was not yet the hour of vespers. The funeral torches had been extinguished, as well as most of the lights upon the high altar. There were not a dozen persons in the church, and high up beneath the roof broad shafts of softened sunshine, floating above the mists of the city without, streamed through the narrow lancet windows and were diffused in the great gloom below. The wanderer went to the monument of Brahe and sat down in the corner of the blackened pew. His hands trembled a little as he clasped them upon his knee, and his head sank slowly towards his breast. He thought of all that might have been if he had risked everything that morning. He could have used his strength to force a way for himself through the press. He could have thrust the multitude to the right and left, and he could have reached her side. Perhaps he had been weak, indolent, timid, and he accused himself of his own failure. But then again he seemed to see about him the closely packed crowd, the sea of faces, the thick black mass of humanity, and he knew the tremendous power that lay in the inert, passive resistance of a vast gathering such as had been present. Had it been anywhere else, in a street, in a theatre, anywhere except in a church, all would have been well. It had not been his fault, for he knew, when he thought of it calmly, that the strength of his body would have been but as a breath of air against the silent, motionless, and immovable barrier presented by 1,000 men, standing shoulder to shoulder against him. He could have done nothing. Once again his fate had defeated him at the moment of success. He was aware that someone was standing very near to him. He looked up and saw a very short, grey-bearded man engaged in a minute examination of the dark red marble face on the astronomer's tomb. The man's head, covered with closely cropped grey hair, was half buried between his high, broad shoulders in an immense collar of fur, but the shape of the skull was so singular as to distinguish its possessor, when hatless, from all other men. The cranium was abnormally shaped, reaching a great elevation at the summit, then sinking suddenly, then spreading forward to an enormous development at the temple, just visible as he was then standing, and at the same time forming unusual protuberances behind the large and pointed ears. No one who knew the man could mistake his head, when even the least portion of it could be seen. The wanderer recognized him at once. As though he were conscious of being watched, the little man turned sharply, exhibiting his wrinkled forehead, broad at the brows, narrow and high in the middle, showing too a Socratic nose half buried in the midst of the grey hair which grew as high as the prominent cheekbones, and suggesting the idea of a polished ivory ball lying in a nest of greyish wool. Indeed, all that was visible of the face above the beard might have been carved out of old ivory, so far as the hue and quality of the surface were concerned. And if it had been necessary to sculpture a portrait of the man, no material could have been chosen more fitted to reproduce faithfully the deep cutting of the features, to render the close network of the wrinkles which covered them like the shadings of a line engraving, and at the same time to give the whole that appearance of hardness and smoothness which was peculiar to the clear, tough skin. The only positive color which relieved the half-tints of the face lay in the sharp bright eyes which gleamed beneath the busy eyebrows like tiny patches of vivid blue sky seen through little rifts in a curtain of cloud. All expression, all mobility, all life were concentrated in those 2 points. The wanderer rose to his feet. "Keyork Arabian!" he exclaimed, extending his hand. The little man immediately gripped it in his small fingers, which, soft and delicately made as they were, possessed a strength hardly to have been expected either from their shape or from the small proportions of him to whom they belonged. "Still wandering?" asked the little man, with a slightly sarcastic intonation. He spoke in a deep, caressing bass, not loud, but rich in quality, and free from that jarring harshness which often belongs to very manly voices. A musician would have discovered that the pitch was that of those Russian choristers whose deep throats yield organ tones, a full octave below the compass of ordinary singers in other lands. "You must have wandered too, since we last met," replied the taller man. "I never wander," said Keyork. "When a man knows what he wants, knows where it is to be found, and goes thither to take it, he is not wandering. Moreover, I have no thought of removing myself or my goods from Prague. I live here. It is a city for old men. It is Saturnine. The foundations of its houses rest on the Silurian formation, which is more than can be said for any other capital as far as I know." "Is that an advantage?" inquired the wanderer. "To my mind. I would say to my son, if I had one, my thanks to a blind but intelligent destiny for preserving me from such a calamity, I would say to him, spend thy youth among flowers in the land where they are brightest and sweetest. Pass thy manhood in all lands where man strives with man, thought for thought, blow for blow. Choose for thine old age that spot in which, all things being old, thou mayest for the longest time consider thyself young in comparison with thy surroundings. A man can never feel old if he contemplates and meditates upon those things only which are immeasurably older than himself. Moreover, the imperishable can preserve the perishable." "It was not your habit to talk of death when we were together." "I have found it interesting of late years. The subject is connected with one of my inventions. Did you ever embalm a body? No. I could tell you something singular about the newest process." "What is the connection?" "I am embalming myself, body and mind. It is but an experiment, and unless it succeeds it must be the last. Embalming, as it is now understood, means substituting one thing for another. Very good. I am trying to purge from my mind its old circulating medium. The new thoughts must all be selected from a class which admits of no decay. Nothing could be simpler." "It seems to me that nothing could be more vague." "You were not formerly so slow to understand me," said the strange little man, with some impatience. "Do you know of a lady of Prague who calls herself Unorna?" the wanderer asked, paying no attention to his friend's last remark. "I do. What of her?" Keyork Arabian glanced keenly at his companion. "What is she? She has an odd name." "As for her name, it is easily accounted for. She was born on the 29th day of February, the year of her birth being bisextile. Unor means February, Unorna, derivative adjective, belonging to February. Someone gave her the name to commemorate the circumstance." "Her parents, I suppose." "Most probably, whoever they may have been." "And what is she?" the wanderer asked. "She calls herself a witch," answered Keyork with considerable scorn. "I do not know what she is, or what to call her. A sensitive, a hysterical subject, a medium, a witch, a fool if you like, or a charlatan if you prefer the term. Beautiful she is, at least, whatever else she may not be." "Yes, she is beautiful." "So you have seen her, have you?" The little man again looked sharply up at his tall companion. "You have had a consultation?" "Does she give consultations? Is she a professional seer?" The wanderer asked the question in a tone of surprise. "Do you mean that she maintains an establishment upon such a scale out of the proceeds of fortune-telling?" "I do not mean anything of the sort. Fortune-telling is excellent, very good." Keyork's bright eyes flashed with amusement. "What are you doing here? I mean, in this church?" He put the question suddenly. "Pursuing an idea, if you please to call it so." "Not knowing what you mean, I must please to call your meaning by your own name for it. It is your nature to be enigmatic. Shall we go out? If I stay here much longer, I shall be petrified instead of embalmed. I shall turn into dirty old red marble, like Tycho's effigy there, an awful warning to future philosophers, and an example for the edification of the faithful who worship here." They walked towards the door, and the contrast between the appearance of the two brought the ghost of a smile to the thin lips of the pale sacristan, who was occupied in renewing the tapers upon one of the side altars. Keyork Arabian might have stood for the portrait of the Gnome King. His high and pointed head, his immense beard, his stunted but powerful and thick-set limbs, his short, sturdy strides, the fiery, half-humorous, half-threatening twinkle of his bright eyes, gave him all the appearance of a fantastic figure from a fairy tale, and the diminutive height of his compact frame set off the noble stature and graceful motion of his companion. "So you were pursuing an idea," said the little man as they emerged into the narrow street. "Now, ideas may be divided variously into classes, as, for instance, ideas which are good, bad, or indifferent. Or you may contrast the idea of Plato with ideas anything but Platonic. Take it as you please. Then there is my idea, which is in itself good, interesting, and worthy of the embalming process. And there is your idea, which I am human enough to consider altogether bad, worthless, and frivolous, for the plain and substantial reason that it is not mine. Perhaps that is the best division of all. Thine eye is necessarily, fatally, irrevocably evil, because mine is essentially, predestinately, and unchangeably good. If I secretly adopt your idea, I openly assert that it was never yours at all, but mine from the beginning, by the prerogatives of greater age, wider experience, and immeasurably superior wisdom. If you have an idea upon any subject, I will utterly annihilate it to my own most profound satisfaction. If you have none concerning any special point, I will force you to accept mine as mine, or to die the intellectual death. That is the general theory of the idea." "And what does it prove?" inquired the wanderer. "If you knew anything," answered Keyork, with twinkling eyes, "you would know that a theory is not a demonstration, but an explanation. But by the hypothesis, since you are not I, you can know nothing certainly. Now, my theory explains many things, and, among others, the adamantine, imperishable, impenetrable nature of the substance vanity upon which the showman, Nature, projects in fast-fading colors the unsubstantial images of men. Why do you drag me through this dismal passage? I passed through it this morning and missed my way. In pursuit of the idea, of course. That was to be expected. Prague is constructed on the same principle as the human brain, full of winding ways, dark lanes, and gloomy arches, all of which may lead somewhere or may not. Its topography continually misleads its inhabitants, as the convolutions of the brain mislead the thoughts that dwell there, sometimes bringing them out at last, after a patient search for daylight, upon a fine broad street where the newest fashions in thought are exposed for sale in brightly illuminated shop windows and show-cases, conducting them sometimes to the dark, unsavory court where the miserable self drags out its unhealthy existence in the single room of its hired earthly lodging. "The self which you propose to preserve from corruption," observed the tall man, who was carefully examining every foot of the walls between which he was passing with his companion. "Since you think so poorly of the lodger and the lodging, I wonder that you should be anxious to prolong the sufferings of the one and his lease of the other." "It is all I have," answered Keyork Arabian. "Did you think of that?" "That circumstance may serve as an excuse, but it does not constitute a reason." "Not a reason? Is the most abject poverty a reason for throwing away the daily crust? Myself is all I have. Shall I let it perish when an effort may preserve it from destruction? On the one side of the line stands Keyork Arabian, on the other floats the shadow of an annihilation which threatens to swallow up Keyork's self, while leaving all that he has borrowed of life to be enjoyed or wasted by others. Could Keyork be expected to hesitate, so long as he may hope to remain in possession of that inestimable treasure, his own individuality, which is his only means for enjoying all that is not his, but borrowed?" "So soon as you speak of enjoyment, argument ceases," answered the wanderer. "You are wrong as usual," returned the other. "It is the other way. Enjoyment is the universal solvent of all arguments. No reason can resist its mordant action. It will dissolve any philosophy not founded upon it and modelled out of its substance, as aqua regia will dissolve all metals, even to gold itself. Enjoyment? Enjoyment is the protest of reality against the tyranny of fiction." The little man stopped short in his walk, striking his heavy stick sharply upon the pavement and looking up at his companion, very much as a man of ordinary size looks up at the face of a colossal statue. Have wisdom and study led you no farther than that conclusion? Keyork's eyes brightened suddenly, and a peal of laughter, deep and rich, broke from his sturdy breast and rolled long echoes through the dismal lane, musical as a hunting song heard among great trees in winter. But his ivory features were not discomposed, though his white beard trembled and waved softly like a snowy veil blown about by the wind. If wisdom can teach how to prolong the lease, what study can be compared with that of which the results may beautify the dwelling? What more can any man do for himself than make himself happy? The very question is absurd. What are you trying to do for yourself at the present moment? Is it for the sake of improving the physical condition or of promoting the moral cause of mankind at large that you are dragging me through the slums and byways and alleys of the gloomiest city on this side of eternal perdition? It is certainly not for my welfare that you are sacrificing yourself. You admit that you are pursuing an idea. Perhaps you are in search of some new and curious form of mildew, and when you have found it, or something else, you will name your discovery Fungus praeginus, or Cryptogamus minor erantus, the wanderer's toadstool. But I know you of old, my good friend. The idea you pursue is not an idea at all, but that specimen of the genus Homo known as woman, species lady, variety true love, vulgar designation sweetheart. The wanderer stared coldly at his companion. The vulgarity of the designation is indeed only equalled by that of your taste in selecting it, he said slowly. Then he turned away, intending to leave Keyork standing where he was. But the little man had already repented of his speech. He ran quickly to his friend's side and laid one hand upon his arm. The wanderer paused and again looked down. "Is it of any use to be offended with my speeches? Am I an acquaintance of yesterday? Do you imagine that it could ever be my intention to annoy you?" The questions were asked rapidly in tones of genuine anxiety. "Indeed, I hardly know how I could suppose that. You have always been friendly, but I confess, your names for things are not always—" The wanderer did not complete the sentence, but looked gravely at Keyork, as though wishing to convey very clearly again what he had before expressed in words. "If we were fellow countrymen and had our native language in common, we should not so easily misunderstand one another," replied the other. "Come, forgive my lack of skill, and do not let us quarrel. Perhaps I can help you. You may know Prague well, but I know it better. Will you allow me to say that I know also whom it is you are seeking here?" "Yes, you know. I have not changed since we last met, nor have circumstances favored me." "Tell me, have you really seen this Unorna and talked with her?" "This morning." "And she could not help you?" "I refused to accept her help until I had done all that was in my own power to do." "You were rash. And have you now done all and failed?" "I have." "Then, if you will accept a humble suggestion from me, you will go back to her at once." "I know very little of her. I do not altogether trust her." "Trust! Powers of Eblis, or any other powers! Who talks of trust? Does the wise man trust himself? Never! Then how can he dare trust anyone else?" "Your cynical philosophy again," exclaimed the wanderer. "Philosophy? I am a misosophist. All wisdom is vanity, and I hate it. Autology is my study, autosophy my ambition, autonomy my pride. I am the great panegoist, the would-be conservator of self, the inspired prophet of the universal I. I. My creed has but one word, and that word but one letter. That letter represents unity, and unity is strength. I am I, one, indivisible, central. O I, hail and live forever!" Again the little man's rich bass voice rang out in mellow laughter. A very faint smile appeared upon his companion's sad face. "You are happy, Keyork," he said. "You must be, since you can laugh at yourself so honestly." "At myself? Vain man! I am laughing at you, and at everyone else, at everything except myself. Will you go to Unorna? You need not trust her any more than the natural infirmity of your judgment suggests." "Can you tell me nothing more of her? Do you know her well?" "She does not offer her help to everyone. You would have done well to accept it in the first instance. You may not find her in the same humor again." "I had supposed from what you said of her that she made a profession of clairvoyance, or hypnotism, or mesmerism, whatever may be the right term nowadays." "It matters very little," answered Keyork gravely. "I used to wonder at Adam's ingenuity in naming all living things, but I think he would have made but a poor figure in a tournament of modern terminologists. No, Unorna does not accept remuneration for her help when she vouchsafes to give it. And yet I was introduced to her presence without even giving my name." "That is her fancy. She will see anyone who wishes to see her, beggar, gentleman, or prince. But she only answers such questions as she pleases to answer." "That is to say, inquiries for which she is already prepared with a reply," suggested the Wanderer. "See for yourself. At all events, she is a very interesting specimen. I have never known anyone like her." Keyork Arabian was silent, as though he were reflecting upon Unorna's character and peculiar gifts before describing them to his friend. His ivory features softened almost imperceptibly, and his sharp blue eyes suddenly lost their light, as though they no longer saw the outer world. But the Wanderer cared for none of these things, and bestowed no attention upon his companion's face. He preferred the little man's silence to his wild talk, but he was determined, if possible, to extract some further information concerning Unorna, and before many seconds had elapsed he interrupted Keyork's meditations with a question. "You tell me to see for myself," he said. "I would like to know what I am to expect. Will you not enlighten me?" "What?" asked the other vaguely, as though roused from sleep. "If I go to Unorna and ask a consultation of her, as though she were a common somnambulist, and if she deigns to place her powers at my disposal, what sort of assistance shall I most probably get?" They had been walking slowly forward, and Keyork again stopped, rapping the pavement with his iron-shod stick, and looking up from under his bushy, overhanging eyebrows. "Of two things, one will happen," he answered. "Either she will herself fall into the abnormal state and will answer correctly any questions you put to her, or she will hypnotize you, and you will yourself see what you wish to see." "I myself?" "You yourself. The peculiarity of the woman is her duality, her double power. She can, by an act of volition, become hypnotic, clairvoyant, whatever you choose to call it. Or, if her visitor is at all sensitive, she can reverse the situation and play the part of the hypnotizer. I never heard of a like case." "After all, I do not see why it should not be so," said the Wanderer thoughtfully. "At all events, whatever she can do is evidently done by hypnotism, and such extraordinary experiments have succeeded of late." "I did not say that there was nothing but hypnotism in her processes." "What then? Magic?" The Wanderer's lip curled scornfully. "I do not know," replied the little man, speaking slowly. "Whatever her secret may be, she keeps it, even when speaking in sleep. This I can tell you. I suspect that there is some other being or person in that queer old house of hers whom she consults on grave occasions. At a loss for an answer to a difficult scientific question, I have known her to leave the room and to come back in the course of a few minutes with a reply which I am positive she could never have framed herself." "She may have consulted books," suggested the Wanderer. "I am an old man," said Keyork Arabian suddenly. "I am a very old man. There are not many books which I have not seen and partially read at one time or at another, and my memory is surprisingly good. I have excellent reasons for believing that her information is not got from anything that was ever written or printed." "May I ask of what general nature your questions were?" inquired the other, more interested than he had hitherto been in the conversation. "They referred to the principles of embalmment." "Much has been written about that since the days of the Egyptians." "The Egyptians!" exclaimed Keyork with great scorn. "They embalmed their dead after a fashion. Did you ever hear that they embalmed the living?" The little man's eyes shot fire. "No, nor will I believe in any such outrageous impossibilities. If that is all, I have little faith in Unorna's mysterious counselor." "The faith which removes mountains is generally gained by experience when it is gained at all, and the craving for explanation takes the place, in some minds, of a willingness to learn. It is not my business to find explanations, nor to raise my little self to your higher level by standing upon this curbstone, in order to deliver a lecture in the popular form upon matters that interest me. It is enough that I have found what I wanted. Go and do likewise. See for yourself. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. You are unhappy, and unhappiness is dangerous, in rare cases fatal. If you tell me tomorrow that Unorna is a charlatan, you will be in no worse plight than today, nor will your opinion of her influence mine. If she helps you to find what you want, so much the better for you. How much the better, and how great the risk you run, are questions for your judgment." "I will go," answered the wanderer, after a moment's hesitation. "Very good," said Keyork Arabian. "If you want to find me again, come to my lodging. Do you know the house of the Black Mother of God?" "Yes. There is a legend about a Spanish picture of Our Lady once preserved there." "Exactly. It takes its name from that black picture. It is on the corner of the fruit market, over against the window at which the Princess Windisgrantz was shot. I live in the upper story. Good-bye." "Good-bye." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Of the Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale, by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 4. After the wanderer had left her, Unorna continued to hold in her hand the book she had again taken up, following the printed lines mechanically from left to right, from the top of the page to the foot. Having reached that point, however, she did not turn over the leaf. She was vaguely aware that she had not understood the sense of the words, and she returned to the place at which she had begun, trying to concentrate her attention upon the matter, moving her fresh lips to form the syllables, and bending her brows in the effort of understanding, so that a short, straight furrow appeared, like a sharp vertical cut extending from between the eyes to the midst of the broad forehead. 1, 2, and 3 sentences she grasped and comprehended. Then her thoughts wandered again, and the groups of letters passed meaningless before her sight. She was accustomed to directing her intelligence without any perceptible effort, and she was annoyed at being thus led away from her occupation, against her will and in spite of her determination. A third attempt showed her that it was useless to force herself any longer, and with a gesture and look of irritation she once more laid the volume upon the table at her side. During a few minutes she sat motionless in her chair, her elbow leaning on the carved arm-piece, her chin supported upon the back of her half-closed hand, of which the heavy, perfect fingers were turned inwards, drooping in classic curves towards the lace about her throat. Her strangely mismatched eyes stared vacantly towards an imaginary horizon, not bounded by banks of flowers, nor obscured by the fantastic foliage of exotic trees. Presently she held up her head, her white hand dropped upon her knee. She hesitated an instant, and then rose to her feet, swiftly, as though she had made a resolution and was about to act upon it. She made a step forward, and then paused again, while a half-scornful smile passed like a shadow over her face. Very slowly she began to pace the marble floor, up and down in the open space before her chair, turning and turning again, the soft folds of her white gown following her across the smooth pavement with a gentle sweeping sound, such as the breeze makes among flowers in spring. "Is it he?" she asked aloud, in a voice ringing with the joy and the fear of a passion that has waited long and is at last approaching the fulfillment of satisfaction. No answer came to her from among the thick foliage, nor in the scented breath of the violets and the lilies. The murmuring song of the little fountain alone disturbed the stillness, and the rustle of her own garments as she moved. "Is it he? Is it he? Is it he?" she repeated again and again, in varying tones, chiming the changes of hope and fear, of certainty and vacillation, of sadness and of gladness, of eager passion and of chilling doubt. She stood still, staring at the pavement, her fingers clasped together, the palms of her hands turned inwards, her arms relaxed. She did not see the dark red squares of marble, alternating with the white and the grey, but as she looked a face and a form rose before her, in the contemplation of which all her senses and faculties concentrated themselves. The pale and noble head grew very distinct in her inner sight. The dark grey eyes gazed sadly upon her. The passionate features were fixed in the expression of a great sorrow. "Are you indeed he?" she asked, speaking softly and doubtfully, and yet unconsciously projecting her strong will upon the vision, as though to force it to give the answer for which she longed. And the answer came, imposed by the effort of her imagination upon the thing imagined. The face suddenly became luminous, as with a radiance within itself. The shadows of grief melted away, and in their place trembled the rising light of a dawning love. The lips moved and the voice spoke, not as it had spoken to her lately, but in tones long familiar to her in dreams by day and night. "I am he. I am that love for whom you have waited. You are that dear one whom I have long sought throughout the world. The hour of our joy has struck, the new life begins today, and there shall be no end." Unorna's arms went out to grasp the shadow, and she drew it to her in her fancy and kissed its radiant face. "To ages of ages!" she cried. Then she covered her eyes as though to impress the sight they had seen upon the mind within, and groping blindly for her chair, sank back into her seat. But the mechanical effort of will and memory could not preserve the image. In spite of all inward concentration of thought, its colors faded, its outlines trembled, grew faint and vanished, and darkness was in its place. Unorna's hand dropped to her side, and a quick throb of pain stabbed her through and through, agonizing as the wound of a blunt and jagged knife, though it was gone almost before she knew where she had felt it. Then her eyes flashed with unlike fires, the one dark and passionate as the light of a black diamond, the other keen and daring as the gleam of blue steel in the sun. "Ah, but I will!" she exclaimed. "And what I will shall be!" As though she were satisfied with the promise thus made to herself, she smiled, her eyelids drooped, the tension of her frame was relaxed, and she sank again into the indolent attitude in which the wanderer had found her. A moment later the distant door turned softly upon its hinges, and a light footfall broke the stillness. There was no need for Unorna to speak in order that the sound of her voice might guide the newcomer to her retreat. The footsteps approached swiftly and surely. A young man of singular beauty came out of the green shadows and stood beside the chair in the open space. Unorna betrayed no surprise as she looked up into her visitor's face. She knew it well. In form and feature, the youth represented the noblest type of the Jewish race. It was impossible to see him without thinking of a young eagle of the mountains, eager, swift, sure, instinct with elasticity, far-sighted and untiring, strong to grasp and to hold, beautiful with the glossy and unruffled beauty of a plumage continually smoothed in the sweep and the rush of high bright air. Israel Kafka stood still, gazing down upon the woman he loved, and drawing his breath hard between his parted lips. His piercing eyes devoured every detail of the sight before him, while the dark blood rose in his lean olive cheek, and the veins of his temples swelled with the beating of his quickened pulse. "Well?" The single indifferent word received the value of a longer speech from the tone in which it was uttered, and from the look and gesture which accompanied it. Unorna's voice was gentle, soft, half indolent, half caressing, half expectant, and half careless. There was something almost insolent in its assumption of superiority, which was borne out by the little defiant tapping of two long white fingers upon the arm of the carved chair. And yet, with the rising inflection of the monosyllable, there went a raising of the brows, a sidelong glance of the eyes, a slowly wreathing smile that curved the fresh lips just enough to unmask two perfect teeth, all of which lent to the voice a meaning, a familiarity, a pliant possibility of favorable interpretation, fit rather to flatter a hope than to chill a passion. The blood beat more fiercely in the young man's veins, his black eyes gleamed yet more brightly, his pale, high-curved nostrils quivered at every breath he drew. The throbbings of his heart unseated his thoughts and strongly took possession of the government of his body. Under an irresistible impulse he fell upon his knees beside Unorna, covering her marble hand with all his lean dark fingers and pressing his forehead upon them, as though he had found and grasped all that could be dear to him in life. "Unorna! My golden Unorna!" he cried as he knelt. Unorna looked down upon his bent head. The smile faded from her face, and for a moment a look of hardness lingered there, which gave way to an expression of pain and regret. As though collecting her thoughts, she closed her eyes, as she tried to draw back her hand. Then, as he held it still, she leaned back and spoke to him. "You have not understood me," she said, as quietly as she could. The strong fingers were not lifted from hers, but the white face, now bloodless and transparent, was raised to hers, and a look of such fear as she had never dreamed of was in the wide black eyes. "Not understood?" he repeated in startled, broken tones. Unorna sighed and turned away, for the sight hurt her and accused her. "No, you have not understood. Is it my fault? Israel Kafka, that hand is not yours to hold." "Not mine? Unorna!" Yet he could not quite believe what she said. "I am in earnest," she answered, not without a lingering tenderness in the intonation. "Do you think I am jesting with you, or with myself?" Neither of the two stirred during the silence which followed. Unorna sat quite still, staring fixedly into the green shadows of the foliage, as though not daring to meet the gaze she felt upon her. Israel Kafka still knelt beside her, motionless and hardly breathing, like a dangerous wild animal startled by an unexpected enemy, and momentarily paralyzed in the very act of springing, whether backward in flight or forward in the teeth of the foe, it is not possible to guess. "I have been mistaken," Unorna continued at last. "Forgive, forget." Israel Kafka rose to his feet and drew back a step from her side. All his movements were smooth and graceful. The perfect man is most beautiful in motion, the perfect woman in repose. "How easy it is for you!" exclaimed the Moravian. "How easy! How simple! You call me, and I come. You let your eyes rest on me, and I kneel before you. You sigh, and I speak words of love. You lift your hand, and I crouch at your feet. You frown, and I humbly leave you. How easy!" "You are wrong, and you speak foolishly. You are angry, and you do not weigh your words." "Angry! What have I to do with so common a madness as anger? I am more than angry. Do you think that because I have submitted to the veering gusts of your good and evil humors these many months, I have lost all consciousness of myself? Do you think that you can blow upon me as upon a feather, from east and west, from north and south, hotly or coldly, as your unstable nature moves you? Have you promised me nothing? Have you given me no hope? Have you said and done nothing whereby you are bound? Or can no pledge bind you, no promise find a foothold in your slippery memory, no word of yours have meaning for those who hear it?" "I never gave you either pledge or promise," answered Unorna in a harder tone. "The only hope I have ever extended to you was this, that I would one day answer you plainly. I have done so. You are not satisfied. Is there anything more to be said? I do not bid you leave my house forever, any more than I mean to drive you from my friendship." "From your friendship! Ah, I thank you, Unorna. I most humbly thank you. For the mercy you extend in allowing me to linger near you, I am grateful. Your friend, you say? Aye, truly, your friend and servant, your servant and your slave and your dog. Is the friend impatient and dissatisfied with his lot? A soft word shall turn away his anger. Is the servant over-presumptuous? Your scorn will soon teach him his duty. Is the slave disobedient? Blows will cure him of his faults. Does your dog fawn upon you too familiarly? Thrust him from you with your foot, and he will cringe and cower till you smile again. Your friendship! I have no words for thanks." "Take it or take it not, as you will." Unorna glanced at his angry face and quickly looked away. "Take it? Yes, and more too, whether you will give it or not," answered Israel Kafka, moving nearer to her. "Yes, whether you will or whether you will not, I have all, your friendship, your love, your life, your breath, your soul, all or nothing." "You are wise to suggest the latter alternative as a possibility," said Unorna coldly, and not heeding his approach. The young man stood still and folded his arms. The color had returned to his face, and a deep flush was rising under his olive skin. "Do you mean what you say?" he asked slowly. "Do you mean that I shall not have all, but nothing? Do you still dare to mean that, after all that has passed between you and me?" Unorna raised her eyes and looked steadily into his. "Israel Kafka, do not speak to me of daring." But the young man's glance did not waver. The angry expression of his features did not relax. He neither drew back nor bent his head. Unorna seemed to be exerting all the strength of her will in the attempt to dominate him, but without result. In the effort she made to concentrate her determination, her face grew pale and her lips trembled. Kafka faced her resolutely, his eyes on fire, the rich color mantling in his cheeks. "Where is your power now?" he asked suddenly. "Where is your witchery? You are only a woman after all. You are only a weak woman." Very slowly he drew nearer to her side, his lithe figure bending a little as he looked down upon her. Unorna leaned far back, withdrawing her face from his as far as she could, but still trying to impose her will upon him. "You cannot," he said between his teeth, answering her thought. Men who have tamed wild beasts alone know what such a moment is like. 100 times the brave man has held the tiger spellbound and crouching under his cold, fearless gaze. The beast, ever docile and submissive, has cringed at his feet, fawned to his touch, and licked the hand that snatched away the half-devoured morsel. Obedient to voice and eye, the giant's strength and sinewy grace have been debased to make the sport of multitudes. The noble, pliant frame has contorted itself to execute the mean antics of the low comedy ape, to counterfeit death like a poodle dog, to leap through gaudily painted rings at the word of command, to fetch and carry like a spaniel. 100 times the changing crowd has paid its paltry fee to watch the little play that is daily acted behind the stout iron bars by the man and the beast. The man, the nobler, braver creature, is arrayed in a wretched flimsy finery of tights and spangles, parading his physical weakness and inferiority in the toggery of a mountebank. The tiger, vast, sleepy-eyed, mysterious, lies motionless in the front of his cage, the gorgeous stripes of his velvet coat following each curve of his body, from the cushions of his great forepaws to the arch of his gathered haunches. The watchfulness and flexible activity of the serpent and the strength that knows no master are clothed in the magnificent robes of the native-born sovereign. Time and times again the beautiful giant has gone through the slavish round of his mechanical tricks, obedient to the fragile creature of intelligence, to the little dwarf, man, whose power is in his eyes and heart only. He is accustomed to the lights, to the spectators, to the laughter, to the applause, to the frightened scream of the hysterical women in the audience, to the close air and to the narrow stage behind the bars. The tamer in his tights and tinsel has grown used to his tiger, to his emotions, to his hourly danger. He even finds at last that his mind wanders during the performance, and that at the very instant when he is holding the ring for the leap, or thrusting his head into the beast's fearful jaws, he is thinking of his wife, of his little child, of his domestic happiness or household troubles, rather than of what he is doing. Many times, perhaps many hundreds of times, all passes off quietly and successfully. Then, inevitably, comes the struggle. Who can tell the causes? The tiger is growing old, or is ill-fed, or is not well, or is merely in one of those evil humors to which animals are subject as well as their masters. One day he refuses to go through with the performance. First one trick fails, and then another. The public grows impatient. The man in spangles grows nervous, raises his voice, stamps loudly with his foot, and strikes his terrible slave with his light switch. A low, deep sound breaks from the enormous throat. The spectators hold their breath. The huge, flexible limbs are gathered for the leap, and in the gaslight and the dead silence man and beast are face to face. Life hangs in the balance, and death is at the door. Then the tamer's heart beats loud, his chest heaves, his brows are furrowed. And then, in the instant that still separates him from triumph or destruction, the thought of his sleeping child or of his watching wife darts through his brain. But the struggle has begun, and there is no escape. One of two things must happen. He must overcome, or he must die. To draw back, to let his glance waver, to show so much as the least sign of fear, is death. The moment is supreme, and he knows it. Unorna grasped the arms of her chair as though seeking for physical support in her extremity. She could not yield. Before her eyes arose a vision unlike the reality in all its respects. She saw an older face, a taller figure, a look of deeper thought between her and the angry man who was trying to conquer her resistance with a glance. Between her and her mistake, the image of what should be stood out, bright, vivid, and strong. A new conviction had taken the place of the old. A real passion was flaming upon the altar whereon she had fed with dreams the semblance of a sacred fire. "You do not really love me," she said softly. Israel Kafka started, as a man who is struck unawares. The monstrous untruth which filled the words broke down his guard. Sudden tears veiled the penetrating sharpness of his gaze, and his hand trembled. "I do not love you? I? Unorna! Unorna!" The first words broke from him in a cry of horror and stupefaction. But her name, when he spoke it, sounded as the death moan of a young wild animal wounded beyond all power to turn at bay. He moved unsteadily and laid hold of the tall chair in which she sat. He was behind her now, standing, but bending down so that his forehead pressed his fingers. He could not bear to look upon her hair, still less upon her face. Even his hands were white and bloodless. Unorna could hear his quick breathing just above her shoulder. She sat quite still, and her lips were smiling, though her brow was thoughtful and almost sad. She knew that the struggle was over, and that she had gained the mastery, though the price of victory might be a broken heart. "You thought I was jesting," she said in a low voice, looking before her into the deep foliage, but knowing that her softest whisper would reach him. "But there was no jest in what I said, nor any unkindness in what I meant, though it is all my fault. But that is true. You never loved me as I would be loved." "Unorna." "No, I am not unkind. Your love is young, fierce, inconstant, half terrible, half boyish, aflame today, asleep tomorrow, ready to turn into hatred at one moment, to melt into tears at the next, intermittent, unstable as water, fleeting as a cloud shadow on the mountain-side." "It pleased you once," said Israel Kafka in broken tones. "It is not less love because you were weary of it and of me." "Weary, you say? No, not weary, and very truly not of you. You will believe that today. Tomorrow you will still try to force life into your belief, and then it will be dead and gone, like all thoughts which have never entered into the shapes of reality. We have not loved each other. We have but fancied that it would be sweet to love, and the knife of truth has parted the web of our dreams, keenly in the midst, so that we see before us what is, though the ghost of what might have been is yet lingering near." "Who wove that web, Unorna? You or I?" He lifted his heavy eyes and gazed at her coiled hair. "What matters it whether it was your doing or mine? But we wove it together, and together we must see the truth." "If this is true, there is no more together for you and me." "We may yet glean friendship in the fields where love has grown." "Friendship! The very word is a wound. Friendship! The very dregs and lees of the wine of life. Friendship! The sour drainings of the heart's cup, left to moisten the lips of the damned when the blessed have drunk their fill. I hate the word as I hate the thought." Unorna sighed, partly perhaps that he might hear the sigh, and put upon it an interpretation soothing to his vanity, but partly too from a sincere regret that he should need to suffer as he was evidently suffering. She had half believed that she loved him, and she owed him pity. Women's hearts pay such debts unwillingly, but they do pay them nevertheless. She wished that she had never set eyes upon Israel Kafka. She wished that she might never see him again. Even his death would hardly have cost her a pang, and yet she was sorry for him. Diana the huntress shot her arrows with unfailing aim. Diana the goddess may have sighed and shed one bright immortal tear as she looked into the fast glazing eyes of the dying stag. May not Diana the maiden have felt a touch of human sympathy and pain as she listened to the deep note of her hounds baying on poor Actaeon's track? No one is all bad or all good. No woman is all earthly, nor any goddess all divine. "I am sorry," said Unorna. "You will not understand." "I have understood enough. I have understood that a woman can have two faces and two hearts, two minds, two souls. It is enough. My understanding need go no farther. You sighed before you spoke. It was not for me. It was for yourself. You never felt pain or sorrow for another." He was trying hard to grow cold, to find cold words to say, which might lead her to believe him stronger than he was and able to master his grief. But he was too young, too hot, too changeable for such a part. Moreover, in his first violent outbreak Unorna had dominated him, and he could not now regain the advantage. "You are wrong, Israel Kafka. You would make me less than human. If I sighed, it was indeed for you. See, I confess that I have done you wrong, not in deeds, but in letting you hope. truly, I myself have hoped also. I have thought that the star of love was trembling just below the east, and that you and I might be one to another, what we cannot be now. My wisdom has failed me, my sight has been deceived. Am I the only woman in this world who has been mistaken? Can you not forgive? If I had promised, if I had said one word, and yet you are right too, for I have let you think in earnest what has been but a passing dream of my own thoughts. It was all wrong. It was all my fault. There, lay your hand in mine and say that you forgive, as I ask forgiveness." He was still standing behind her, leaning against the back of her chair. Without looking round, she raised her hand above her shoulder as though seeking for his, but he would not take it. "Is it so hard?" she asked softly. "Is it even harder for you to give than for me to ask? Shall we part like this, not to meet again, each bearing a wound when both might be whole? Can you not say the word?" "What is it to you whether I forgive you or not?" "Since I ask it, believe that it is much to me," she answered, slowly turning her head until, without catching sight of his face, she could just see where his fingers were resting on her chair. Then, over her shoulder, she touched them, and drew them to her cheek. He made no resistance. "Shall we part without one kind thought?" Her voice was softer still, and so low and sweet that it seemed as though the words were spoken in the ripple of the tiny fountain. There was magic in the place, in the air, in the sounds, above all in the fair woman's touch. "Is this friendship?" asked Kafka. Then he sank upon his knees beside her and looked up into her face. "It is friendship. Yes, why not? Am I like other women?" "Then why need there be any parting?" "If you will be my friend, there need be none. You have forgiven me now. I see it in your eyes. Is it not true?" He was at her feet, passive at last under the superior power which he had never been able to resist. Unorna's fascination was upon him, and he could only echo her words, as he would have executed her slightest command, without consciousness of free will or individual thought. It was enough that for one moment his anger should cease to give life to his resistance. It was sufficient that Unorna should touch him thus, and speak softly. His eyelids quivered and his look became fixed. His strength was absorbed in hers and incapable of acting except under her direction. So long as she might please, the spell would endure. "Sit down beside me now, and let us talk," she said. Like a man in a dream, he rose and sat down near her. Unorna laughed, and there was something in the tone that was not good to hear. A moment earlier it would have wounded Israel Kafka to the quick and brought the hot, angry blood to his face. Now he laughed with her, vacantly, as though not knowing the cause of his mirth. "You are only my slave after all," said Unorna scornfully. "I am only your slave after all," he repeated. "I could touch you with my hand and you would hate me, and forget that you ever loved me." This time the man was silent. There was a contraction of pain in his face, as though a violent mental struggle were going on within him. Unorna tapped the pavement impatiently with her foot and bent her brows. "You would hate me and forget that you ever loved me," she repeated, dwelling on each word as though to impress it on his consciousness. "Say it. I order you." The contraction of his features disappeared. "I should hate you and forget that I ever loved you," he said slowly. "You never loved me." "I never loved you." Again Unorna laughed, and he joined in her laughter, unintelligently as he had done before. She leaned back in her seat, and her face grew grave. Israel Kafka sat motionless in his chair, staring at her with unwinking eyes. but his gaze did not disturb her. There was no more meaning in it than in the expression of a marble statue, far less than in that of a painted portrait. Yet the man was alive, and in the full strength of his magnificent youth, supple, active, fierce by nature, able to have killed her with his hands in the struggle of a moment. Yet she knew that without a word from her he could neither turn his head nor move in his seat. For a long time Unorna was absorbed in her meditations. Again and again the vision of a newer happiness took shape and color before her, so clearly and vividly that she could have clasped it and held it and believed in its reality, as she had done before Israel Kafka had entered. But there was a doubt now, which constantly arose between her and it, the dark and shapeless shadow of a reasoning she hated and yet knew to be strong. "I must ask him," she said unconsciously. "You must ask him," repeated Israel Kafka from his seat. For the third time Unorna laughed aloud as she heard the echo of her own words. "Whom shall I ask?" she inquired contemptuously as she rose to her feet. The dull, glassy eyes sought hers in painful perplexity, following her face as she moved. "I do not know," answered the powerless man. Unorna came close to him and laid her hand upon his head. "Sleep until I wake you," she said. The eyelids drooped and closed at her command, and instantly the man's breathing became heavy and regular. Unorna's full lips curled as she looked down at him. "And you would be my master!" she exclaimed. Then she turned and disappeared among the plants, leaving him alone. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 5. Unorna passed through a corridor, which was, indeed, only a long balcony covered in with arches and closed with windows against the outer air. At the farther end, 3 steps descended to a dark door through the thickness of a massive wall, showing that at this point Unorna's house had at some former time been joined with another building beyond, with which it thus formed one habitation. Unorna paused, holding the key as though hesitating whether she should put it into the lock. It was evident that much depended upon her decision, for her face expressed the anxiety she felt. Once she turned away, as though to abandon her intention, hesitated, and then, with an impatient frown, opened the door and went in. She passed through a small, well-lighted vestibule and entered the room beyond. The apartment was furnished with luxury, but a stranger would have received an oddly disquieting impression of the whole at first glance. There was everything in the place which is considered necessary for a bedroom, and everything was perfect of its kind, spotless and dustless, and carefully arranged in order. But almost everything was of an unusual and unfamiliar shape, as though designed for some especial reason to remain in equilibrium in any possible position, and to be moved from place to place with the smallest imaginable physical effort. The carved bedstead was fitted with wheels which did not touch the ground, and levers so placed as to be within the reach of a person lying in it. The tables were each supported at one end only by one strong column, fixed to a heavy base set on broad rollers, so that the board could be run across a bed or a lounge with the greatest ease. There was but one chair made like ordinary chairs. The rest were so constructed that the least motion of the occupant must be accompanied by a corresponding change of position of the back and arms, and some of them bore a curious resemblance to a surgeon's operating table, having attachments of silver-plated metal at many points, of which the object was not immediately evident. Before a closed door, a sort of wheeled conveyance, partaking of the nature of a chair and of a perambulator, stood upon polished rails, which disappeared under the door itself, showing that the thing was intended to be moved from one room to another in a certain way and in a fixed line. The rails, had the door been opened, would have been seen to descend upon the other side by a gentle inclined plane into the center of a huge marble basin, and the contrivance thus made it possible to wheel a person into a bath and out again without necessitating the slightest effort or change of position in the body. In the bedroom, the windows were arranged so that the light and air could be regulated to a nicety. The walls were covered with fine basketwork, apparently adapted in panels. But these panels were in reality movable trays, as it were, forming shallow boxes fitted with closely woven wicker covers, and filled with charcoal and other porous substances intended to absorb the impurities of the air, and thus easily changed and renewed from time to time. Immediately beneath the ceiling were placed delicate glass globes of various soft colors, with silken shades, movable by below by means of brass rods and handles. In the ceiling itself there were large ventilators, easily regulated as might be required, and there was a curious arrangement of rails and wheels from which depended a sort of swing, apparently adapted for moving a person or a weight to different parts of the room without touching the floor. In one of the lounges, not far from the window, lay a colossal old man, wrapped in a loose robe of warm white stuff, and fast asleep. He was a very old man, so old indeed as to make it hard to guess his age from his face and his hands, the only parts visible as he lay at rest, the vast body and limbs lying motionless under his garment, as beneath a heavy white pall. He could not be less than 100 years old, but how much older than that he might really be, it was impossible to say. What might be called the waxen period had set in, and the high, colorless features seemed to be modeled in that soft, semi-transparent material. The time had come when the stern furrows of age had broken up into countless minutely traced lines, so close and fine as to seem a part of the texture of the skin, mere shadings, evenly distributed throughout, and no longer affecting the expression of the face as the deep wrinkles had done in former days. At 70, at 80, and even at 90 years. The century that had passed had taken with it its marks and scars, leaving the great features in their original purity of design, lean, smooth, and clearly defined. That last change in living man is rare enough, but when once seen is not to be forgotten. There is something in the faces of the very, very old which hardly suggests age at all, but rather the vague possibility of a returning prime. Only the hands tell the tale, with their huge, shining, fleshless joints, their shadowy hollows, and their unnatural yellow nails. The old man lay quite still, breathing softly through his snowy beard. Unorna came to his side. There was something of wonder and admiration in her own eyes as she stood there gazing upon the face which other generations of men and women, all long dead, had looked upon and known. The secret of life and death was before her each day when she entered that room, and on the very verge of solution. The wisdom hardly gained in many lands was striving with all its concentrated power to preserve that life. The rare and subtle gifts which she herself possessed were daily exercised to their full in the suggestion of vitality. The most elaborate inventions of skilled mechanicians were employed in reducing the labor of living to the lowest conceivable degree of effort. The great experiment was being tried. What Keyork Arabian described as the embalming of a man still alive was being attempted. And he lived. For years they had watched him and tended him, and looked critically for the least signs of a diminution or an augmentation in his strength. They knew that he was now in his 107th year, and yet he lived and was no weaker. Was there a limit, or was there not, since the destruction of the tissues was arrested beyond doubt, so far as the most minute tests could show? Might there not be, in the slow oscillations of nature, a degree of decay on this side of death from which a return should be possible, provided that the critical moment were passed in a state of sleep and under perfect conditions? How do we know that all men must die? we suppose the statement to be true by induction, from the undoubted fact that men have hitherto died within a certain limit of age. By induction, too, our fathers, our grandfathers, knew that it was impossible for man to traverse the earth faster than at the full speed of a galloping horse. After several thousand years of experience, that piece of knowledge, which seemed to be singularly certain, was suddenly proved to be the grossest ignorance by a man who had been in the habit of playing with a tea-kettle when a boy. We ourselves, not very long ago, knew positively, as all men had known since the beginning of the world, that it was quite impossible to converse with a friend at a distance beyond the carrying power of a speaking trumpet. Today, a boy who does not know that one may talk very agreeably with a friend 1,000 miles away is an ignoramus. And experimenters whisper among themselves that if the undulatory theory of light have any foundation, there is no reason why we may not see that same friend at that same distance, as well as talk with him. 10 years ago, we were quite sure that it was beyond the bounds of natural possibility to produce a bad burn upon the human body by touching the flesh with a bit of cardboard or a common lead pencil. Now we know with equal certainty that if upon one arm of a hypnotized patient we impress a letter of the alphabet cut out of wood, telling him that it is red-hot iron, the shape of the letter will on the following day be found on a raw and painful wound, not only in the place we selected, but on the other arm, in the exact corresponding spot, and reversed as though seen in a looking-glass. And we very justly consider that a physician who does not know this and similar facts is dangerously behind the times, since the knowledge is open to all. The inductive reasoning of many thousands of years has been knocked to pieces in the last century by a few dozen men who have reasoned little but attempted much. It would be rash to assert that bodily death may not some day, and under certain conditions, be altogether escaped. It is nonsense to pretend that human life may not possibly, and before long, be enormously prolonged, and that by some shorter cut to longevity than temperance and sanitation. No man can say that it will, but no man of average intelligence can now deny that it may. Unorna had hesitated at the door, and she hesitated now. It was in her power, and in hers only, to wake the hoary giant, or at least to modify his perpetual sleep so far as to obtain from him answers to her questions. It would be an easy matter to lay one hand upon his brow, bidding him see and speak. How easy, she alone knew. But, on the other hand, to disturb his slumber was to interfere with the continuity of the great experiment, to break through a rule lately made, to incur the risk of an accident, if not of death itself. She drew back at the thought, as though fearing to startle him, and then she smiled at her own nervousness. To wake him she must exercise her will. There was no danger of his ever being roused by any sound or touch not proceeding from herself. The crash of thunder had no reverberation for his ears. The explosion of a cannon would not have penetrated into his lethargy. She might touch him, move him, even speak to him, but unless she laid her hand upon his waxen forehead and bid him feel and hear, he would be as unconscious as the dead. She returned to his side and gazed into his placid face. Strange faculties were asleep in that ancient brain, and strange wisdom was stored there, gathered from many sources long ago, and treasured unconsciously by the memory to be recalled at her command. The man had been a failure in his day, a scholar, a student, a searcher after great secrets, a wanderer in the labyrinths of higher thought. He had been a failure, and had starved, as failures must, in order that vulgar success may fatten and grow healthy. He had outlived the few that had been dear to him. He had outlived the power to feed on thought. He had outlived generations of men, and cycles of changes, and yet there had been life left in the huge gaunt limbs and sight in the sunken eyes. Then he had outlived pride itself, and the ancient scholar had begged his bread. In his 100th year he had leaned for rest against Unorna's door, and she had taken him in and cared for him, and since that time she had preserved his life. for his history was known in the ancient city, and it was said that he had possessed great wisdom in his day. Unorna knew that this wisdom could be hers if she could keep alive the spark of life, and that she could employ his own learning to that end. Already she had much experience of her powers, and knew that if she once had the mastery of the old man's free will, he must obey her fatally and unresistingly. Then she conceived the idea of embalming, as it were, the living being, in a perpetual hypnotic lethargy, from whence she recalled him from time to time to an intermediate state, in which she caused him to do mechanically all those things which she judged necessary to prolong life. Seeing her success from the first, she had begun to fancy that the present conditions of things might be made to continue indefinitely. Since death was today no nearer than it had been 7 years ago, there was no reason why it might not be guarded against during the 7 years more, and if during 7, why not during 10, 20, 50? She had for a helper a physician of consummate practical skill, a man whose interest in the result of the trial was, if anything, more keen than her own, a friend above all whom she believed she might trust, and who appeared to trust her. But in the course of their great experiment they had together made rules by which they had mutually agreed to be bound. They had of late determined that the old man must not be disturbed in his profound rest by any question tending to cause a state of mental activity. The test of a very fine instrument had proved that the shortest interval of positive lucidity was followed by a slight but distinctly perceptible rise of temperature in the body, and this could mean only a waste of the precious tissues they were so carefully preserving. They hoped and believed that the grand crisis was at hand, and that if the body did not now lose strength and vitality for a considerable time, both would slowly though surely increase, in consequence of the means they were using to instill new blood into the system. But the period was supreme, and to interfere in any way with the progress of the experiment was to run a risk of which the whole extent could only be realized by Unorna and her companion. She hesitated, therefore, well knowing that her ally would oppose her intention with all his might, and dreading his anger, bold as she was, almost as much as she feared the danger to the old man's life. On the other hand, she had a motive which the physician could not have, and which, as she was aware, he would have despised and condemned. She had a question to ask, which she considered of vital importance to herself, to which she firmly believed that the true answer would be given, and which, in her womanly impetuosity and impatience, she could not bear to leave unasked until the morrow, much less until months should have passed away. Two very powerful incentives were at work, two of the very strongest which have influence with mankind: love and a superstitious belief in an especial destiny of happiness, at the present moment on the very verge of realization. She believed profoundly in herself, and in the suggestions of her own imagination. So fixed and unalterable was that belief that it amounted to positive knowledge, so far as it constituted a motive of action. In her strange youth, wild dreams had possessed her, and some of them, often dreamed again, had become realities to her now. Her powers were natural, those gifts which from time to time are seen in men and women, which are alternately scoffed at as impostures or accepted as facts, but which are never understood either by their possessor or by those who witness the results. She had from childhood the power to charm with eye and hand all living things, the fascination which takes hold of the consciousness through sight and touch and word and lulls it to sleep. It was witchery, and she was called a witch. In earlier centuries her hideous fate would have been sealed from the first day, when, under her childish gaze, a wolf that had been taken alive in the Bohemian forest crawled fawning to her feet, at the full length of its chain, and laid its savage head under her hand, and closed its bloodshot eyes, and slept before her. Those who had seen had taken her and taught her how to use what she possessed according to their own shadowy beliefs and dim traditions of the half-forgotten magic in a distant land. They had filled her heart with longings and her brain with dreams, and she had grown up to believe that one day love would come suddenly upon her and bear her away through the enchanted gates of the earthly paradise. Once only that love would come, and the supreme danger of her life would be that she would not know it when it was at hand. And now she knew that she loved, for the place of her fondness for the one man had been taken by her passion for the other, and she felt without reasoning where before she had tried to reason herself into feeling. The moment had come. She had seen the man in whom her happiness was to be. The time was short, the danger great if she should not grasp what her destiny would offer her but once. Had the wanderer been by her side, she would have needed to ask no question. She would have known and been satisfied. But hours must pass before she could see him again, and every minute spent without him grew more full of anxiety and disturbing passion than the last. The wild love-blossom that springs into existence in a single moment has elements which do not enter into the gentler being of that other love which is sown in indifference, and which grows up in slowly increasing interest, tended and refreshed in the pleasant intercourse of close acquaintance, to bud and bloom at last as a mild-scented garden flower. Love at first sight is impatient, passionate, ruthless, cruel as the year would be if from the calendar of the season the months of slow transition were struck out, if the raging heat of August followed in one day upon the wild tempests of the winter, if the fruit of the vine but yesterday in leaf grew rich and black today, to be churned to foam tomorrow under the feet of the laughing wine-treaders. Unorna felt that the day would be intolerable if she could not hear from other lips the promise of a predestined happiness. She was not really in doubt, but she was under the imperious impulse of a passion which must needs find some response, even in the useless confirmation of its reality uttered by an indifferent person. The spirit of a mighty cry seeking its own echo in the echoless, flat waste of the great desert. Then, too, she placed a sincere faith in the old man's answer to her questions, regardless of the matter inquired into. She believed that in the mysterious condition between sleep and waking which she could command, the knowledge of things to be was with him as certainly as the memory of what had been and of what was even now passing in the outer world. To her, the one direction of the faculty seemed no less possible than the others, though she had not yet attained alone to the vision of the future. Hitherto the old man's utterances had been fulfilled to the letter. More than once, as Keyork Arabian had hinted, she had consulted his second sight in preference to her own, and she had not been deceived. His greater learning and his vast experience lent to his saying something divine in her eyes. She looked upon him as the Pythoness of Delphi looked upon the divinity of her inspiration. The irresistible longing to hear the passionate pleadings of her own heart, solemnly confirmed by the voice in which she trusted, overcame at last every obstacle. Unorna bent over the sleeper, looking earnestly into his face, and she laid one hand upon his brow. "You hear me," she said, slowly and distinctly. "You are conscious of thought, and you see into the future." The massive head stirred. The long limbs moved uneasily under the white robe, the enormous bony hands contracted, and in the cavernous eyes the great lids were slowly lifted. A dull stare met her look. "Is it he?" she asked, speaking more quickly in spite of herself. "Is it he at last?" There was no answer. The lips did not part. There was not even the attempt to speak. She had been sure that the one word would be spoken unhesitatingly, and the silence startled her and brought her back the doubt which she had half forgotten. "You must answer my question. I command you to answer me. Is it he?" "You must tell me more before I can answer." The words came in a feeble piping voice, strangely out of keeping with the colossal frame and imposing features. Unorna's face was clouded, and the ready gleam of anger flashed in her eyes as it ever did at the smallest opposition to her will. "Can you not see him?" she asked impatiently. "I cannot see him unless you lead me to him and tell me where he is." Where are you?" "In your mind." "And what are you?" "I am the image in your eyes." "There is another man in my mind," said Unorna. "I command you to see him." "I see him. He is tall, pale, noble, suffering. You love him." "Is it he who shall be my life and my death? Is it he who shall love me as other women are not loved?" The weak voice was still for a moment, and the face seemed covered with a veil of perplexity. "I see with your eyes," said the old man at last. "And I command you to see into the future with your own," cried Unorna, concentrating her terrible will as she grew more impatient. There was an evident struggle in the giant's mind, an effort to obey which failed to break down an obstacle. She bent over him eagerly, and her whole consciousness was centered in the words she desired him to speak. Suddenly the features relaxed into an expression of rest and satisfaction. There was something unearthly in the sudden smile that flickered over the old waxen face. It was as strange and unnatural as though the cold marble effigy upon a sepulchre had laughed aloud in the gloom of an empty church. "I see. He will love you," said the tremulous tones. "Then it is he?" "It is he." With a suppressed cry of triumph, Unorna lifted her head and stood upright. Then she started violently and grew very pale. "You have probably killed him and spoiled everything," said a rich bass voice at her elbow, the very sub-bass of all possible voices. Keyork Arabian was beside her. In her intense excitement she had not heard him enter the room, and he had surprised her at once in the breaking of their joint convention and in the revelation of her secret. If Unorna could be said to know the meaning of the word fear in any degree whatsoever, it was in relation to Keyork Arabian, the man who during the last few years had been her helper and associate in the great experiment. Of all men she had known in her life, he was the only one whom she felt to be beyond the influence of her powers, the only one whom she felt she could not charm by word or touch or look. The odd shape of his head, she fancied, figured the outline and proportions of his intelligence, which was, as it were, pyramidal, standing upon a base so broad and firm as to place the center of its ponderous gravity far beyond her reach to disturb. There was certainly no other being of material reality that could have made Unorna start and turn pale by its inopportune appearance. "The best thing you can do is to put him to sleep at once," said the little man. "You can be angry afterwards, and, I thank heaven, so can I, and shall." "Forget," said Unorna, once more laying her hand upon the waxen brow. "Let it be as though I had not spoken with you. Drink, in your sleep, of the fountain of life. Take new strength into your body and new blood into your heart. Live, and when I next wake you, be younger by as many months as there shall pass hours till then. Sleep." A low sigh trembled in the hoary beard. The eyelids drooped over the sunken eyes, there was a slight motion of the limbs, and all was still, save for the soft and regular breathing. "The united patience of the 7 archangels, coupled with that of Job and Simon Stylites, would not survive your acquaintance for a day," observed Keyork Arabian. "Is he mine or yours?" Unorna asked, turning to him and pointing to the sleeper. She was quite ready to face her companion after the first shock of his unexpected appearance. His small blue eyes sparkled angrily. "I am not versed in the law concerning real estate in humankind in the kingdom of Bohemia," he answered. "You may have property in a couple of hundredweight, more or less, of old bones rather the worse for wear and tear of a century, but I certainly have some ownership in the life. Without me, you would have been the possessor of a remarkably fine skeleton by this time, and of nothing more." As he spoke, his extraordinary voice ran over half a dozen notes of portentous depth, like the opening of a fugue on the pedals of an organ. Unorna laughed scornfully. "He is mine, Keyork Arabian, alive or dead. If the experiment fails, and he dies, the loss is mine, not yours. Moreover, what I have done is done, and I will neither submit to your reproaches nor listen to your upbraidings. Is that enough?" "Of its kind, quite. I will build an altar to ingratitude. We will bury our friend beneath the shrine, and you shall serve in the temple. You could deify all the cardinal sins if you would only give your attention to the subject. Merely by the monstrously imposing proportions you would know how to give them." "Does it ease you to make such an amazing noise?" inquired Unorna, raising her eyebrows. "Immensely. Our friend cannot hear it, and you can. You dare to tell me that if he dies you are the only loser? Do 50 years of study count for nothing? Look at me. I am an old man, and unless I find the secret of life here, in this very room, before many years are over, I must die. Die, do you understand? Do you know what it means to die? How can you comprehend that word? You girl, you child, you thing of 25 summers!" "It was to be supposed that your own fears were at the root of your anger," observed Unorna, sitting down upon her chair and calmly folding her hands as though to wait until the storm should pass over. "Is there anything at the root of anything except self? You moth, you butterfly, you thread of floating gossamer! How can you understand the incalculable value of self, of that which is all to me and nothing to you, or which, being yours, is everything to you and to me nothing? You are so young. You still believe in things, and interests, and good and evil, and love and hate, truth and falsehood, and 100 notions which are not facts, but only contrasts between oneself and another. What were you doing here when I found you playing with life and death, perhaps with my life, for a gypsy trick, in the crazy delusion that this old parcel of humanity can see the shadows of things which are not yet? I saw, I heard. How could he answer anything save that which was in your own mind, when you were forcing him with your words and your eyes to make a reply of some sort or perish? Ah, you see now, you understand now. I have opened your eyes a little. Why did he hesitate and suffer? Because you asked that to which he knew there was no answer. And you tortured him with your will until his individuality fell into yours and spoke your words." Unorna's head sank a little, and she covered her eyes. The truth of what he said flashed upon her suddenly and unexpectedly, bringing with it the doubt which had left her at the moment when the sleeper had spoken. She could not hide her discomfiture, and Keyork Arabian saw his advantage. "And for what?" he asked, beginning to pace the broad room. "To know whether a man will love you or not? You seem to have forgotten what you are. Is not such a poor and foolish thing as love at the command of those who can say to the soul, 'Be this or be that,' and who are obeyed? Have you found a second Keyork Arabian over whom your eyes have no power, neither the one nor the other?" He laughed rather brutally at the thought of her greatest physical peculiarity, but then suddenly stopped short. She had lifted her face, and those same eyes were fastened upon him, the black and the grey, in a look so savage and fierce that even he was checked, if not startled. "They are certainly very remarkable eyes," he said, more calmly, and with a certain uneasiness which Unorna did not notice. "I wonder whom you have found who is able to look you in the face without losing himself. I suppose it can hardly be my fascinating self whom you wish to enthrall," he added, conscious after a moment's trial that he was proof against her influence. "Hardly," answered Unorna, with a bitter laugh. "If I were the happy man, you would not need that means of bringing me to your feet. It is a pity that you do not want me. We should make a very happy couple. But there is much against me. I am an old man, Unorna. My figure was never of divine proportions, and as for my face, Nature made it against her will. I know all that, and yet I was young once and eloquent. I could make love then. I believe that I could still, if it would amuse you." "Try it," said Unorna, who, like most people, could not long be angry with the gnome-like little sage. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 6. I could make love, yes, and since you tell me to try, I will. He came and stood before her, straightening his diminutive figure in a comical fashion, as though he were imitating a soldier on parade. "In the first place," he said, "in order to appreciate my skill, you should realize the immense disadvantages under which I labor. I am a dwarf, my dear Unorna. In the presence of that kingly wreck of a Homeric man," he pointed to the sleeper beside them, "I am a Thersites, if not a pygmy. To have much chance of success, I should ask you to close your eyes, and to imagine that my stature matches my voice. That gift, at least, I flatter myself, would have been appreciated on the plains of Troy. But in other respects I resemble neither the long-haired Greeks nor the trousered Trojans. I am old and hideous, and in outward appearance I am as like Socrates as in inward disposition I am totally different from him. Admit, since I admit it, that I am the ugliest and smallest man of your acquaintance." "It is not to be denied," said Unorna with a smile. "The admission will make the performance so much the more interesting. And now, as the conjurer says when he begins, observe that there is no deception. That is the figure of speech called lying, because there is to be nothing but deception from beginning to end. Did you ever consider the nature of a lie, Unorna? It is a very interesting subject." "I thought you were going to make love to me." "True. How easily one forgets those little things. And yet no woman ever forgave a man who forgot to make love when she expected him to do so. For a woman, who is a woman, never forgets to be exigent. And now there is no reprieve, for I have committed myself, am sentenced, and condemned to be made ridiculous in your eyes. Can there be anything more contemptible, more laughable, more utterly and hopelessly absurd than an old and ugly man declaring his unrequited passion for a woman who might be his granddaughter? Is he not like a hoary old owl who leaves his mousing to perch upon one leg and hoot love ditties in the evening star, or screech out amorous sonnets to the maiden moon?" "Very like," said Unorna with a laugh. "And yet, my evening star, dear star of my fast-sinking evening, golden Unorna, shall I be cut off from love because my years are many? Or rather, shall I not love you the more, because the years that are left are few and scantily blessed? May not your dawn blend with my sunset, and make together one short day?" "That is very pretty," said Unorna thoughtfully. He had the power of making his speech sound like a deep, soft music. "For what is love?" he asked. "Is it a garment, a jewel, a fanciful ornament which only boys and girls may wear upon a summer's holiday? May we take it or leave it as we please? Wear it if it shows well upon our beauty, or cast it off for others to put on when we limp aside out of the race of fashion to halt and breathe before we die? Is love beauty? Is love youth? Is love yellow hair or black? Is love the rose upon the lip or the peach blossom in the cheek, that only the young may call it theirs? Is it an outward grace, which can live but so long as the other outward graces are its companions, to perish when the first grey hair streaks the dark locks? Is it a glass, shivered by the first shock of care as a mirror by a sword-stroke? Is it a painted mask, washed colourless by the first rain of autumn tears? Is it a flower, so tender that it must perish miserably in the frosty rime of earliest winter? Is love the accident of youth, the complement of a fresh complexion, the corollary of a light step, the physical concomitant of swelling pulses and unstrained sinews? Keyork Arabian laughed softly. Unorna was grave and looked up into his face, resting her chin upon her hand. "If that is love, if that is the idol of your shrine, the vision of your dreams, the familiar genius of your earthly paradise, why then indeed he who worships by your side, and who would share the habitation of your happiness, must wear Absalom's anointed curls and walk with Agag's delicate step. What matter if he be but a half-witted puppet? He is fair. What matter if he be foolish, faithless, forgetful, inconstant, changeable as the tide of the sea? He is young. His youth shall cover all his deficiencies and wipe out all his sins. Imperial love, monarch and despot of the human soul, is become the servant of boys for the wage of a girl's first thoughtless kiss. If that is love, let it perish out of the world, with the bloom of the wood violet in spring, with the flutter of the bright moth in June, with the song of the nightingale and the call of the mockingbird, with all things that are fair and lovely and sweet but for a few short days. If that is love, why then love never made a wound, never left a scar, nor broke a heart in this easy-going rose-garden of a world. The rose blooms, blows, fades and withers and feels nothing. If that is love, we may yet all develop into passionless promoters of a flat and unprofitable commonwealth. The earth may yet be changed to a sweetmeat for us to feed on, and the sea to sugary lemonade for us to drink, as the mad philosopher foretold, and we may yet all be happy after love has left us." Unorna smiled, while he laughed again. "Good," she said. "You tell me what love is not, but you have not told me what it is." "Love is the immortal essence of mortal passion. Together they are as soul and body, one being. Separate them, and the body without the soul is a monster. The soul without the body is no longer human, nor earthly, nor real to us at all, though still divine. Love is the world's maker, master, and destroyer, the magician whose word can change water to blood and blood to fire, the dove to a serpent, and the serpent to a dove. Aye, and can make of that same dove an eagle, with an eagle's beak and talons and air-cleaving wing-stroke. Love is the spirit of life and the angel of death. He speaks, and the thorny wilderness of the lonely heart is become a paradise of flowers. He is silent, and the garden is but a blackened desert over which a destroying flame has passed in the arms of the east wind. Love stands at the gateway of each human soul, holding in his hands a rose and a drawn sword. The sword is for the many, the rose for the one." He sighed and was silent. Unorna looked at him curiously. "Have you ever loved, that you should talk like that?" she asked. He turned upon her almost fiercely. "Loved? Yes, as you can never love. As you, in your woman's heart, can never dream of loving. With every thought, with every fibre, with every pulse, with every breath. With a love that is burning the old oak through and through, root and branch, core and knot, to feathery ashes that you may scatter with a sigh, the only sigh you will ever breathe for me, Unorna. Have I loved? Can I love? Do I love today as I loved yesterday and shall love tomorrow? Ah, child, that you should ask that, with your angel's face, when I am in hell for you, when I would give my body to death and my soul to darkness for a touch of your hand, for as much kindness and gentleness in a word from your dear lips as you give the beggars in the street. When I would tear out my heart with my hands to feed the very dog that fawns on you, and who is more to you than I, because he is yours, and all that is yours I love and worship and adore." Unorna had looked up and smiled at first, believing that it was all but a comedy, as he had told her that it should be. But as he spoke, and the strong words chased each other in the torrent of his passionate speech, she was startled and surprised. There was a force in his language, a fiery energy in his look, a ring of half-desperate hope in his deep voice, which moved her to strange thoughts. His face, too, was changed and ennobled, his gestures larger, even his small stature ceased for once to seem dwarfish and gnome-like. "Keyork Arabian, is it possible that you love me?" she cried in her wonder. "Possible? True? There is neither truth nor possibility in anything else for me, in anything, in any one but you, Unorna. The service of my love fills the days and the nights and the years with you, fills the world with you only, makes heaven to be on earth, since heaven is but the air that is made bright with your breath, as the temple of all temples is but the spot whereon your dear feet stand. The light of life is where you are, the darkness of death is everywhere where you are not. But I am condemned to die, cut off, predestined to be lost, for you have no pity, Unorna. You cannot find it in you to be sorry for the poor old man whose last pulse will beat for you, whose last word will be your name, whose last look upon your beauty will end the dream in which he lived his life. What can it be to you that I love you so? Why should it be anything to you? When I am gone, with the love of you in my heart, Unorna, when they have buried the ugly old body out of your sight, you will not even remember that I was once your companion, still less that I knelt before you, that I kissed the ground on which you stood, that I loved you as men love whose hearts are breaking, that I touched the hem of your garment and was for one moment young, that I besought you to press my hand but once, with one thought of kindness, with one last and only word of human pity." He broke off suddenly, and there was a tremor in his voice which lent intense expression to the words. He was kneeling upon one knee beside Unorna, but between her and the light, so that she saw his face indistinctly. She could not but pity him. She took his outstretched hand in hers. "Poor Keyork," she said, very kindly and gently. "How could I have ever guessed all this?" "It would have been exceedingly strange if you had," answered Keyork in a tone that made her start. Then a magnificent peal of bass laughter rolled through the room, as the gnome sprang suddenly to his feet. "Did I not warn you?" asked Keyork, standing back and contemplating Unorna's surprised face with delight. "Did I not tell you that I was going to make love to you? That I was old and hideous and had everything against me? That it was all a comedy for your amusement? That there was to be nothing but deception from beginning to end? That I was a decrepit owl screeching at the moon, and many other things to a similar effect?" Unorna smiled somewhat thoughtfully. "You are the greatest of great actors, Keyork Arabian. There is something diabolical about you. I sometimes almost think that you are the devil himself." "Perhaps I am," suggested the little man cheerfully. "Do you know that there is a horror about all this?" Unorna rose to her feet. Her smile had vanished, and she seemed to feel cold. As though nothing had happened, Keyork began to make his daily examination of his sleeping patient, applying his thermometer to the body, feeling the pulse, listening to the beatings of the heart with his stethoscope, gently drawing down the lower lid of one of the eyes to observe the color of the membrane, and, in a word, doing all those things which he was accustomed to do under the circumstances with a promptness and briskness which showed how little he feared that the old man would wake under his touch. He noted some of the results of his observations in a pocket-book. Unorna stood still and watched him. "Do you remember ever to have been in the least degree like other people?" she asked, speaking after a long silence, as he was returning his notes to his pocket. "I believe not," he answered. "Nature spared me that indignity, or denied me that happiness, as you may look at it. I am not like other people, as you justly remark. I need not say that it is the other people who are the losers." "The strange thing is "that you should be able to believe so much of yourself when you find it so hard to believe good of your fellow men." "I object to the expression 'fellow men,'" returned Keyork promptly. "I dislike phrases, and generally maxims as a whole, and all their component parts. A woman must have invented that particular phrase of yours in order to annoy a man she disliked." "And why, if you please?" "Because no one ever speaks of fellow women. The question of woman's duty to man has been amply discussed since the days of Menes the Thinite, but no one ever heard of a woman's duty to her fellow women. Unless, indeed, her duty is to try and outdo them by fair means or foul. Then why talk of man and his fellow men? I can put the wisest rule of life into 2 short phrases." "Give me the advantage of your wisdom." "The first rule is, beware of women." "And the second?" "Beware of men," laughed the little sage. "Observe the simplicity and symmetry. Each rule has 3 words, 2 of which are the same in each, so that you have the result of the whole world's experience at your disposal at the comparatively small expenditure of 1 verb, 1 preposition, and 2 nouns." "There is little room for love in your system," remarked Unorna. "For such love, for instance, as you described to me a few minutes ago." "There is too much room for it in yours," retorted Keyork. "Your system is constantly traversed in all directions by bodies, sometimes nebulous and sometimes fiery, which move in unknown orbits at enormous rates of speed. In astronomy they call them comets, and astronomers would be much happier without them." "I am not an astronomer." "Fortunately for the peace of the solar system. You have been sending your comets dangerously near to our sick planet," he added, pointing to the sleeper. "If you do it again, he will break up into asteroids. To use that particularly disagreeable and suggestive word invented by men, he will die." "He seems no worse," said Unorna, contemplating the massive, peaceful face. "I do not like the word 'seems,'" answered Keyork. "It is the refuge of inaccurate persons, unable to distinguish between facts and appearances." "You object to everything today. Are there any words which I may use without offending your sense of fitness in language?" "None which do not express a willing affirmation of all I say. I will receive any original speech on your part at the point of the sword. You have done enough damage today, without being allowed the luxury of dismembering common sense. Seems, you say? By all that is holy, by Eblis, Ahriman, and the 3 black angels! He is worse, and there is no seeming. The heat is greater, the pulse is weaker, the heart flutters like a sick bird." Unorna's face showed her anxiety. "I am sorry," she said in a low voice. "Sorry? No doubt you are. It remains to be seen whether your sorrow can be utilized as a simple, or macerated in tears to make a tonic, or sublimated to produce a corrosive which will destroy the canker, death. But be sorry by all means. It occupies your mind without disturbing me, or injuring the patient. Be sure that if I can find an active application for your sentiment, I will give you the rare satisfaction of being useful." "You have the art of being the most intolerably disagreeable of living men when it pleases you." "When you displease me, you should say. I warn you that if he dies, our friend here, I will make further studies in the art of being unbearable to you. You will certainly be surprised by the result." "Nothing that you could say or do would surprise me." "Indeed? We shall see." "I will leave you to your studies, then. I have been here too long as it is." She moved and arranged the pillow under the head of the sleeping giant and adjusted the folds of his robe. Her touch was tender and skillful in spite of her ill-suppressed anger. Then she turned away and went towards the door. Keyork Arabian watched her until her hand was upon the latch. His sharp eyes twinkled, as though he expected something amusing to occur. "Unorna," he said suddenly, in an altered voice. She stopped and looked back. "Well?" "Do not be angry, Unorna. Do not go away like this." Unorna turned, almost fiercely, and came back a step. "Keyork Arabian, do you think you can play upon me as on an instrument? Do you suppose that I will come and go at your word like a child, or like a dog? Do you think you can taunt me at one moment, and flatter me the next, and find my humor always at your command?" The gnome-like little man looked down, made a sort of inclination of his short body, and laid his hand upon his heart. "I was never presumptuous, my dear lady. I never had the least intention of taunting you, as you express it, and as for your humor, can you suppose that I could expect to command where it is only mine to obey?" "It is of no use to talk in that way," said Unorna haughtily. "I am not prepared to be deceived by your comedy this time." "Nor I to play one. Since I have offended you, I ask your pardon. Forgive the expression for the sake of the meaning, the thoughtless word for the sake of the unworded thought." "How cleverly you turn and twist both thoughts and words." "Do not be so unkind, dear friend." "Unkind to you? I wish I had the secret of some unkindness that you should feel." "The knowledge of what I can feel is mine alone," answered Keyork with a touch of sadness. "I am not a happy man. The world, for me, holds but one interest and one friendship. Destroy the one, or embitter the other, and Keyork's remnant of life becomes but a foretaste of death." "And that interest, that friendship, where are they?" asked Unorna, in a tone still bitter, but less scornful than before. "Together, in this room, and both in danger, the one through your young haste and impetuosity, the other through my wretched weakness in being made angry. Forgive me, Unorna, as I ask forgiveness." "Your repentance is too sudden. It savors of the death-bed." "Small wonder, when my life is in the balance." "Your life?" She uttered the question incredulously, but not without curiosity. "My life, and for your word," he answered earnestly. He spoke so impressively and in so solemn a tone that Unorna's face became grave. She advanced another step towards him, and laid her hand upon the back of the chair in which she previously had sat. "We must understand each other, today or never," she said. "Either we must part and abandon the great experiment, for if we part it must be abandoned." "We cannot part, Unorna." "Then, if we are to be associates and companions—" "Friends," said Keyork in a low voice. "Friends? Have you laid the foundation for a friendship between us? You say that your life is in the balance. That is a figure of speech, I suppose. Or has your comedy another act? I can believe well enough that your greatest interest in life lies there, upon that couch asleep. I know that you can do nothing without me, as you know it yourself. But in your friendship I can never trust, never. Still less can I believe that any words of mine can affect your happiness, unless they be those you need for the experiment itself. Those, at least, I have not refused to pronounce." While she was speaking, Keyork began to walk up and down the room, in evident agitation, twisting his fingers and bending down his head. "My accursed folly!" he exclaimed, as though speaking to himself. "My damnable ingenuity in being odious! It is not to be believed. That a man of my age should think one thing and say another, like a tetchy girl or a spoilt child. The stupidity of the thing! And then to have the idiotic utterances of the tongue registered and judged as a confession of faith, or rather of faithlessness. But it is only just, it is only right. Keyork Arabian's self is ruined again by Keyork Arabian's vile speeches, which have no more to do with his self than the clouds on earth have with the sun above them. Ruined, ruined, lost this time. Cut off from the only living being he respects, the only being whose respect he covets, sent back to die in his loneliness, to perish like a friendless beast as he is, to the funereal music of his own impressible snarling. to growl himself out of the world, like a broken-down old tiger in the jungle, after scaring away all possible peace and happiness and help with his senseless growls. Ugh! It is perfectly just. It is absolutely right and supremely horrible to think of. A fool to the last, Keyork, as you always were. And who would make a friend of such a fool? Unorna leaned upon the back of the chair watching him, and wondering whether, after all, he were not in earnest this time. He jerked out his sentences excitedly, striking his hands together and then swinging his arms in strange gestures. His tone, as he gave utterance to his incoherent self-condemnation, was full of sincere conviction and of anger against himself. He seemed not to see Unorna, nor to notice her presence in the room. Suddenly he stopped, looked at her, and came towards her. His manner became very humble. "You are right, my dear lady," he said. "I have no claim to your forbearance for my outrageous humours. I have offended you, insulted you, spoken to you as no man should speak to any woman. I cannot even ask you to forgive me, and if I tell you that I am sorry, you will not believe me. Why should you? But you are right. This cannot go on. Rather than run the risk of again showing you my abominable temper, I will go away." His voice trembled, and his bright eyes seemed to grow dull and misty. "Let this be our parting," he continued, as though mastering his emotion. "I have no right to ask anything, and yet I ask this of you. When I have left you, when you are safe forever from my humours and my tempers and myself, then do not think unkindly of Keyork Arabian. He would have seemed the friend he is, but for his unruly tongue." Unorna hesitated a moment. Then she put out her hand, convinced of his sincerity in spite of herself. "Let bygones be bygones, Keyork," she said. "You must not go, for I believe you." At the words, the light returned to his eyes, and a look of ineffable beatitude overspread the face which could be so immovably expressionless. "You are as kind as you are good, Unorna, and as good as you are beautiful," he said, and with a gesture which would have been courtly in a man of nobler stature, but which was almost grotesque in such a dwarf, he raised her fingers to his lips. This time no peal of laughter followed to destroy the impression he had produced upon Unorna. She let her hand rest in his a few seconds, and then gently withdrew it. "I must be going," she said. "So soon?" exclaimed Keyork regretfully. "There were many things I had wished to say to you today, but if you have no time—" "I can spare a few minutes," answered Unorna, pausing. "What is it?" "One thing is this." His face had again become impenetrable as a mask of old ivory, and he spoke in his ordinary way. "This is the question. I was in the Tain Kirke before I came here." "In a church!" exclaimed Unorna in some surprise, and with a slight smile. "I frequently go to church," answered Keyork gravely. "While there, I met an old acquaintance of mine, a strange fellow whom I have not seen for years. The world is very small. He is a great traveller, a wanderer through the world." Unorna looked up quickly, and a very slight colour appeared in her cheeks. "Who is he?" she asked, trying to seem indifferent. "What is his name?" "His name? It is strange, but I cannot recall it. He is very tall, and wears a dark beard, has a pale, thoughtful face. But I need not describe him, for he told me that he had been with you this morning. That is not the point." He spoke carelessly, and scarcely glanced at Unorna while speaking. "What of him?" she inquired, trying to seem as indifferent as her companion. "He is a little mad, poor man, that is all. It struck me that, if you would, you might save him. I know something of his story, though not much. He once loved a young girl, now doubtless dead, but whom he still believes to be alive, and he spends, or wastes, his life in a useless search for her. You might cure him of the delusion." "How do you know that the girl is dead?" "She died in Egypt 4 years ago," answered Keyork. "They had taken her there in the hope of saving her, for she was at death's door already, poor child." "But if you convince him of that—" "There is no convincing him, and if he were really convinced, he would die himself. I used to take an interest in the man, and I know that you could cure him in a simpler and safer way, but of course it lies with you." "If you wish it, I will try," Unorna answered, turning her face from the light. "But he will probably not come back to me." "He will. I advised him very strongly to come back, very strongly indeed. I hope I did right. Are you displeased?" "Not at all." Unorna laughed a little. "And if he comes, how am I to convince him that he is mistaken and that the girl is dead?" "That is very simple. You will hypnotize him. He will yield very easily, and you will suggest to him very forcibly to forget the girl's existence. You can suggest to him to come back tomorrow and the next day, or as often as you please, and you can renew the suggestion each time. In a week he will have forgotten, as you know people can forget, entirely, totally, without hope of recalling what is lost." "That is true," said Unorna in a low voice. "Are you sure that the effect will be permanent?" she asked with sudden anxiety. "A case of the kind occurred in Hungary last year. The cure was effected in Pest. I was reading it only a few months ago. The oblivion was still complete as long as 6 months after the treatment, and there seems no reason to suppose that the patient's condition will change. I thought it might interest you to try it." "It will interest me extremely. I am very grateful to you for telling me about him." Unorna had watched her companion narrowly during the conversation, expecting him to betray his knowledge of a connection between the wanderer's visit and the strange question she had been asking of the sleeper when Keyork had surprised her. She was agreeably disappointed in this, however. He spoke with a calmness and ease of manner which disarmed suspicion. "I am glad I did right," said he. He stood at the foot of the couch upon which the sleeper was lying, and looked thoughtfully and intently at the calm features. "We shall never succeed in this way," he said at last. "This condition may continue indefinitely, till you are old, and until I am older than I am by many years. He may not grow weaker, but he cannot grow stronger. Theories will not renew tissues." Unorna looked up. "That has always been the question," she answered. "At least, you have told me so. Will lengthened rest and perfect nourishment alone give a new impulse to growth, or will they not?" "They will not. I am sure of it now. We have arrested decay, or made it so slow as to be imperceptible. But we have made many attempts to renew the old frame, and we are no farther advanced than we were nearly 4 years ago. Theories will not make tissues." "What will?" "Blood," answered Keyork Arabian very softly. "I have heard of that being done for young people in illness," said Unorna. "It has never been done as I would do it," replied the gnome, shaking his head and gathering his great beard in his hand as he gazed at the sleeper. "What would you do?" "I would make it constant for a day, or for a week if I could. A constant circulation. The young heart and the old should beat together. It could be done in the lethargic sleep. An artery and a vein and an artery. I have often thought of it. It could not fail. The new young blood would create new tissue, because it would itself constantly be renewed in the young body which is able to renew it, only expending itself in the old. The old blood would itself become young again as it passed to the younger man." "A man!" exclaimed Unorna. "Of course. An animal would not do, because you could not produce the lethargy nor make use of suggestion for healing purposes." "But it would kill him." "Not at all, as I would do it, especially if the young man were very strong and full of life. When the result is obtained, an antiseptic ligature, suggestion of complete healing during sleep, proper nourishment such as we are giving at present, by recalling the patient to the hypnotic state, sleep again, and so on. In 48 hours your young man would be waked and would never know what had happened to him, unless he felt a little older, by nervous sympathy," added the sage with a low laugh. "Are you perfectly sure of what you say?" asked Unorna eagerly. "Absolutely. I have examined the question for years. There can be no doubt of it. Food can maintain life, blood alone can renew it." "Have you everything you need here?" inquired Unorna. "Everything. There is no hospital in Europe that has the appliances we have prepared for every emergency." He looked at her face curiously. It was ghastly pale with excitement. The pupil of her brown eye was so widely expanded that the iris looked black, while the aperture of the grey one was contracted to the size of a pin's head, so that the effect was almost that of a white and sightless ball. "You seem interested," said the gnome. "Would such a man as Israel Kafka answer the purpose?" she asked. "Admirably," replied the other, beginning to understand. "Keyork Arabian," whispered Unorna, coming close to him and bending down to his ear. "Israel Kafka is alone under the palm tree where I always sit. He is asleep, and he will not wake." The gnome looked up and nodded gravely, but she was gone almost before she had finished speaking the words. "As upon an instrument," said the little man, quoting Unorna's angry speech. "Truly I can play upon you, but it is a strange music." Half an hour later Unorna returned to her place among the flowers, but Israel Kafka was gone. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 7. The Wanderer, when Keyork Arabian had left him, had intended to revisit Unorna without delay, but he had not proceeded far in the direction of her house when he turned out of his way and entered a deserted street which led towards the river. He walked slowly, drawing his furs closely about him, for it was very cold. He found himself in one of those moments of life in which the presentiment of evil almost paralyzes the mind's power of making any decision. In general, a presentiment is but a result upon the consciousness of conscious or unconscious fear. This fear is very often the natural consequence of the reaction which in melancholy natures comes almost inevitably after a sudden and unexpected satisfaction, or after a period in which the hopes of the individual have been momentarily raised by some unforeseen circumstance. It is by no means certain that hope is of itself a good thing. The wise and mournful soul prefers the blessedness of that non-expectancy which shall not be disappointed, to the exhilarating pleasures of an anticipation which may prove empty. In this matter lies one of the great differences between the normal moral state of the heathen and that of the Christian. The Greek hoped for all things in this world and for nothing in the next. The Christian, on the contrary, looks for a happiness to come hereafter, while fundamentally denying the reality of any earthly joy whatsoever in the present. Man, however, is so constituted as to find it almost impossible to put faith in either bliss alone, without helping his belief by borrowing some little refreshment from the hope of the other. The wisest of the Greeks believed the soul to be immortal. The sternest of the Christians cannot forget that once or twice in his life he had been contemptibly happy, and condemns himself for secretly wishing that he might be as happy again before it's all over. Faith is the evidence of things unseen, but hope is the unreasoning belief that unseen things may soon become evident. The definition of faith puts earthly disappointment out of the question. That of hope introduces into human affairs as a constant and imminent probability. The development of psychologic research in our day has proved beyond a doubt that individuals of a certain disposition may be conscious of events that are actually occurring or which have recently occurred at a great distance, but it has not shown satisfactorily that things yet to happen are foreshadowed by that restless condition of the sensibilities which we call presentiment. We may, and perhaps must admit, that all is or has been produces a real perceptible impression upon all else, that is. But there is as yet no good reason for believing that an impression of what shall be can be conveyed by anticipation without reasoning to the mind of man. But though the realization of a presentiment may be as doubtful as any event depending upon chance alone, yet the immense influence which a mere presentiment may exercise is too well known to be denied. The human intelligence has a strong tendency to believe in its own reasoning, of which indeed the results are often more accurate and reliable than those reached by the physical perceptions alone. The problems which can be correctly solved by inspection are few indeed compared with those which fall within the province of logic. Man trusts to his reason, and then often confounds the impressions produced by his passions with the results gained by semi-conscious deduction. His love, his hate, his anger creates fears, and these supply him with presentiments which he is inclined to accept as so many well-reasoned grounds of action. If he is often deceived, he becomes aware of his mistake, and, going to the other extreme, considers a presentiment as a sort of warning that the contrary of what he expects will take place. If he chances to be often right, he grows superstitious. The lonely man who was pacing the icy pavement of the deserted street on that bitter winter's day felt the difficulty very keenly. He would not yield, and he could not advance. His heart was filled with forebodings which his wisdom bade him treat with indifference, while his passion gave them new weight and new horror with every minute that passed. He had seen with his eyes and heard with his ears. Beatrice had been before him, and her voice had reached him among the voices of thousands. But now, since the hours had passed, he had not found her. It was as though he had been near her in a dream, and the strong certainty took hold of him that she was dead, that he had looked upon her wraith in the shadowy church. He was a strong man, not accustomed to distrust his senses, and his reason opposed itself instantly to the suggestion of the supernatural. He had many times, on entering a new city, felt himself suddenly elated by the irresistible belief that his search was at an end, and that within a few hours he must inevitably find her whom he had sought so long. Often as he passed through the gates of some vast burying place, he had almost hesitated to walk through the silent ways, feeling all at once convinced that upon the very first headstone he was about to see the name that was ever in his heart. But the expectation of final defeat, like the anticipation of final success, had always been deceived. Neither living nor dead had he found her. Two common reasonable possibilities lay before him, and two only. He had either seen Beatrice or he had not. If she had really been in the Tienkirche, she was in the city and not far from him. If she had not been there, he had been deceived by an accidental but extraordinary light. With the logical concatenation of cause and effect, there was no room for any other supposition, and it followed that his course was perfectly clear. He must continue his search until he should find the person he had seen, and the result would be conclusive, for he would again see the same face and hear the same voice. Reason told him that he had in all likelihood been mistaken after all. Reason reminded him that the church had been dark, the multitude of worshippers closely crowded together, the voices that sang almost innumerable, and wholly undistinguishable from each other. Reason showed him a throng of possibilities, all pointing to an error of his perceptions, and all in direct contradiction with the one fact which his loving instinct held for true. The fear of evil, the presentiment of death, defied logic, and put its own construction and interpretation upon the strange event. He neither believed nor desired to believe in a supernatural visitation, yet the inexplicable certainty of having seen a ghostly vision overwhelmed reason and all her arguments. Beatrice was dead. Her spirit had passed in that solemn hour when the wanderer had stood in the dusky church. He had looked upon her shadowy wraith, and had heard the echo of a voice from beyond the stars, whose crystal tones already swelled the divine harmony of an angelic strain. The impression was so strong at first as to be but one step removed from conviction. The shadow of a great mourning fell upon him, of grief too terrible for words, too solemn for tears, too strong to find any expression save in death itself. He walked heavily, bending his head, his eyes half closed, as though in bodily pain. The icy pavement rang like iron under his tread. The frozen air pierced through him as his sorrow pierced his heart. The gloom of the fast sinking winter's day deepened as the darkness in his own soul. He, who was always alone, knew at last what loneliness could mean. For she had lived, she had been with him always, a living, breathing woman, visible to his inner eyes, speaking to his inward hearing, waking his sleepless love. He had sought her with a restless haste and untiring strength through the length and breadth of the whole world, but yet she had never left him. He had never been separated from her for one moment. Never, in the years of his wandering, had he entered the temple of his heart without finding her in its most holy place. Men told him that she was dead, but he had looked within himself and seen that she was still alive. The dread of reading her sacred name carved upon the stone that covered her resting place had chilled him and made his sight tremble. But he had entered the shrine of his soul and had found her again, untouched by death, unchanged by years, living, loved, and loving. But now, when he shut out the dismal street from view and went to the sanctuary and kneeled upon the threshold, he saw but a dim vision as of something lying upon the altar in the dark, something shrouded in white, something shapely yet shapeless, something that had been and was not any more. He reached the end of the street, but he felt a reluctance to leave it, and turned back again, walking still more slowly and heavily than before. So far as any outward object or circumstance could be said to be in harmony with his mood, the dismal lane, the failing light, the bitter air, were at that moment sympathetic to him. The tomb itself is not more sepulchral than certain streets and places in Prague on a dark winter's afternoon. In the certainty that the last and the greatest of misfortunes had befallen him, the wanderer turned back into the gloomy byway as the pale, wreathing ghosts, fearful of the sharp daylight and the distant voices of men, sink back at dawn into the graves out of which they have slowly risen to the outer air in the silence of the night. Death, the arch-steward of eternity, walks the bounds of man's entailed estate, and the headstones of men's graves are landmarks in the great possession committed to his stewardship, enclosing within their narrow ring the wretched plot of land which makes up all of life's inheritance. From ever to always the generations of men do bondsman's service in that single field, plough it and sow it, and harrow it and water it, to lay the sickle to the ripe corn, if so be that their serfdom falls in the years of plenty and the ear is full, to eat the bread of tears, if their season of servitude be required of them in a time of scarcity and famine. Bondsmen of death from birth, they are sent forth out of the sublime silence of the pathless forest which hems in the open globe land of the present, and which is eternity, past and to come. Bondsmen of death from youth to age, they join in the labour of the field. They plough, they sow, they reap. Perhaps tears they shed many, and of laughter there is also a little amongst them. Bondsmen of death to the last, they are taken in the end when they have served their tale of years, many or few, and they are led from furrow and grassland, willing or unwilling, mercifully or cruelly, to the utmost boundary, and they are thrust out quickly into the darkness whence they came, for their place is already filled, and the new husbandman their children have in their turn come into the field, to eat of the fruit they sowed, to sow in turn a seed of which they themselves shall not see the harvest, whose sheaves others shall bind, whose ears others shall thresh, and of whose corn others shall make bread after. With our eyes we may yet see the graves of 200 generations of men, whose tombs serve but to mark that boundary more clearly, whose fierce warfare when they fought against the master could not drive back that limit by a handbreadth, whose uncomplaining labour, when they accepted their lot patiently, earned them not one scant foot of soil wherewith to broaden their inheritance as a reward for their submission. And of them all neither man nor woman was ever forgotten in the day of reckoning, nor was one suffered to linger in the light. Death will bury 1,000 generations more in graves as deep, strengthening year by year the strong chain of his grim landmarks. He will remember us every one when the time comes. To some of us he will vouchsafe a peaceful end, but some shall pass away in mortal agony, and some shall be dragged unconscious to the other side. But all must go. Some shall not see him till he is at hand, and some shall dream of him in a year-long dreams of horror, to be taken unawares at the last. He will remember us every one, and will come to us, and the place of our rest shall be marked for centuries, for years, or for seconds, for each a stone, or a few green sods laid upon a mound beneath the sky, or the ripple on a changing wave when the loaded sack has slipped from the smooth plank, and the sound of a dull splash has died away in the wind. There be strong men as well as weak, who shudder and grow cold when they think of that yet undated day, which must close with its black letter their calendar of joy and sorrow. There are weaklings as well as giants, who fear death for those they love, but who fear not anything else at all. The Master treats courage and cowardice alike. Achilles and Thersites must alike perish, and none will be so bold as to say that he can tell the dust of the misshapen varlet from the ashes of the swift-footed destroyer, whose hair was once so bright, whose eyes were so fierce, whose mighty heart was so slothless, so wrathful, so inexorable, and so brave. The Wanderer was one of those who dread nothing, save for the one dearly beloved object, but who, when that fear is once aroused by a real or an imaginary danger, can suffer in one short moment the agony which should be distributed through a whole lifetime. The magnitude of his passion could lend to the least thought or presentiment connected with it the force of a fact and the overwhelming weight of a real calamity. In order to feel any great or noble passion, a man must have an imagination both great and sensitive in at least one direction. The execution of a rare melody demands as a prime condition an instrument of wide compass and delicate construction, and one of even more rich and varied capabilities is needed to render those grand harmonies which are woven in the modulation of sonorous chords. A skilful hand may draw a scale from wooden blocks set upon ropes of straw, but the great musician must hold the violin, must feel the keys of the organ under his fingers and the responsive pedals at his feet, before he can expect to interpret fittingly the immortal thought of the composer. The strings must vibrate in perfect tune. The priceless wood must be seasoned and penetrated with the melodies of years and scores of years. The latent music must be already trembling to be free before the hand that draws the bow can command the ears and hearts of those who hear. So too love, the chief musician of this world, must find an instrument worthy of his touch before he can show all his power, and make heart and soul ring with the lofty strains of a sublime passion. Not everyone knows what love means. Few indeed know all that love can mean. There is no more equality among men than there is likeness between them, and no two are alike. The many have little, the few have much. To the many is given the faint perception of higher things, which is either the vestige or the promise of a nobler development, past or yet to come. As through a veil they see the line of beauty which is not theirs to trace. As in a dream, they hear the succession of sweet tones, which they themselves never bring together, though their half-grown instinct feels a vague satisfaction in the sequence as from another world. They listen to the poet's song, wondering, admiring, but powerless over the great instrument of human speech, from whose 15,000 keys their touch can draw but the dull, tuneless prose of daily question and answer, as in a mirage of things unreal. They see the great deeds that are done in their time for love or hate, for race or country, for ambition and for vengeance. But though they see the result and know that the motive, the inward meaning and spirit of it all escapes them, it is theirs to be, and existence is in itself their all. To think, to create, to act, to feel can only be for the few. To one is given the transcendent genius that turns the very stones along life's road to precious gems of thought, whose gift it is to find speech in dumb things and eloquence in the ideal half of the living world, to whom sorrow is a melody and joy sweet music, to whom the humblest effort of a humble life can furnish an immortal lyric, and in whom one thought of the divine can inspire a sublime hymn. Another stoops and takes a handful of clay from the earth, and with the pressure of his fingers moulds it into the reality of an unreal image seen in dreams. Or standing before the vast rough block of marble, he sees within the mass the perfection of a faultless form. He lays the chisel to the stone, the mallet strikes the steel. One by one the shapeless fragments fly from the shapely limbs, the matchless curves are uncovered, the breathing mouth smiles through the petrification of 1,000 ages, the shroud of stone falls from the godlike brow, and the Hermes of Olympia stands forth in all his deathless beauty. Another is born to the heritage of this world's power, foredestined to rule and fated to destroy. The naked sword of destiny lies in his cradle. The axe of a kingmaker awaits the awakening of his strength. The sceptre of supreme empire hangs within his reach. Unknown, he dreams and broods over the future unheeded. He begins to move among his fellows. A smile, half of encouragement, half of indifference, greets his first effort. He advances a little further, and thoughtful men look grave. Another step, and suddenly all mankind cries out and faces him, and would beat him back. But it is too late. One struggle more, and the hush of a great and unknown fear falls on the wrangling nations. They are silent, and the world is his. He is the man who, already thinking when others have scarcely begun to feel, who is creating before the thoughts of his rivals have reached any conclusion, who acts suddenly, terribly, and irresistibly, before their creations have received life. And yet the greatest and the richest inheritance of all is not his, for it has fallen to another, to the man of heart, and it is the inheritance of the kingdom of love. In all ages the reason of the world has been at the mercy of brute force. The reign of law has never had more than a passing reality, and never can have more than that so long as man is human. The individual intellect and the aggregate intelligence of nations and races have alike perished in the struggles of mankind, to revive again indeed, but as surely to be again put to the edge of the sword. Here and there great thoughts and great masterpieces have survived the martyrdom of a thinker, the extinction of a school, the death of a poet, the wreck of a high civilization. Socrates is murdered with the creed of immortality on his very lips. Hardly had he spoken the wonderful words recorded in the Phaedo, when the fatal poison sent its deathly chill through his limbs. The Greeks are gone, yet the Hermes of Olympia remains mutilated and maimed, indeed, but faultless still, and still supreme. The very name of Homer is grown well nigh as mythic as his blindness. There are those today who, standing by the grave of William Shakespeare, say boldly that he was not the creator of the works that bear his name. And still, through the centuries, Achilles wanders lonely by the shore of the sounding sea, Paris loves, and Helen is false. Ajax raves, and Odysseus steers his sinking ship through the raging storm. Still Hamlet the avenger swears, hesitates, kills at last, and then himself is slain. Romeo sighs in the ivory moonlight, and love-bound Juliet hears the triumphant lark carolling his ringing hymn high in the cool morning air, and says it is the nightingale. The mortals all, the marble god, the Greek, the Dane, the lovesick boy, the maiden foredoomed to death. But how short is the roll call of these deathless ones! Through what raging floods of destruction have they lived? Through what tempests have they been tossed? Upon what inhospitable shores have they been cast up by the changing tides of time? Since they were called to life by the great, half nameless departed, how often has their very existence been forgotten by all but a score of tens of millions? Has it been given to those embodied thoughts of transcendent genius to ride in the whirlwind of man's passions, or to direct the stormy warfare of half-frantic nations? Since they were born in all their bright perfection, to live on in unchanging beauty, violence has ruled the world. Many a time since then the sword has mown down its harvest of thinkers. Many a time has the iron harrow of war torn up and scarred the face of the earth. Athens still stands in broken loveliness, and the Tiber still rolls away its tawny waters heavily through Rome. But Rome and Athens are today but places of departed spirits. They are no longer the seats of life. Their broken hearts are petrified. All men see the ports through which the blood flowed to the throbbing centre, the traces of the mighty arteries through which it was driven to the ends of the earth. But the blood is dried up, the hearts are broken, and though in their story ruins those dead world hearts would be grander and more enduring than any which in our time are wholly beating, but yet neither their endurance nor their grandeur have saved them from man the destroyer. Nor was the beauty of their thoughts, or the thoughtfully devised machinery of their civilization, a shield against a few score thousand rough-hammered blades, wielded by rough-hewn mortals who reck neither of intellect nor of civilization, nor yet of beauty, but being very human men, full of terribly strong and human passions. Look where you will throughout the length and breadth of all that was the world 5,000 or 500 years ago. Everywhere passion has swept through it before, and belief, reason. And we too, with our reason and our thoughts, shall be swept from existence and the memory of it. Is this the age of reason? And is this the reign of law? In the midst of this civilization of ours, 3 millions of men lay down nightly by their arms, men trained to handle rifle and sword, taught to destroy and do nothing else, and nearly as many more wait but a summons to leave their homes and join the ranks. It is often said that we are on the eve of a universal war. At the command of a few individuals, at the touch of a few wires, more than 5 millions of men in the very prime and glory of strength, armed as men never were armed since time began, will arise and kill civilization and thought, as both the one and the other have been slain before by fewer hands and less deadly weapons. Is this the reason, or is this the law? Passion rules the world, and rules alone. And passion is neither of the head nor of the hand, but of the heart. Passion cares nothing for the mind. Love, hate, ambition, anger, avarice either make a slave of intelligence to serve their impulses, or break down its important opposition with the unanswerable arguments of brute force, and tear it to pieces with iron hands. Love is the first, the greatest, the gentlest, the most cruel, the most irresistible of passions. In his least form he is mighty. A little love has destroyed many a great friendship. The merest outward semblance of love has made such havoc as no intellect could repair. The reality has made heroes and martyrs, traitors and murderers, whose names will not be forgotten, for glory or for shame. Helen is not the only woman whose smile has kindled the beacon of a 10 years' war, nor Antony the only man who has lost the world for a caress. It may be that the Helen who shall work our destination is even now twisting and braiding her golden hair. It may be that the new Antony, who is to lose this same old world again, already stands upon the steps of Cleopatra's throne. Love's day is not over yet, nor has man outgrown the love of a woman. But the power to love greatly is a gift, differing much in kind, though little in degree, from the inspiration of the poet, the genius of the artist, or the unerring instinct and eagle's glance of the conqueror. But conqueror, artist, and poet are moved by passion and not by reason, which is but their servant in so far as it can be commanded to move others, and their deadliest enemy when it would move themselves. Let the passion and the instrument but meet, being suited to each other, and all else must go down before them. Few indeed are they to whom it is given that rich inheritance, and they themselves alone know all their wealth and all their misery, all the boundless possibilities of happiness that are theirs, and all the dangers and terrors that beset their path. He who has won woman in the face of daring rivals, of enormous odds, of gigantic obstacles, knows what love means. He who has lost her, having loved her, alone has measured with his own soul the bitterness of earthly sorrow, the depth of total loneliness, the breadth of the wildness of despair. And he who has sorrowed long, who has long been alone, but who has watched the small twinkling ray still burning upon the distant border of his desert, the faint glimmer of a single star that was still above the horizon of despair, he can only tell what utter darkness can be upon the face of the earth when that last star has set forever. With it are gone suddenly the very quarters and cardinal points of life's chart. There is no longer any right hand or any left, or north or south, any rising of the sun or any going down, any forward or backward direction in his path, any heaven above or any hell below. The world has stood still, and there is no life in the thick black stillness. Death himself is dead, and one living man is forgotten behind. To mourn him as a lost friend, pray that some new destroyer, more sure of hand than death himself, may come striding through the awful silence, to make an end at last to the tormented spirit, to bear it swiftly to the place where the last star ceased to shine, and to let it down into the restful depths of an unremembering eternity. But into that place which is the soul of man no destroyer can penetrate. That solitary life neither the sword nor pestilence, nor age nor eternity can extinguish. The immortal memory no night can obscure. There was a beginning indeed, but end there can be none. Such a man was the wanderer, as he paced the deserted street in the cool, gloomy cold of the late day. Between his sight and the star of his own hope an impenetrable shadow had arisen, so that he saw it no more. The memory of Beatrice was more than ever distinct to his inner sense, but the sudden presentiment of her death, real in its working as any certainty, had taken the reality of her from the ground on which he stood. For that one link had still been between them. Somewhere, near or far, during all these years, she too had trodden the earth with her light footsteps, the same universal Mother Earth on which they both moved and lived. The very world was hers, since she was touching it, and to touch it in his turn was to feel her presence. For who could tell what hidden currents ran in the secret depths, or what mysterious interchange of sympathy might not be maintained through them? The air itself was hers, since she was somewhere breathing it. The stars, for she looked on them, the sun, for it warmed her, the cold of winter, for it chilled her too, the breezes of spring, for they fanned her pale cheek and cooled her dark brow, all had been hers, and at the thought that she had passed away, a cry of universal mourning broke out from the world she had left behind, and darkness descended upon all things as a funeral pall. Cold and dim the sad ancient city had seemed before, but it was a thousandfold more melancholy now, more black, more saturated with the gloom of ages. From time to time the wanderer raised his heavy lids, scarcely seeing what was before him. conscious of nothing but the horror which had so suddenly embraced his whole existence. Then, all at once, he was face to face with someone. A woman stood still in the way, a woman wrapped in rich furs, her features covered by a dark veil which could not hide the unequal fire of the unlike eyes so keenly fixed on his. "Have you found her?" asked the soft voice. "She is dead," answered the Wanderer, growing very white. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale, by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 8. During the short silence which followed, and while the two were still standing opposite to each other, the unhappy man's look did not change. Unorna saw that he was sure of what he said, and a thrill of triumph, as jubilant as his despair was profound, ran through her. If she had cared to reason with herself and to examine into her own sincerity, she would have seen that nothing but genuine passion, good or bad, could have lent the assurance of her rival's death such power to flood the dark street with sunshine. But she was already long past doubt upon that question. The enchanter had bound her heart with his spells at the first glance, and the wild nature was already on fire. For one instant the light shot from her eyes, and then sank again as quickly as it had come. She had other impulses than those of love, and subtle gifts of perception that condemned her to know the truth, even when the delusion was most glorious. He was himself deceived, and she knew it. Beatrice might, indeed, have died long ago. She could not tell. But as she sought in the recesses of his mind, she saw that he had no certainty of it. She saw the black presentiment between him and the image, for she could see the image too. She saw the rival she already hated, not receiving a vision of the reality, but perceiving it through his mind, as it had always appeared to him. For one moment she hesitated still, and she knew that her whole life was being weighed in the trembling balance of that hesitation. For one moment her face became an impenetrable mask, her eyes grew dull as uncut jewels, her breathing ceased, her lips were set like cold marble. Then the stony mask took life again, the sight grew keen, and a gentle sigh stirred the chilly air. "She is not dead." "Not dead!" The wanderer started, but fully 2 seconds after she had spoken, as a man struck by a bullet in battle, in whom the suddenness of the shock has destroyed the power of instantaneous sensation. "She is not dead. You have dreamed it," said Unorna, looking at him steadily. He pressed his hand to his forehead, and then moved it, as though brushing away something that troubled him. "Not dead? Not dead?" he repeated, in changing tones. "Come with me. I will show her to you." He gazed at her, and his senses reeled. Her words sounded like rarest music in his ear. In the darkness of his brain a soft light began to diffuse itself. "Is it possible? Have I been mistaken?" he asked in a low voice, as though speaking to himself. "Come," said Unorna again, very gently. "Whither? With you? How can you bring me to her? What power have you to lead the living to the dead?" "To the living. Come." "To the living, yes. I have dreamed an evil dream, a dream of death. She is not. No, I see it now. She is not dead. She is only very far from me, very, very far. And yet it was this morning. But I was mistaken, deceived by some faint likeness. Ah, God, I thought I knew her face. What is it that you want with me?" He asked the question as though again suddenly aware of Unorna's presence. She had lifted her veil, and her eyes drew his soul into their mysterious depths. "She calls you. Come." "She? She is not here. What can you know of her? Why do you look at me so?" He felt an unaccountable uneasiness under her gaze, like a warning of danger not far off. The memory of his meeting with her on that same morning was not clear at that moment, but he had not forgotten the odd disturbance of his faculties which had distressed him at the time. He was inclined to resist any return of the doubtful state and to oppose Unorna's influence. He felt the fascination of her glance, and he straightened himself rather proudly and coldly, as though to withdraw himself from it. It was certain that Unorna, at the surprise of meeting her, had momentarily dispelled the gloomy presentiment which had given him such terrible pain. And yet, even his disturbed and anxious consciousness found it more than strange that she should thus press him to go with her, and so boldly promise to bring him to the object of his search. He resisted her, and found that resistance was not easy. "And yet," said she, dropping her eyes and seeming to abandon the attempt, "you said that if you failed today you would come back to me. Have you succeeded, that you need no help?" "I have not succeeded." "And if I had not come to you, if I had not met you here, you would have failed for the last time. You would have carried with you the conviction of her death to the moment of your own." It was a horrible delusion, but since it was a delusion, it would have passed away in time. "With your life, perhaps. Who would have waked you if I had not?" "I was not sleeping. Why do you reason? What would you prove?" "Much, if I knew how. Will you walk with me? It is very cold." They had been standing where they had met. As she spoke, Unorna looked up with an expression wholly unlike the one he had seen a few moments earlier. Her strong will was suddenly veiled by the most gentle and womanly manner, and a little shiver, real or feigned, passed over her as she drew the folds of her fur more closely round her. The man before her could resist the aggressive manifestation of her power, but he was far too courteous to refuse her request. "Which way?" he asked quietly. "To the river," she answered. He turned and took his place by her side. For some moments they walked on in silence. It was already almost twilight. "How short the days are!" exclaimed Unorna, rather suddenly. "How long, even at their shortest," replied her companion. "They might be short, if you would." He did not answer her, though he glanced quickly at her face. She was looking down at the pavement before her, as though picking her way, for there were patches of ice upon the stones. She seemed very quiet. He could not guess that her heart was beating violently, and that she had found it hard to say 6 words in a natural tone. So far as he himself was concerned, he was in no humor for talking. He had seen almost everything in the world, and had read or heard almost everything that mankind had to say. The streets of Prague had no novelty for him, and there was no charm in the chance acquaintance of a beautiful woman, to bring words to his lips. Words had long since grown useless in the solitude of a life that was spent searching for one face among the millions that passed before his sight. Courtesy had bidden him to walk with her, because she had asked it, but courtesy did not oblige him to amuse her, he thought, and she had not the power that Keyork Arabian had to force him into conversation, least of all into conversing upon his own inner life. He regretted the few words he had spoken, and would have taken them back, had it been possible. He felt no awkwardness in the long silence. Unorna, for the first time in her life, felt that she had not full control of her faculties. She, who was always so calm, so thoroughly mistress of her own powers, whose judgment Keyork Arabian could deceive, but whose self-possession he could not move, except to anger, was at the present moment both weak and unbalanced. 10 minutes earlier she had fancied that it would be an easy thing to fix her eyes on his and to cast the veil of a half-sleep over his already half-dreaming senses. She had fancied that it would be enough to say "come," and that he would follow. She had formed the bold scheme of attaching him to herself by visions of the woman whom he loved, as she wished to be loved by him. She believed that if he were once in that state, she could destroy the old love forever, or even turn it to hate, at her will. And it had seemed easy. That morning, when he had first come to her, she had fastened her glance upon him more than once, and she had seen him turn a shade paler, had noticed the drooping of his lids and the relaxation of his hands. She had sought him in the street, guided by something surer than instinct. She had found him, had read his thoughts, and had felt him yielding to her fixed determination. Then suddenly her power had left her, and as she walked beside him, she knew that if she looked into his face she would blush and be confused like a shy girl. She almost wished that he would leave her without a word and without an apology. It was not possible, however, to prolong the silence much longer. A vague fear seized her. Had she really lost all her dominating strength in the first moments of the first sincere passion she had ever felt? Was she reduced to weakness by his presence, and unable so much as to sustain a fragmentary conversation, let alone suggesting to his mind the turn it should take? She was ashamed of her poverty of spirit in the emergency. She felt herself tongue-tied, and the hot blood rose to her face. He was not looking at her, but she could not help fancying that he knew her secret embarrassment. She hung her head and drew her veil down so that it should hide even her mouth. But her trouble increased with every moment, for each second made it harder to break the silence. She sought madly for something to say, and she knew that her cheeks were on fire. Anything would do, no matter what. The sound of her own voice, uttering the commonest of commonplaces, would restore her equanimity. But that simple, almost meaningless phrase would not be found. She would stammer, if she tried to speak, like a child that has forgotten its lesson and fears the schoolmaster as well as the laughter of its schoolmates. It would be so easy if he would say something instead of walking quietly by her side, suiting his pace to hers, shifting his position so that she might step upon the smoothest parts of the ill-paved street, and shielding her, as it were, from the passers-by. There was a courteous forethought for her convenience and safety in every movement of his, a something which a woman always feels when traversing a crowded thoroughfare by the side of a man who is a true gentleman in every detail of life, whether husband or friend or chance acquaintance. For the spirit of the man who is really thoughtful for a woman, as well as sincerely and genuinely respectful in his intercourse with them, is manifest in his smallest outward action. While every step she took increased the violence of the passion which had suddenly swept away her strength, every instant added to her confusion. She was taken out of the world in which she was accustomed to rule, and was suddenly placed in one where men are men and women are women, and in which social conventionalities hold sway. She began to be frightened. The walk must end, and at the end of it they must part. Since she had lost her power over him, he might go away, for there would be nothing to bring him to her. She wondered why he would not speak, and her terror increased. She dared not look up, lest she should find him looking at her. Then they emerged from the street and stood by the river, in a lonely place. The heavy ice was gray with old snow in some places, and black in others, where the great blocks had been cut out in long strips. It was lighter here. A lingering ray of sunshine, forgotten by the departing day, gilded the vast walls and turrets of venerable Hradschin, far above them on the opposite bank, and tinted the sharp dark spires of the half-built cathedral which crowns the fortress. The distant ring of fast-moving skates broke the stillness. "Are you angry with me?" asked Unorna, almost humbly, and hardly knowing what she said. The question had risen to her lips without warning, and was asked almost unconsciously. "I do not understand. Angry? At what? Why should you think I am angry?" "You are so silent," she answered, regaining courage from the mere sound of her own words. "We have been walking a long time, and you have said nothing. I thought you were displeased." "You must forgive me. I am often silent." "I thought you were displeased," she repeated. "I think that you were, though you hardly knew it. I should be very sorry if you were angry." "Why would you be sorry?" asked the wanderer with a civil indifference that hurt Unorna more than any acknowledgment of his displeasure could have done. "Because I would help you if you would let me." He looked at her with sudden keenness. In spite of herself, she blushed and turned her head away. He hardly noticed the fact, and, if he had, would assuredly not have put upon it any interpretation approaching to the truth. He supposed that she was flushed with walking. "No one has ever helped me, least of all in the way you mean," he said. "The counsels of wise men, of the wisest, have been useless, as well as the dreams of women who fancy they have the gift of mental sight beyond the limit of bodily vision." "Who fancy they see!" exclaimed Unorna, almost glad to find that she was still strong enough to feel annoyance at the slight. "I beg your pardon. I do not mean to doubt your powers, of which I have had no experience." "I did not offer to see for you. I did not offer you a dream." "Would you show me that which I already see, waking and sleeping? Would you bring to my hearing the sound of a voice which I can hear even now? I need no help for that." "I can do more than that, for you." "And why for me?" he asked with some curiosity. Because you are Keyork Arabian's friend." She glanced at his face, but he showed no surprise. "You have seen him this afternoon, of course," he remarked. An odd smile passed over Unorna's face. "Yes, I have seen him this afternoon. He is a friend of mine, and of yours. Do you understand?" "He is the wisest of men," said the Wanderer. "And also the maddest," he added thoughtfully. "And you think it was in his madness, rather than in his wisdom, that he advised you to come to me?" "Possibly. In his belief in you, at least." "And that may be madness?" She was gaining courage. "Or wisdom, if I am mad. He believes in you. That is certain." "He has no beliefs. Have you known him long, and do not know that? With him there is nothing between knowledge and ignorance." "And he knows, of course, by experience, what you can do and what you cannot do." "By very long experience, as I know him." "Neither your gifts nor his knowledge of them can change dreams to facts." Unorna smiled again. "You can produce a dream, nothing more," continued the Wanderer, drawn at last into argument. "I too know something of these things. The wisdom of the Egyptians is not wholly lost yet. You may possess some of it, as well as the undeveloped power which could put all their magic within your reach if you knew how to use it. Yet a dream is a dream." "Philosophers have disputed that," answered Unorna. "I am no philosopher, but I can overthrow the results of all their disputations." "You can do this. If I resign my will into your keeping, you can cause me to dream. You can call up vividly before me the remembered and unremembered sights of my life. You can make me see clearly the sights impressed upon your own memory. You might do that, and yet you could be showing me nothing which I do not see now before me, of those things which I care to see." "But suppose that you were wrong, and that I had no dream to show you, but a reality." She spoke the words very earnestly, gazing into his eyes at last without fear. Something in her tone struck him and fixed his attention. "There is no sleep needed to see realities," he said. "I did not say that there was. I only asked you to come with me to the place where she is." The Wanderer started slightly, and forgot all the instinct of opposition to her which he had felt so strongly before. "Do you mean that you know, that you can take me to her?" He could not find words. A strange, overmastering astonishment took possession of him, and with it came wild hope, and the wilder longing to reach its realization instantly. "What else could I have meant? What else did I say?" Her eyes were beginning to glitter in the gathering dusk. The Wanderer no longer avoided their look, but he passed his hand over his brow as though dazed. "I only asked you to come with me," she repeated softly. "There is nothing supernatural about that. When I saw that you did not believe me, I did not try to lead you then, though she is waiting for you. She bade me bring you to her." "You have seen her? You have talked with her? She sent you?" "Oh, for God's sake, come quickly! Come, come!" He put out his hand as though to take hers and lead her away. She grasped it eagerly. He had not seen that she had drawn off her glove. He was lost. Her eyes held him, and her fingers touched his bare wrist. His lids drooped, and his will was hers. In the intolerable anxiety of the moment he had forgotten to resist. He had not even thought of resisting. There were great blocks of stone in the desolate place, landed there before the river had frozen for a great building, whose gloomy, unfinished mass stood waiting for the warmth of spring to be completed. She led him by the hand, passive and obedient as a child, to a sheltered spot and made him sit down upon one of the stones. It was growing dark. "Look at me," she said, standing before him and touching his brow. He obeyed. "You are the image in my eyes," she said, after a moment's pause. "Yes, I am the image in your eyes," he answered in a dull voice. "You will never resist me again. I command it. Hereafter it will be enough for me to touch your hand or to look at you, and if I say sleep, you will instantly become the image again. Do you understand that?" "I understand it." "Promise." "I promise," he replied, without perceptible effort. "You have been dreaming for years. From this moment you must forget all your dreams." His face expressed no understanding of what she said. She hesitated a moment, and then began to walk slowly up and down before him. His half-glazed look followed her as she moved. She came back and laid her hand upon his head. "My will is yours. You have no will of your own. You cannot think without me." She spoke in a tone of concentrated determination, and a slight shiver passed over him. "It is of no use to resist, for you have promised never to resist me again," she continued. "All that I command must take place in your mind instantly, without opposition. Do you understand?" "Yes," he answered, moving uneasily. For some seconds she again held her open palm upon his head. She seemed to be evoking all her strength for a great effort. "Listen to me, and let everything I say take possession of your mind forever. My will is yours. You are the image in my eyes. My word is your law. You know what I please that you should know. You forget what I command you to forget. You have been mad these many years, and I am curing you. You must forget your madness. You have now forgotten it. I have erased the memory of it with my hand. There is nothing to remember any more." The dull eyes, deep set beneath the shadows of the overhanging brow, seemed to seek her face in the dark, and for the third time there was a nervous twitching of the shoulders and limbs. Unorna knew the symptom well, but had never seen it return so often, like a protest of the body against the enslaving of the intelligence. She was nervous in spite of her success. The immediate results of hypnotic suggestion are not exactly the same in all cases, even in the first moments. Its consequences may be widely different with different individuals. Unorna, indeed, possessed an extraordinary power, but on the other hand she had to deal with an extraordinary organization. She knew this instinctively, and endeavored to lead the sleeping mind by degrees to the condition in which she wished it to remain. The repeated tremor in the body was the outward sign of a mental resistance which it would not be easy to overcome. The wisest course was to go over the ground already gained. This she was determined to do by means of a sort of catechism. "Who am I?" she asked. "Unorna," answered the powerless man promptly, but with a strange air of relief. "Are you asleep?" "No." "Awake?" "No." "In what state are you?" "I am an image." "And where is your body?" "Seated upon that stone." "Can you see your face?" "I see it distinctly. The eyes in the body are glassy." "The body is gone now. You do not see it any more. Is that true?" "It is true. I do not see it. I see the stone on which it was sitting." You are still in my eyes. Now," she touched his head again, "now you are no longer an image. You are my mind." "Yes, I am your mind." "You, my mind, know that I met today a man called the Wanderer, whose body you saw when you were in my eyes. Do you know that or not?" "I know it. I am your mind." "You know, mind, that the man was mad. He had suffered for many years from a delusion. In pursuit of the fixed idea, he had wandered far through the world. Do you know whither his travels had led him?" "I do not know. That is not in your mind. You did not know it when I became your mind." "Good. Tell me, mind, what was this man's delusion?" "He fancied that he loved a woman whom he could not find." "The man must be cured. You must know that he was mad and is now sane. You, my mind, must see that it was really a delusion. You see it now." "Yes, I see it." Unorna watched the waking sleeper narrowly. It was now night, but the sky had cleared, and the starlight falling upon the snow in the lonely open place made it possible to see very well. Unorna seemed as unconscious of the bitter cold as her subject, whose body was in a state past all outward impressions. So far she had gone through all the familiar process of question and answer with success, but this was not all. She knew that if, when he awoke, the name he loved still remained in his memory, the result would not be accomplished. She must produce entire forgetfulness, and to do this she must wipe out every association one by one. She gathered her strength during a short pause. She was greatly encouraged by the fact that the acknowledgment of the delusion had been followed by no convulsive reaction in the body. She was on the very verge of a complete triumph, and the concentration of her will during a few moments longer might win the battle. She could not have chosen a spot better suited for her purpose. Within 5 minutes' walk of streets in which throngs of people were moving about, the scene which surrounded her was desolate and almost wild. The unfinished building loomed like a ruin behind her. The rough-hewn blocks lay like boulders in a stony desert. The broad grey ice lay like a floor of lustreless iron before her under the uncertain starlight. Only afar off, high up in the mighty Hradschin, lamps gleamed here and there from the windows, the distant evidences of human life. All was still. Even the steely ring of the skates had ceased. "And so," she continued presently, "this man's whole life has been a delusion, ever since he began to fancy in the fever of an illness that he loved a certain woman. Is this clear to you, my mind?" "It is quite clear," answered the muffled voice. "He was so utterly mad that he even gave that woman a name when she had never existed except in his imagination." "Except in his imagination," repeated the sleeper without resistance. "He called her Beatrice. The name was suggested to him because he had fallen ill in a city of the south, where a woman called Beatrice once lived, and was loved by a great poet. That was the train of self-suggestion in his delirium. Mind, do you understand? He suggested to himself the name in his illness, in the same way that he suggested to himself the existence of the woman whom he afterwards believed he loved?" "In exactly the same way." "It was all a curious and very interesting case of auto-hypnotic suggestion. It made him very mad. He is now cured of it. Do you see that he is cured?" The sleeper gave no answer. The stiffened limbs did not move. Indeed, nor did the glazed eyes reflect the starlight. But he gave no answer. The lips did not even attempt to form words. Had Unorna been less carried away by the excitement in her own thoughts, or less absorbed in the fierce concentration of her will upon its massive subject, she would have noticed the silence and would have gone back again over the old ground. As it was, she did not pause. "You understand, therefore, my mind, that this Beatrice was entirely the creature of the man's imagination. Beatrice does not exist, because she never existed. Beatrice never had any real being. Do you understand?" This time she waited for an answer, but none came. "There never was any Beatrice," she repeated firmly, laying her hand upon the unconscious head and bending down to gaze into the sightless eyes. The answer did not come, but a shiver like that of an ague shook the long, graceful limbs. "You are my mind," she said fiercely. "Obey me. There never was any Beatrice. There is no Beatrice now, and there never can be." The noble brow contracted in a look of agonizing pain, and the whole frame shook like an aspen leaf in the wind. The mouth moved spasmodically. "Obey me! Say it!" cried Unorna with passionate energy. The lips twisted themselves, and the face was as grey as the grey snow. "There is no Beatrice." The words came out slowly, and yet not distinctly, as though wrung from the heart by torture. Unorna smiled at last, but the smile had not faded from her lips when the air was rent by a terrible cry. "By the eternal God of heaven!" cried the ringing voice. "It is a lie! A lie! A lie!" She, who had never feared anything earthly or unearthly, shrank back. She felt her heavy hair rising bodily upon her head. The wanderer had sprung to his feet. The magnitude and horror of the falsehood spoken had stabbed the slumbering soul to sudden and terrible wakefulness. The outline of his tall figure was distinct against the grey background of ice and snow. He was standing at his full height, his arms stretched up to heaven, his face luminously pale, his deep eyes on fire and fixed upon her face, forcing back her dominating will upon itself. But he was not alone. "Beatrice!" he cried in long-drawn agony. Between him and Unorna something passed by, something dark and soft and noiseless, that took shape slowly. A woman in black, a veil thrown back from her forehead, her white face turned towards the wanderer, her white hands hanging by her side. She stood still, and the face turned, and the eyes met Unorna's, and Unorna knew that it was Beatrice. There she stood, between them, motionless as a statue, impalpable as air, but real as life itself. The vision, if it was a vision, lasted fully a minute. Never, to the day of her death, was Unorna to forget that face, with its death-like purity of outline, with its unspeakable nobility of feature. It vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. A low, broken sound of pain escaped from the wanderer's lips, and with his arms extended he fell forwards. The strong woman caught him, and he sank to the ground gently in her arms, his head supported upon her shoulder as she kneeled under the heavy weight. There was a sound of quick footsteps on the frozen snow. A Bohemian watchman, alarmed by the loud cry, was running to the spot. "What has happened?" he asked, bending down to examine the couple. "My friend has fainted," said Unorna calmly. "He is subject to it. You must help me to get him home." "Is it far?" asked the man. "To the house of the Black Mother of God." End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Witch of Prague, a Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, a Fantastic Tale by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 9. The principal room of Keyork Arabian's dwelling was in every way characteristic of the man. In the extraordinary confusion which at first disturbed a visitor's judgment, some time was needed to discover the architectural bounds of the place. The vaulted roof was indeed apparent, as well as small portions of the wooden flooring. Several windows, which might have been large had they filled the arched embrasures in which they were set, admitted the daylight when there was enough of it in Prague to serve the purpose of illumination. So far as could be seen from the street, they were commonplace windows, without shutters, and with double casements against the cold. But from within it was apparent that the tall arches in the thick walls had been filled in with a thinner masonry, in which the modern frames were set. So far as it was possible to see, the room had but two doors, the one masked by a heavy curtain made of a Persian carpet, opened directly upon the staircase of the house; the other, exactly opposite, gave access to the inner apartments. On account of its convenient size, however, the sage had selected for his principal abiding place this first chamber, which was almost large enough to be called a hall, and here he had deposited the extraordinary and heterogeneous collection of objects, or, more properly speaking, of remains, upon the study of which he spent a great part of his time. Two large tables, three chairs, and a divan completed the list of all that could be called furniture. The tables were massive, dark, and old-fashioned. The feet at each end consisted of thick flat boards sawn into a design of simple curves, and connected by strong cross-pieces, keyed to them with large wooden bolts. The chairs were ancient folding stools with movable backs and well-worn cushions of faded velvet. The divan differed in no respect from ordinary Oriental divans in appearance, and was covered with a stout dark Bokhara carpet of no great value. But so far as its use was concerned, the disorderly heaps of books and papers that lay upon it showed that Keyork was more inclined to make a bookcase of it than a couch. The room received its distinctive character, however, neither from its vaulted roof, nor from the deep embrasures of its windows, nor from its scanty furniture, but from the peculiar nature of the many curious objects, large and small, which hid the walls and filled almost all the available space on the floor. It was clear that every one of the specimens illustrated some point in the great question of life and death, which formed the chief study of Keyork Arabian's latter years. For by far the greater number of the preparations were dead bodies of men, of women, of children, of animals, to all of which the old man had endeavored to impart the appearance of life, and in treating some of which he had attained results of a startling nature. The osteology of man and beast was indeed represented, for a huge case, covering one whole wall, was filled to the top with a collection of many hundred skulls of all races of mankind, and where real specimens were missing, their place was supplied by admirable casts of craniums. But this reredos, so to call it, of bony heads, formed but a vast grinning background for the bodies which stood and sat and lay in half-raised coffins and sarcophagi before them, in every condition produced by various known and lost methods of embalming. There were, it is true, a number of skeletons disposed here and there in fantastic attitudes, gleaming white and ghostly in their mechanical nakedness, the bones of human beings, the bones of giant orang-outangs, of creatures large and small, down to the flimsy little framework of a common bull-frog, strung on wires as fine as hairs, which squatted comfortably upon an old book near the edge of a table, as though it had just skipped to that point in pursuit of a ghostly fly, and was pausing to meditate a farther spring. But the eye did not discover these things at the first glance. Solemn, silent, strangely expressive, lay three slim Egyptians, raised at an angle, as though to give them a chance of surveying their fellow dead, the linen bandages unwrapped from their heads and arms and shoulders, their jet black hair combed and arranged and dressed by Keyork's hand, their faces softened almost to the expression of life by one of his secret processes, their stiffened joints so limbered by his art that their arms had taken natural positions again, lying over the edges of the sarcophagi in which they had rested motionless and immovable through 30 centuries. For the man had pursued his idea in every shape and with every experiment, testing, as it were, the potential imperishability of the animal frame by the degree of lifelike plumpness and softness and flexibility which it could be made to take after a mummification of 3,000 years. And he had reached the conclusion that in the nature of things the human body might vie in resisting the mere action of time with the granite of the pyramids. Those had been his earliest trials. The results of many others filled the room. Here a group of South Americans, found dried in the hollow of an ancient tree, had been restored almost to the likeness of life, and were apparently engaged in a lively dispute over the remains of a meal, as cold as themselves and as human. There towered the standing body of an African, leaning upon a knotted club, fierce, grinning, lacking only sight in the sunken eyes to be terrible. There again, surmounting a lay figure wrapped in rich stuffs, smiled the calm and gentle face of a Malayan lady, decapitated for her sins, so marvellously preserved that the soft dark eyes still looked out from beneath the heavy half-drooping lids, and the full lips, still richly coloured, parted a little to show the ivory teeth. Other sights there were, more ghastly still, triumphs of preservation, if not of semi-resuscitation, over decay, won on its own most special ground. Triumphs all, yet almost failures in the eyes of the old student. They represented the mad efforts of an almost supernatural skill and superhuman science to revive, if but for 1 second, the very smallest function of the living body. Strange and wild were the trials he had made, many and great the sacrifices and blood offerings lavished on his dead, in the hope of seeing that one spasm which would show that death might yet be conquered. Many the engines, the machines, the artificial hearts, the applications of electricity that he had invented, many the powerful reactives he had distilled, wherewith to excite the long dead nerves, or those which but 2 days had ceased to feel. The hidden essence was still undiscovered. The meaning of vitality eluded his profoundest study, his keenest pursuit. The body died, and yet the nerves could still be made to act as though alive for the space of a few hours, in rare cases for a day. With his eyes he had seen a dead man spring half across a room from the effects of a few drops of musk on the first day. With his eyes he had seen the dead twist themselves and move and grin under the electric current, provided it had not been too late. But that too late had baffled him, and from his first belief that life might be restored when once gone, he had descended to what seemed the simpler proposition of the two, to the problem of maintaining life indefinitely so long as its magic essence lingered in the flesh and blood. And now he believed that he was very near the truth. How terribly near he had yet to learn. On that evening when the Wanderer fell to the earth before the shadow of Beatrice, Keyork Arabian sat alone in his charnel house. The brilliant light of 2 powerful lamps illuminated everything in the place, for Keyork loved light, like all those who are intensely attached to life for its own sake. The yellow rays flooded the lifelike faces of his dead companions, and streamed upwards to the heterogeneous objects that filled the shelves almost to the spring of the vault. objects which all reminded him of the condition of lives long ago extinct, endless heaps of barbarous weapons, of garments of leather and of fish skin, Amurian, Siberian, Gothic, Mexican, and Peruvian, African and Red Indian masks, models of boats and canoes, sacred drums, Liberian idols, runic calendars, fiddles made of human skulls, strange and barbaric ornaments, all producing together an amazing richness of colour, all things in which the man himself had taken but a passing interest, the result of his central study, life in all its shapes. He sat alone. The African giant looked down at his dwarf-like form as though in contempt of such half-grown humanity. The Malayan lady's bodiless head turned its smiling face towards him. Scores of dead beings seemed to contemplate, half in pity, half in scorn, their would-be reviver. Keyork Arabian was used to their company and to their silence. Far beyond the common human horror of dead humanity, if one of them had all at once nodded to him and spoken to him, he would have started with delight and listened with rapture. But they were all still dead, and they neither spoke or moved a finger. A thought that had more hope in it than any which had passed through his brain for many years now occupied and absorbed him. A heavy book lay open on the table by his side, and from time to time he glanced at a phrase which seemed to attract him. It was always the same phrase, and two words alone sufficed to bring him back to contemplation of it. Those two words were immortality and soul. He began to speak aloud to himself, being by nature fond of speech. Yes, the soul is immortal. I am quite willing to grant that. But it does not in any way follow that it is the source of life or the seat of intelligence. The Buddhists distinguished it even from the individuality, and yet life holds it, and when life ends it takes its departure. How soon? I do not know. It is not a condition of life, but life is one of its conditions. Does it leave the body when life is artificially prolonged in a state of unconsciousness, by hypnotism, for instance? Is it more closely bound up with animal life, or with intelligence? If with either, has it a definite abiding place in the heart or in the brain? Since its presence depends directly on life, so far as I know, it belongs to the body rather than to the brain. I once made a rabbit live an hour without its head. With a man that experiment would need careful manipulation. I would like to try it. Or is it all a question of that phantom, vitality? Then the presence of the soul depends upon the potential excitability of the nerves, and as far as we know, it must leave the body not more than 24 hours after death, and it certainly does not leave the body at the moment of dying. But if of the nerves, then what is the condition of the soul in the hypnotic state? Unorna hypnotizes our old friend there, and our young one too. For her, they have nerves. At her touch they wake, they sleep, they move, they feel, they speak. But they have no nerves for me. I can cut them with knives, burn them, turn the lifeblood of the one into the arteries of the other. They feel nothing. If the soul is of the nerves, or of the vitality, then they have souls for Unorna, and none for me. That is absurd. Where is that old man's soul? He has slept for years. Has not his soul been somewhere else in the meanwhile? If we could keep him asleep for centuries, or for scores of centuries, like that frog found alive in a rock, would his soul, able by the hypothesis to pass through rocks or universes, stay by him? Could an ingenious sinner escape damnation for a few thousand years by being hypnotized? Verily, the soul is a very unaccountable thing, and what is still more unaccountable is that I believe in it. Suppose the case of the ingenious sinner. Suppose that he could not escape by his clever trick. Then his soul must inevitably taste the condition of the damned while he is asleep. But when he is waked at last and found to be alive, his soul must come back to him, glowing from the eternal flames. Unpleasant thought. Keyork Arabian, you had far better not go to sleep at present, since all That is fantastic nonsense. On the face of it, I am inclined to believe that the presence of the soul is in some way a condition requisite for life, rather than depending upon it. I wish I could buy a soul. It is quite certain that life is not a mere mechanical or chemical process. I have gone too far to believe that. Take man at the very moment of death. Have everything ready. Do what you will. My artificial heart is a very perfect instrument, mechanically speaking. And how long does it take to start the artificial circulation through the carotid artery? Not a hundredth part so long a time as drowned people often lie before being brought back, without a pulsation, without a breath. Yet I never succeeded, though I have made the artificial heart work on a narcotized rabbit, and the rabbit died instantly when I stopped the machine, which proves that it was the machine that kept it alive. Perhaps if one applied it to a man just before death, he might live on indefinitely, grow fat, and flourish so long as the glass heart worked. Where would his soul be then? In the glass heart which would have become the seat of life. Everything, sensible or absurd, which I can put into words makes the soul seem an impossibility, and yet there is something which I cannot put into words, but which proves the soul's existence beyond all doubt. I wish I could buy somebody's soul and experiment with it." He ceased and sat staring at his specimens, going over in his memory the fruitless experiments of a lifetime. A loud knocking roused him from his reverie. He hastened to open the door, and was confronted by Unorna. She was paler than usual, and he saw from her expression that there was something wrong. "What is the matter?" he asked, almost roughly. "He is in a carriage downstairs," she answered quickly. "Something has happened to him. I cannot wake him. You must take him in." "To die on my hands? Not I," laughed Keyork in his deepest voice. "My recollection is complete enough." She seized him suddenly by both arms, and brought her face near to his. "If you dare to speak of death—" She grew intensely white, with a fear she had not before known in her life. Keyork laughed again, and tried to shake himself free of her grip. "You seem a little nervous," he observed calmly. "What do you want of me?" "Your help, man, and quickly. Call your people. Have him carried upstairs. Revive him. Do something to bring him back." Keyork's voice changed. "Is he in real danger?" he asked. "What have you done to him?" "Oh, I do not know what I have done," cried Unorna desperately. "I do not know what I fear." She let him go, and leaned against the doorway, covering her face with her hands. Keyork stared at her. He had never seen her show so much emotion before. Then he made up his mind. He drew her into his room, and left her standing and staring at him, while he thrust a few objects into his pockets, and threw his fur coat over him. "Stay here till I come back," he said authoritatively as he went out. "But you will bring him here?" she cried, suddenly conscious of his going. The door had already closed. She tried to open it in order to follow him, but she could not. The lock was of an unusual kind, and either intentionally or accidentally Keyork had shut her in. For a few moments she tried to force the springs, shaking the heavy wood work a very little in the great effort she made. Then, seeing that it was useless, she walked slowly to the table and sat down in Keyork's chair. She had been in the place before, and she was as free from any unpleasant fear of the dead company as Keyork himself. To her, as to him, they were but specimens, each having a peculiar interest as a thing, but all destitute of that individuality, of that grim latent malice, of that weird soulless physical power to harm, with which timid imaginations endow dead bodies. She scarcely gave them a glance, and she certainly gave them no thought. She sat before the table, supporting her head in her hands, and trying to think connectedly of what had just happened. She knew well enough how the Wanderer had lain upon the frozen ground, his head supported on her knee, while the watchman had gone to call a carriage. She remembered how she had summoned all her strength, and had helped to lift him in, as few women could have done. She remembered every detail of the place, and everything she had done, even to the fact that she had picked up his hat and a stick he had carried, and had taken them into the vehicle with her. The short drive through the ill-lighted streets was clear to her. She could still feel the pressure of his shoulder as he had leaned heavily against her. She could see the pale face by the fitful light of the lanterns as they passed, and of the lamps that flashed in front of the carriage with each jolting of the wheels over the rough paving stones. She remembered exactly what she had done, her efforts to wake him, at first regular, and made with the certainty of success, then more and more mad as she realised that something had put him beyond the sphere of her powers for the moment, if not for ever. His deathly pallor, his chilled hands, his unnatural stillness. She remembered it all as one remembers circumstances in real life a moment after they have taken place. But there remained also the recollection of a single moment during which her whole being had been at the mercy of an impression so vivid that it seemed to stand alone, divested of any outward sensations by which to measure its duration. She, who could call up visions in the minds of others, who possessed the faculty of closing her bodily eyes in order to see distant places and persons in the state of trance, she who expected no surprises in her own act, had seen something very vividly which she could not believe had been a reality, and which she yet could not account for as a revelation of second sight. That dark mysterious presence that had come bodily, yet without a body, between her and the man she loved, was neither a real woman, nor the creation of her own brain, nor a dream seen in hypnotic state. She had not the least idea how long it had stood there. It seemed an hour, and it seemed but a second. But that incorporeal thing had a life and a power of its own. Never before had she felt that unearthly chill run through her, not that strange sensation in her hair. It was a thing of evil omen, and the presage was already about to be fulfilled. The spirit of the dark woman had arisen at the sound of the words in which he denied her. She had risen and had come to claim her own, to rob Unorna of what seemed most worth coveting on earth, and she could take him surely to the place whence she came. How could Unorna tell that he was not already gone, that his spirit had not passed already, even when she was lifting his weight from the ground? At this despairing thought she started and looked up. She had almost expected to see that shadow beside her again, but there was nothing. The lifeless bodies stood motionless in their mimicry of life under the bright light. The swarthy negro frowned. The face of the Malayan woman wore still its calm and gentle expression. Far in the background the rows of gleaming skulls grinned as though at the memory of their 400 lives. The skeleton of the orangutan stretched out its long bony arms before it. The dead savages still squatted round the remains of their meal. The stillness was oppressive. Unorna rose to her feet in sudden anxiety. She did not know how long she had been alone. She listened anxiously at the door for the sound of footsteps on the stairs, but all was silent. Surely Keyork had not taken him elsewhere, to his lodgings, where he would not be cared for. That was impossible. She must have heard the sound of the wheels as the carriage drove away. She glanced at the windows and saw that the casements were covered with small thick curtains which would muzzle the sound. She went to the nearest, thrust the curtain aside, opened the inner and the second glass, and looked out. Though the street below was dim, she could see well enough that the carriage was no longer there. It was the bitterest night of the year, and the air cut her like a knife, but she would not draw back. She strained her sight in both directions, searching in the gloom for the moving lights of a carriage, but she saw nothing. At last she shut the window and went back to the door. They must be on the stairs, or still below, perhaps waiting for help to carry him up. The cold might kill him in his present state, a cold that would kill most things exposed to it. Furiously she shook the door. It was useless. She looked about for an instrument to help her strength. She could see nothing. No. Yes, there was the ironwood club of the black giant. She went and took it from his hand. The dead thing trembled all over, and rocked as though it would fall, and wagged its great head at her, but she was not afraid. She raised the heavy club and struck upon the door, upon the lock, upon the panels with all her might. The terrible blows sent echoes down the staircase, but the door did not yield, nor the lock either. Was the door of iron and the lock of granite? She asked herself. Then she heard a strange, sudden noise behind her. She turned and looked. The dead negro had fallen bodily from his pedestal to the floor, with a dull, heavy thud. She did not desist, but struck the oaken planks again and again with all her strength. Then her arms grew numb, and she dropped the club. It was all in vain. Keyork had locked her in, and had taken the wanderer away. She went back to her seat and fell into an attitude of despair. The reaction from the great physical effort she had made overcame her. It seemed to her that Keyork's only reason for taking him away must be that he was dead. Her head throbbed, and her eyes began to burn. The great passion had its will of her, and stabbed her through and through with such pain as she had never dreamed of. The horror of it all was too deep for tears, and tears were by nature very far from her eyes at all times. She pressed her hands to her breast and rocked herself gently backwards and forwards. There was no reason left in her. To her there was no reason left in anything if he were gone. And if Keyork Arabian could not cure him, who could? She knew now what that old prophecy had meant when they had told her that love would come but once, and that the chief danger of her life lay in a mistake on that decisive day. Love had indeed come upon her like a whirlwind. He had flashed upon her like the lightning. She had tried to grasp him and keep him, and he was gone again for ever. Gone through her own fault, through her senseless folly in trying to do by art what love would have done for himself. Blind, insensate, mad, she cursed herself with unholy curses, and her beautiful face was strained and distorted. With unconscious fingers she tore at her heavy hair until it fell about her like a curtain. In the raging thirst of a great grief for tears that would not flow, she beat her bosom, she beat her face, she struck with her white forehead the heavy table before her, she grasped her own throat as though she would tear the life out of herself. Then again her head fell forward, and her body swayed regularly to and fro, and low words broke fiercely from her trembling lips now and then, bitter words of a wild, strong language in which it is easier to curse than to bless. As the sudden love that had in a few hours taken such complete possession of her was boundless, so its consequences were illimitable. In a nature strange to fear, the fear for another wrought a fearful revolution. Her anger against herself was as terrible as her fear for him she loved was paralyzing. The instinct to act, the terror lest it should be too late, the impossibility of acting at all so long as she was imprisoned in the room, all three came over her at once. The mechanical effort of rocking her body from side to side brought no rest. The blow she struck upon her breast in her frenzy she felt no more than the oaken door had felt those she had dealt it with the club. She could not find even the soothing antidote of bodily pain for her intense moral suffering. Again the time passed without her knowing or guessing of its passage. Driven to desperation, she sprang at last from her seat and cried aloud, "I would give my soul to know that he is safe." The words had not died away when a low groan passed, as it were, round the room. The sound was distinctly that of a human voice, but it seemed to come from all sides at once. Unorna stood still and listened. "Who is in this room?" she asked in loud, clear tones. Not a breath stirred. She glanced from one specimen to another, as though suspecting that among the dead some living being had taken a disguise. But she knew them all. There was nothing new to her there. She was not afraid. Her passion returned. "My soul, yes," she cried again, leaning heavily on the table. "I would give it if I could know, and it would be little enough." Again that awful sound filled the room, and rose now almost to a wail, and died away. Unorna's brow flushed angrily. In the direct line of her vision stood the head of the Malayan woman, its soft embalmed eyes fixed on hers. "If there are people hidden here," cried Unorna fiercely, "let them show themselves. Let them face me. I say it again, I would give my immortal soul." This time Unorna saw as well as heard. The groan came, and the wail followed it, and rose to a shriek that deafened her, and she saw how the face of the Malayan woman changed. She saw it move in the bright lamplight. She saw the mouth open. Horrified, she looked away. Her eyes fell upon the squatting savages. Their heads were all turned towards her. She was sure that she could see their shrunken chests heave as they took breath to utter that terrible cry again and again. Even the fallen body of the African stirred on the floor, not 5 paces from her. Would their shrieking never stop? All of them, every one, even to the white skulls high up in the case. Not one skeleton, not one dead body that did not mouth at her and scream and moan and scream again. Unorna covered her ears with her hands to shut out the hideous, unearthly noise. She closed her eyes lest she should see those dead things move. Then came another noise. Were they descending from their pedestals and cases and marching upon her, a heavy-footed company of corpses? Fearless to the last, she dropped her hands and opened her eyes. "In spite of you all," she cried defiantly, "I will give my soul to have him safe." Something was close to her. She turned and saw Keyork Arabian at her elbow. There was an odd smile on his usually unexpressive face. "Then give me that soul of yours, if you please," he said. "He is quite safe and peacefully asleep. You must have grown a little nervous while I was away." Chapter
10 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 10. Unorna let herself sink into a chair. She stared almost vacantly at Keyork, then glanced uneasily at the motionless specimens, then stared at him again. "Yes," she said at last. "Perhaps I was a little nervous. Why did you lock me in? I would have gone with you. I would have helped you." "An accident. Quite an accident," answered Keyork, divesting himself of his fur coat. "The lock is a peculiar one, and in my hurry I forgot to show you the trick of it." "I tried to get out," said Unorna with a forced laugh. "I tried to break the door down with a club. I am afraid I have hurt one of your specimens." She looked about the room. Everything was in its usual position except the body of the African. She was quite sure that when she had heard that unearthly cry, the dead faces had all been turned toward her. "It is no matter," replied Keyork in a tone of indifference, which was genuine. "I wish somebody would take my collection off my hands. I should have room to walk about without elbowing a failure at every step." "I wish you would bury them all," suggested Unorna, with a slight shudder. Keyork looked at her keenly. "Do you mean to say that those dead things frightened you?" he asked incredulously. "No, I do not. I am not easily frightened. But something odd happened. The second strange thing that has happened this evening. Is there any one concealed in this room?" "Not a rat, much less a human being. Rats dislike creosote and corrosive sublimate, and as for human beings—" He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "Then I have been dreaming," said Unorna, attempting to look relieved. "Tell me about him. Where is he?" "In bed, at his hotel. He will be perfectly well tomorrow." "Did he wake?" she asked anxiously. "Yes, we talked together." "And he was in his right mind?" "Apparently, but he seems to have forgotten something." "Forgotten? What? That I had made him sleep?" "Yes, he had forgotten that too." "In heaven's name, Keyork, tell me what you mean. Do not keep me—" "How impatient women are!" exclaimed Keyork with exasperating calm. "What is it that you most want him to forget?" "You cannot mean—" "I can, and I do. He has forgotten Beatrice. For a witch, well, you are a very remarkable one, Unorna. As a woman of business—" He shook his head. "What do you mean this time? What did you say?" Her questions came in a strained tone, and she seemed to have difficulty in concentrating her attention, or in controlling her emotions, or both. "You paid a large price for the information," observed Keyork. "What price? What are you speaking of? I do not understand." "Your soul," he answered with a laugh. That was what you offered to anyone who would tell you that the Wanderer was safe. I immediately closed with your offer. It was an excellent one for me." Unorna tapped the table impatiently. "It is odd that a man of your learning should never be serious," she said. "I supposed that you were serious," he answered. "Besides, a bargain is a bargain, and there were numerous witnesses to the transaction," he added, looking round the room at his dead specimens. Unorna tried to laugh with him. "Do you know, I was so nervous that I fancied all those creatures were groaning and shrieking and gibbering at me when you came in." "Very likely they were," said Keyork Arabian, his small eyes twinkling. "And I imagined that the Malayan woman opened her mouth to scream, and that the Peruvian savages turned their heads. It was very strange. At first they groaned, and then they wailed, and then they howled and shrieked at me." "Under the circumstances, that is not extraordinary." Unorna stared at him rather angrily. He was jesting, of course, and she had been dreaming, or had been so overwrought by excitement as to have been made the victim of a vivid hallucination. Nevertheless, there was something disagreeable in the matter-of-fact gravity of his jest. "I am tired of your kind of wit," she said. "The kind of wit which is called wisdom is said to be fatiguing," he retorted. "I wish you would give me an opportunity of being wearied in that way." "Begin by opening your eyes to facts, then. It is you who are trying to jest. It is I who am in earnest." "Did you or did you not offer your soul for a certain piece of information? Did you or did you not hear those dead things moan and cry? Did you or did you not see them move?" "How absurd!" cried Unorna. "You might as well ask whether, when one is giddy, the room is really going round. Is there any practical difference, so far as sensation goes, between a mummy and a block of wood?" "That, my dear lady, is precisely what we do not know, and what we most wish to know. Death is not the change which takes place at a moment which is generally clearly defined, when the heart stops beating, and the eye turns white, and the face changes color. Death comes some time after that, and we do not know exactly when. It varies very much in different individuals. You can only define it as the total and final cessation of perception and apperception, both functions depending on the nerves. In ordinary cases, nature begins of herself to destroy the nerves by a sure process. But how do you know? What happens when decay is not only arrested but prevented before it has begun? How can you foretell what may happen when a skillful hand has restored the tissues of the body to their original flexibility, or preserved them in the state in which they were last sensitive?" "Nothing can ever make me believe that a mummy can suddenly hear and understand," said Unorna. "Much less that it can move and produce a sound. I know that the idea has possessed you for many years, but nothing will make me believe it possible." "Nothing?" "Nothing short of seeing and hearing." "But you have seen and heard." "I was dreaming." "When you offered your soul?" "Not then, perhaps. I was only mad then." "And on the ground of temporary insanity you would repudiate the bargain?" Unorna shrugged her shoulders impatiently and did not answer. Keyork relinquished the fencing. "It is of no importance," he said, changing his tone. "Your dream, or whatever it was, seemed to have been the second of your two experiences. You said there were two, did you not? What was the first?" Unorna sat silent for some minutes, as though collecting her thoughts. Keyork, who never could have enough light, busied himself with another lamp. The room was now brighter than it generally was in the daytime. Unorna watched him. She did not want to make confidences to him, and yet she felt irresistibly impelled to do so. He was a strange compound of wisdom and levity, in her opinion, and his light-hearted moods were those which she most resented. She was never sure whether he was in reality tactless or frankly brutal. She inclined to the latter view of his character, because he always showed such masterly skill in excusing himself when he had gone too far. Neither his wisdom nor his love of jesting explained to her the powerful attraction he exercised over her whole nature, and of which she was, in a manner, ashamed. She could quarrel with him as often as they met, and yet she could not help being always glad to meet him again. She could not admit that she liked him because she dominated him. On the contrary, he was the only person she had ever met over whom she had no influence whatsoever, who did as he pleased without consulting her, and who laughed at her mysterious power so far as he himself was concerned. Nor was her liking founded upon any consciousness of obligation. If he had helped her to the best of his ability in the great experiment, it was also clear enough that he had the strongest personal interest in doing so. He loved life with a mad passion for its own sake, and the only object of his study was to find the means of living longer than other men. All the aims and desires and complex reasonings of his being tended to this simple expression, the wish to live. To what idolatrous self-worship Keyork Arabian might be capable of descending, if he ever succeeded in eliminating death from the equation of his immediate future, it was impossible to say. The wisdom of age bids us beware of the man of one idea. He is to be feared for his ruthlessness, for his concentration, for the singular strength he has acquired in the centralization of his intellectual power, and because he has welded, as it were, the rough metal of many passions and of many talents into a single deadly weapon which he wields for a single purpose. Herein lay, perhaps, the secret of Unorna's undefined fear of Keyork, and of her still less definable liking for him. She leaned one elbow on the table, and shaded her eyes from the brilliant light. "I do not know why I should tell you," she said at last. "You would only laugh at me, and then I shall be angry, and we shall quarrel, as usual." "I may be of use," suggested the little man gravely. "Besides, I have made up my mind never to quarrel with you again, Unorna." "You are wise, my dear friend. It does no good. As for your being of use in this case, the most I can hope is that you may find me an explanation of something I cannot understand." "I am good at that. I am particularly good at explanations, and generally at all post facto wisdom." "Keyork, do you believe that the souls of the dead can come back and be visible to us?" Keyork Arabian was silent for a few seconds. "I know nothing about it," he answered. "But what do you think?" "Nothing. Either it is impossible or it is not, and until the one proposition or the other is proved I suspend my judgment. Have you seen a ghost?" "I do not know. I have seen something." She stopped, as though the recollections were unpleasant. "Then," said Keyork, "the probability is that you saw a living person. Shall I sum up the question of ghosts for you?" "I wish you would, in some way that I can understand." "We are, then, in precisely the same position with regard to the belief in ghosts which we occupy towards such question as the abolition of death. The argument in both cases is inductive, and all but conclusive. We do not know of any case, in the 200 generations of men more or less, with whose history we are in some degree acquainted, of any individual who has escaped death. We conclude that all men must die. Similarly, we do not know certainly, not from real, irrefutable evidence at least, that the soul of any man or woman dead has ever returned visibly to earth. We conclude, therefore, that none ever will. There is a difference in the two cases, which throws a slight balance of probability on the side of the ghost. Many persons have asserted that they have seen ghosts, though none have ever asserted that men do not die. For my own part, I have had a very wide, practical, and intimate acquaintance with dead people, sometimes in very queer places, but I have never seen anything even faintly suggestive of a ghost. Therefore, my dear lady, I advise you to take it for granted that you have seen a living person." "I never shivered with cold and felt my hair rise upon my head at the sight of any living thing," said Unorna dreamily, and still shading her eyes with her hand. "But might you not feel that if you chanced to see some one whom you particularly disliked?" asked Keyork with a gentle laugh. "Disliked?" repeated Unorna in a harsh voice. She changed her position and looked at him. "Yes, perhaps that is possible. I had not thought of that. And yet I would rather it had been a ghost." "More interesting, certainly, and more novel," observed Keyork, slowly polishing his smooth cranium with the palm of his hand. His head, and the perfect hemisphere of his nose, reflected the light like ivory balls of different sizes. "I was standing before him," said Unorna. "The place was lonely, and it was already night. The stars shone on the snow, and I could see distinctly. Then she, the woman, passed softly between us. He cried out, calling her by name, and then fell forward. After that the woman was gone. What was it that I saw? You are quite sure that it was not really a woman? Would a woman, and of all women that one, have come and gone without a word? Not unless she is a very singularly reticent person, answered Keyork with a laugh. But you need not go so far as the ghost theory for an explanation. You were hypnotized, my dear friend, and he made you see her. That is as simple as anything need be. But that is impossible because Unorna stopped and changed color. Because you had hypnotized him already, suggested Keyork gravely. The thing is not possible, Unorna repeated, looking away from him. I believe it to be the only natural explanation. You had made him sleep. You tried to force his mind to something contrary to its firmest beliefs. I have seen you do it. He is a strong subject. His mind rebelled, yielded, then made a final and desperate effort, and then collapsed. That effort was so terrible that it momentarily forced your will back upon itself, and impressed its vision on your side. There are no ghosts, my dear colleague. There are only souls and bodies. If the soul can be defined as anything, it can be defined as pure being in the mode of individuality, but quite removed from the mode of matter. As for the body, well, there it is before you, in a variety of shapes, and in various states of preservation, as incapable of producing a ghost as a picture or a statue. You are altogether in a very nervous condition today. It is really quite indifferent whether that good lady be alive or dead. Indifferent! Exclaimed Unorna fiercely. Then she was silent. Indifferent to the validity of the theory. If she is dead, you did not see her ghost, and if she is alive, you did not see her body, because if she had been there in the flesh, she would have entered into an explanation, to say the least. Hypnosis will explain anything and everything, without causing you a moment's anxiety for the future. Then I did not hear shrieks and moans, nor see your specimens moving when I was here along just now? Certainly not. Hypnosis again. Auto-hypnosis this time. You should really be less nervous. You probably stared at the lamp without realizing the fact. You know that any shining object affects you in that way, if you're not careful. It is a very bright lamp too. Instantaneous effect. Bodies appear to move and you hear unearthly yells. You offer your soul for sale and I buy it, appearing in the nick of time. If your condition had lasted 10 seconds longer, you would have taken me for His Majesty and lived, in imagination, through a dozen years or so of sulphurous purgatorial treatment, under my personal supervision, to wake up and find yourself unscorched and unredeemed as ever. You are a most comforting person, Keyork, said Unorna with a faint smile. I only wish I could believe everything you tell me. You must either believe me or renounce all claim to intelligence, answered the little man, climbing from his chair and sitting upon the table at her elbow. His short, sturdy legs swung at a considerable height above the floor, and he planted his hands firmly upon the board on either side of him. The attitude was that of an idle boy, and was so oddly out of keeping with his age and expression that Unorna almost laughed as she looked at him. At all events, he continued, you cannot doubt my absolute sincerity. You come to me for an explanation. I give you the only sensible one that exists, and the only one which can have really a sedative effect upon your excitement. Of course, if you have any special object in believing in ghosts, if it affords you any great and lasting pleasure to associate in imagination with spectres, wraiths, and eerily malicious shadows, I will not cross your fancy. To a person of solid nerves, a banshee may be an entertaining companion, and an apparition in a well-worn winding sheet might be a pretty toy. For all I know, it may be a delight to you to find your hair standing on end at the unexpected appearance of a dead woman in a black cloak between you and the person with whom you are engaged in an animated conversation. All very well, as a mere pastime, I say. But if you find that you are reaching a point on which your judgment is clouded, you had better shut up the magic lantern and take the rational view of the case. Perhaps you are right. Will you allow me to say something very frank, Unorna? Asked Keyork with unusual diffidence. If you can manage to be frank without being brutal. I will be short, at all events. It is this. I think you are becoming superstitious. He watched her closely to see what effect the speech would produce. She looked up quickly. Am I? What is superstition? Gratuitous belief in things not proved. I expected a different definition from you. What did you expect me to say? That superstition is belief. I am not a heathen, observed Keyork sanctimoniously. Far from it, laughed Unorna. I have heard that devils believe and tremble. And you class me with those interesting things, my dear friend. Sometimes, when I am angry with you. 2 or 3 times a day, then, not more than that, inquired the sage, swinging his heels and staring at the rows of skulls in the background. Whenever we quarrel, it is easy for you to count the occasions. Easy but endless. Seriously, Unorna, I am not the devil. I can prove it to you, conclusively on theological grounds. Can you? They say that His Majesty is a lawyer, and a successful one in good practice. What caused Satan's fall? Pride. Then pride is his chief characteristic. Am I proud, Unorna? The question is absurd. I have nothing to be proud of. A little old man with a grey beard, of whom nobody ever heard anything remarkable. No one ever accused me of pride. How could I be proud of anything? Except of your acquaintance, my dear lady, he added gallantly, laying his hand on his heart and leaning towards her as he said. Unorna laughed at the speech, and threw back her dishevelled hair with a graceful gesture. Keyork paused. You are very beautiful, he said thoughtfully, gazing at her face and at the red gold lights that played in the tangled tresses. Worse and worse, she exclaimed, still laughing. Are you going to repeat the comedy you played so well this afternoon, and make love to me again? If you like, but I do not need to win your affections now. Why not? Have I not bought your soul with everything in it, like a furnished house? He asked merrily. Then you are the devil after all. Or an angel. Why should the evil one have a monopoly in the soul market? But you remind me of my argument. You would have distracted Demosthenes in the heat of a peroration, or Socrates in the midst of his defense, if you had flashed that hair of yours before their old eyes. You have almost taken the life out of my argument. I was going to say that my peculiarity is not less exclusive than Lucifer's, though it takes a different turn. I was going to confess with the utmost frankness and the most sincere truth that my only crime against heaven is a most perfect, unswerving, devotional love for my own particular self. In that attachment I have never wavered yet, but I really cannot say what may become of Keyork Arabian if he looks at you much longer. He might become a human being, suggested Unorna. How can you be so cruel as to suggest such a horrible possibility? Cried the gnome with a shudder, either real or extremely well feigned. You're betraying yourself, Keyork. You must control your feelings better, or I shall find out the truth about you. He glanced keenly at her, and was silent for a while. Unorna rose slowly to her feet, and standing beside him, began to twist her hair into a great coil upon her head. What made you let it down? Asked Keyork with some curiosity as he watched her. I hardly know, she answered, still busy with the braids. I was nervous, I suppose, as you say, and so it got loose and came down. Nervous about our friend? She did not reply, but turned from him with a shake of the head and took up her fur mantle. You're not going, said Keyork quietly, in a tone of conviction. She started slightly, dropped the sable, and sat down again. No, she said, I am not going yet. I do not know what made me take my cloak. You have really no cause for nervousness now that it is all over, remarked the sage, who had not descended from his perch on the table. He is very well. It is one of those cases which are interesting as being new, or at least only partially investigated. We may as well speak in confidence, Unorna, for we really understand each other. Do you not think so? That depends on what you have to say. Not much. Nothing that ought to offend you. You must consider, my dear, he said, assuming an admirably paternal tone, that I might be your father, and that I have your welfare very much at heart, as well as your happiness. You love this man. No, do not be angry. Do not interrupt me. You could not do better for yourself, nor for him. I knew him years ago. He is a grand man. The sort of man I would like to be. Good. You find him suffering from a delusion, or a memory, whichever it be. Not only is this delusion, let us call it so, ruining his happiness and undermining his strength, but so long as it endures, it also completely excludes the possibility of his feeling for you what you feel for him. Your own interest coincides exactly with the promptings of real human charity. And yours is in reality a charitable nature, dear Unorna, though you are sometimes a little hasty with poor old Keyork. Good again. You, being moved by a desire for this man's welfare, most kindly and wisely take steps to cure him of his madness. The delusion is strong, but your will is stronger. The delusion yields after a violent struggle during which it has been impressed itself upon your own senses. The patient is brought home, properly cared for, and disposed to rest. Then he wakes, apparently of his own accord, and behold! He is completely cured. Everything has been successful. Everything is perfect. Everything has followed the usual course of such mental cures by means of hypnosis. The only thing I do not understand is the waking. That is the only thing which makes me uneasy for the future, until I can see it properly explained. He had no right to wake without your suggestion. If he was still in the hypnotic state, and if he had already come out of the hypnotic state by natural reaction, it is to be feared that the cure may not be permanent. Unorna had listened attentively, as she always did when Keyork delivered himself of a serious opinion upon a psychiatric case. Her eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he finished. "If that is all that troubles you," she said, "you may set your mind at rest. After he had fallen, and while the watchman was getting the carriage, I repeated my suggestion and ordered him to wake without pain in an hour." "Perfect! Splendid!" cried Keyork, clapping his hands loudly together. "I did you an injustice, my dear Unorna. You are not so nervous as I thought, since you forgot nothing. What a woman! Ghost-proof, and able to think connectedly even at such a moment. But tell me, did you not take the opportunity of suggesting something else?" His eyes twinkled merrily as he asked the question. "What do you mean?" inquired Unorna, with sudden coldness. "Oh, nothing so serious as you seem to think. I was only wondering whether a suggestion of reciprocation might not have been wise." She faced him fiercely. "Hold your peace, Keyork Arabian," she cried. "Why?" he asked with a bland smile, swinging his little legs and stroking his long beard. "There is a limit. Must you forever be trying to suggest, and trying to guide me in everything I do? It is intolerable. I can hardly call my stall my own." "Hardly, considering my recent acquisition of it," returned Keyork calmly. "That wretched jest is threadbare." "A jest? Wretched? And threadbare too? Poor Keyork, his wit is failing him at last." He shook his head in mock melancholy over his supposed intellectual dotage. Unorna turned away, this time with the determination to leave him. "I am sorry if I have offended you," he said very meekly. "Was what I said so very unpardonable?" "If ignorance is unpardonable, as you always say, then your speech is past forgiveness," said Unorna, relenting by force of habit, but gathering her fur around her. "If you know anything of women, which I do not," observed the gnome in a low toned interruption, "which you do not, you would know how much such love as you advise me to manufacture by force of suggestion could be worth in a woman's eyes. You would know that a woman will be loved for herself, for her beauty, for her wit, for her virtues, for her faults, for her own love, if you will, and by a man conscious of all his actions and free of his heart. Not by a mere patient reduced to the proper state of sentiment by a trick of hypnotism, or psychiatry, or of whatever you choose to call the effect of this power of mine which neither you nor I, nor anyone can explain. I will be loved freely, for myself, or not at all." I see," said Keyork thoughtfully. "Something in the way Israel Kafka loves you." "Yes, as Israel Kafka loves me, I am not afraid to say it. As he loves me, of his own free will, and to his own destruction, as I should have loved him, had it been so fated." "You are a fatalist, Unorna," observed her companion, still stroking and twisting his beard. "It is strange that we should differ upon so many fundamental questions, you and I, and yet be such good friends, is it not?" "The strangest thing of all is that I should submit to your exasperating ways as I do." "It does not strike me that it is I who am quarreling this time," said Keyork. "I confess, I would almost prefer that to your imperturbable coolness. What is this new phase? You used to not be like this. You are planning some wickedness, I am sure of it." "And that is all the credit I get for keeping my temper. Did I not say a while ago that I would never quarrel with you again?" You said so, but you did not expect me to keep my word," said Keyork, slipping from his seat on the table with considerable agility and suddenly standing close before her. "And do you not yet know that when I say a thing I do it, and that when I have got a thing I keep it?" "So far as the latter point is concerned I have nothing to say, but you need not be so terribly impressive. And unless you are going to break your word, by which you seem to set such store and quarrel with me, you need not look at me so fiercely." Keyork suddenly let his voice drop to its deepest and most vibrating key. "I only want you to remember this," he said. "You are not an ordinary woman, as I am not an ordinary man, and the experiment we are making together is an altogether extraordinary one. I have told you the truth. I care for nothing but my individual self, and I seek nothing but the prolongation of life. If you endanger the success of the great trial again, as you did today, and if it fails, I will never forgive you. You will make an enemy of me, and you will regret it while you live, and longer than that, perhaps. So long as you keep the compact, there is nothing I will not do to help you, nothing within the bounds of your imagination. And I can do much. Do you understand?" "I understand that you are afraid of losing my help." "That is it, of losing your help. I am not afraid of losing you in the end." Unorna smiled rather scornfully at first, as she looked down upon the little man's strange face and gazed fearlessly into his eyes. But as she looked, the smile faded, and the color slowly sank from her face until she was very pale. And as she felt herself losing courage before something which she could not understand, Keyork's eyes grew brighter and brighter till they glowed like drops of molten metal. A sound as of many voices wailing in agony rose and trembled and quavered in the air. With a wild cry, Unorna pressed her hands to her ears and fled toward the entrance. "You are very nervous tonight," observed Keyork as he opened the door. Then he went silently down the stairs by her side and helped her into the carriage, which had been waiting since his return. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 11. A month had passed since the day on which Unorna had first seen the Wanderer, and since the evening when she had sat so long in conversation with Keyork Arabian. The snow lay heavily on all the rolling moorland about Prague, covering everything up to the very gates of the Black City, and within, all things were as hard and dark and frozen as ever. The sun was still the sun, no doubt, high above the mist and the gloom which he had no power to pierce, but no man could say that he had seen him in that month. At long intervals indeed, a faint rose-colored glow touched the high walls of the Hatrin and transfigured for an instant the short spires of the unfinished cathedral, hundreds of feet above the ice-bound river and the sepulchral capital. Sometimes, in the dim afternoons, a little gold filtered through the heavy air and tinged the snow steeples of the Teinkirch, and yellowed the stately tower of the town hall. But that was all, so far as the moving throngs of silent beings that filled the streets could see. The very air men breathed seemed to be stiffening with damp cold. For that is not the glorious winter of our own dear north, where the whole earth is a jewel of gleaming crystals hung between two heavens, between the heaven of day and the heaven of the night, beautiful alike in sunshine and in starlight under the rays of the moon, at evening and again at dawn, where the pines and hemlocks are as forests of plums powdered thick with dust of silver, where the black ice rings like a deep-toned bell beneath the heel of the sweeping skate, the ice that you may follow 100 miles if you have breath and strength, where the harshest voice rings musically among the icicles and the snow-laden boughs, where the quick jingle of sleigh bells far off on the smooth, deep track brings to the listeners the vision of our own merry Father Christmas, with snowy beard, and apple cheeks, and peaked fur cap, and mighty gauntlets, and hampers and sacks full of toys and good things in true northern jollity, where all is young and fresh and free, where eyes are bright and cheeks are red, and hands are strong and hearts are brave, where children laugh and tumble in the diamond dust of the dry, driving snow, where men and women know what happiness can mean, where the old are as the giant pines, green, silver-crowned landmarks in the human forest, rather than as dry, twisted, sapless trees, fit only to be cut down and burned, in that dear north to which our hearts and memories still turn for refreshment under the Indian suns and out of the hot splendor of calm southern seas. The winter of the Black City that spans the frozen Moldau is the winter of the grave, dim as a perpetual afternoon in a land where no lotus ever grew, cold with the unspeakable frigidness of a reeking air that thickens as oil but will not be frozen, melancholy as a stony island of death in a lifeless sea. A month had gone by, and in that time the love that had so suddenly taken root in Unorna's heart had grown to great proportions as love will, when being strong and real, it is thwarted and repulsed at every turn. For she was not loved. She had destroyed the idol and rooted out the memory of it, but she could not take its place. She had spoken the truth when she had told Keyork that she would be loved for herself, or not at all, and that she would use neither her secret arts nor her rare gifts to manufacture a semblance when she longed for a reality. Almost daily she saw him. As in a dream he came to her and sat by her side, hour after hour, talking of many things, calm apparently, and satisfied in her society, but strangely apathetic and indifferent. Never once in those many days had she seen his pale face light up with pleasure, nor his deep eyes show a gleam of interest. Never had the tone of his voice been disturbed in its even monotony, never had the touch of his hand, when they met and parted, felt the communication of the thrill that ran through hers. It was very bitter, for Unorna was proud with the scarcely reasoning pride of a lawless, highly gifted nature accustomed to be obeyed and little used to bending under any influence. She brought all the skill she could command to her assistance. She talked to him, she told him of herself, she sought his confidence, she consulted him on every matter. She attempted to fascinate his imagination with tales of a life which even he could never have seen. She even sang to him old songs and snatches of wonderful melodies, which in her childhood had still survived the advancing wave of silence that was overwhelmed the Bohemian people within the memory of living men, bringing a change into the daily life and temperament of a whole nation which is perhaps unparalleled in any history. He listened, he smiled, he showed a faint pleasure and a great understanding in all these things, and he came back day after day to talk and listen again. But that was all. She felt that she could amuse him without charming him. And Unorna suffered terribly. Her cheek grew thinner and her eyes gleamed with sudden fires. She was restless, and her beautiful hands, from seeming to be carved in white marble, began to look as though they were chiseled out of delicate transparent alabaster. She slept little and thought much, and if she did not shed tears, it was because she was too strong to weep for pain and too proud to weep from anger and disappointment. And yet her resolution remained firm, for it was part and parcel of her inmost self, and was guarded by pride on the one hand and an unalterable belief in fate on the other. Today they sat together, as they had so often sat, among the flowers and the trees in the vast conservatory, she in her tall carved chair, and he upon a lower seat before her. They had been silent for some minutes. It was not yet noon, but it might have been early morning in a southern island, so soft was the light, so freshly scented the air, so peaceful the tinkle of the tiny fountain. Unorna's expression was sad, as she gazed in silence at the man she loved. There was something gone from his face, she thought, since she had first seen him, and it was to bring that something back that she would give her life and her soul if she could. Suddenly her lips moved, and a sad melody trembled in the air. Unorna sang, almost as though singing to herself. The wanderer's deep eyes met hers, and he listened. When in life's heaviest hour grief crowds upon the heart, one wondrous prayer my memory repeats. The harmony of the living words is full of strength to heal. There breathes in them a holy charm, past understanding. Then as a burden from my soul, doubt rolls away, and I believe in tears, and all is light, so light. She ceased, and his eyes were still upon her, calm, thoughtful, dispassionate. The color began to rise in her cheek. She looked down and tapped upon the carved arm of the chair with an impatient gesture familiar to her. "And what is that one prayer?" asked the Wanderer. "I knew the song long ago, but I have never guessed what that magic prayer can be like. It must be a woman's prayer. I cannot tell you what it is." "And are you so sad today, Unorna? What makes you sing that song?" "Sad? No, I am not sad," she answered with an effort. "But the words rose to my lips, and so I sang." "They are pretty words," said her companion, almost indifferently. "And you have a very beautiful voice," he added thoughtfully. "Have I? I have been told so sometimes." "Yes, I like to hear you sing, and talk too. My life is a blank. I do not know what it would be without you." "I am little enough to those who know me," said Unorna, growing pale, and drawing a quick breath. "You cannot say that. You are not little to me." There was a long silence. He gazed at the plants, and his glance wandered from one to the other, as though he did not see them, being lost in meditation. The voice had been calm and clear as ever, but it was the first time he had ever said so much, and Unorna's heart stood still, half fire and half ice. She could not speak. "You are very much to me," he said again at last. "Since I have been in this place a change has come over me. I seem to myself to be a man without an object, without so much as a real thought. Keyork tells me that there is something wanting, that the something is a woman, and that I ought to love. I cannot tell. I do not know what love is, and I never knew. Perhaps it is the absence of it that makes me what I am, a body and an intelligence without a soul. Even the intelligence I begin to doubt. What sense has there ever been in all my wanderings? Why have I been in every place, in every city? What went I forth to see? Not even a reed shaken by the wind. I have spoken all languages, read thousands of books, known men in every land, and for what? It is as though I had once had an object in it all, though I know that there was none. But I have realized the worthlessness of my life since I have been here. Perhaps you have shown it to me, or helped me to see it. I cannot tell. I ask myself again and again what it was all for, and I ask in vain. I am lonely, indeed, in the world, but it has been my own choice. I remember that I had friends once, when I was younger, but I cannot tell what has become of one of them. They wearied me, perhaps, in those days, and the weariness drove me from my own home. For I have a home, Unorna, and I fancy that when old age gets me at last I shall go there to die, in one of those old towers by the northern sea. I was born there, and there my mother died and my father before I knew them. It is a sad place. Meanwhile I may have 30 years or 40 or even more to live. Shall I go on living this wandering, aimless life? And if not, what shall I do? Love, says Keyork Arabian, who never loved anything but himself, but to whom that suffices, for it passes the love of a woman. That is true indeed, said Unorna in a low voice. And what he says might be true also if I were capable of loving, but I feel that I am not. I am as incapable of that as of anything else. I ought to despise myself, and yet I do not. I am perfectly contented, and if I am not happy, I at least do not realize what unhappiness means. Am I not always of the same even temper? Indeed you are. She tried not to speak bitterly, but something in her tone struck him. Ah, I see. You despise me a little for my apathy. Yes, you are quite right. Man is not made to turn idleness into a fine art, nor to manufacture contentment out of his own culpable indifference. It is despicable. And yet here I am. I never meant that, cried Unorna with sudden heat. Even if I had, what right have I to make myself the judge of your life? The right of friendship, answered the Wanderer very quietly. You are my best friend, Unorna. Unorna's anger rose within her. She remembered how in that very place, and but a month earlier, she had offered Israel Kafka her friendship, and it was as though a heavy retribution were now meted out to her for her cruelty on that day. She remembered his wrath and his passionate denunciations of friendship, his scornful refusal, his savage attempt to conquer her will, his failure and his defeat. She remembered how she had taken her revenge, delivering him over in his sleep to Keyork Arabian's will. She wished that, like him, she could escape from the wound of the word in a senseless lethargy of body and mind. She knew now what he had suffered, for she suffered it all herself. He, at least, had been free to speak his mind, to rage and storm and struggle. She must sit still and hide her agony, at the risk of losing all. She bit her white lips and turned her head away, and was silent. "You are my best friend," the Wanderer repeated in his calm voice, and every syllable pierced her like a glowing needle. "And does not friendship give rights which ought to be used? If, as I think, Unorna, you look upon me as an idler, as a worthless being, as a man without as much as the shadow of a purpose in the world, it is but natural that you should despise me a little, even though you may be very fond of me. Do you not see that?" Unorna stared at him with an odd expression for a moment. "Yes, I am fond of you," she exclaimed, almost harshly. Then she laughed. He seemed not to notice her tone. "I never knew what friendship was before," he went on. "Of course, as I said, I had friends when I was little more than a boy, boys and young men like myself, and our friendship came to this, that we laughed and feasted and hunted together, and sometimes even quarreled, and caring little, thought even less. But in those days there seemed to be nothing between that and love I never understood, that I can remember. But friendship like ours, Unorna, was never dreamed of among us. Such friendship as this, when I often think that I receive all and give nothing in return." Again Unorna laughed, so strangely that the sound of her own voice startled her. "Why do you laugh like that?" he asked. "Because what you say is so unjust to yourself," she answered, nervously and scarcely seeing him where he sat. "You seem to think it is all on your side, and yet I just told you that I was fond of you." "I think it is a fondness greater than friendship that we feel for each other," he said presently, thrusting the probe of a new hope into the tortured wound. "Yes?" She spoke faintly, with averted face. "Something more, a stronger tie, a closer bond. Unorna, do you believe in the migration of the soul throughout the ages, from one body to another?" "Sometimes," she succeeded in saying. "I do not believe in it," he continued. "But I see well enough how many may, since I have known you. We have grown so intimate in these few weeks, we seem to understand each other so wholly, with so little effort, we spend such happy, peaceful hours together every day, that I can almost fancy our two selves having been together through a whole lifetime in some former state, living together, thinking together, inseparable from birth, and full of an instinctive, mutual understanding. I do not know whether that seems an exaggeration to you or not. Has the same idea ever crossed your mind?" She said something, or tried to say something, but the words were inaudible. He interpreted them as expressive of assent, and went on, in a musing tone, as though talking quite as much to himself as to her. "And that is the reason why it seems as though we must be more than friends, though we have known each other so short a time. Perhaps it is too much to say." He hesitated and paused. Unorna breathed hard, not daring to think of what might be coming next. He talked so calmly, in such an easy tone, it was impossible that he could be making love. She remembered the vibrations in his voice when a month ago he had told her his story. She remembered the inflection of the passionate cry he had uttered when he had seen the shadow of Beatrice stealing between them. She knew the ring of his speech when he loved, for she had heard it. It was not there now. And yet the effort not to believe would have been too great for her strength. "Nothing that you could say would be—" She stopped herself. "Would pain me," she added, desperately, in the attempt to complete the sentence. He looked somewhat surprised, and then smiled. "No, I should never say anything, nor do anything which could give you pain. What I meant was this. I feel towards you, and with you, as I can fancy a man might feel to a dear sister. Can you understand that?" In spite of herself she started. He had but just said that he would never give her pain. He did not guess what cruel wounds he was inflicting now. "You are surprised," he said, with intolerable self-possession. "I cannot wonder. I remember to have very often thought that there are few forms of sentimentality more absurd than that which deceives a man into the idea that he can with impunity play at being a brother to a young and beautiful woman. I have always thought so, so I suppose that in whatever remains of my indolent intelligence I think so still. But intelligence is not always so reliable as instinct. I am not young enough, nor foolish enough either, to propose that we should swear eternal brother and sisterhood. Or perhaps I am not old enough, who can tell? Yet I feel how perfectly safe it would be for either of us." The steel had been thrust home, and could go no farther. Unorna's unquiet temper rose at his quiet declaration of his absolute security. The color came back again to her cheek, a little hotly, and though there was a slight tremor in her voice when she spoke, yet her eyes flashed beneath the drooping lids. "Are you sure it would be safe?" she asked. "For you, of course there can be no danger possible," he said, in perfect simplicity of good faith. "For me, well, I have said it. I cannot imagine love coming near me in any shape, by degrees or unawares. It is a strange defect in my nature, but I am glad of it since it makes this pleasant life possible." "And why should you suppose that there is no danger for me?" asked Unorna with a quick glance and a silvery laugh. She was recovering her self-possession. "For you? Why should there be? How could there be? No woman ever loved me, then why should you? Besides, there are 1,000 reasons, one better than the other." "I confess I would be glad to hear a few of them, my friend. You were good enough just now to call me young and beautiful. You are young too, and certainly not repulsive in appearance. You are gifted, you have led an interesting life. Indeed, I cannot help laughing when I think how many reasons there are for my falling in love with you. But you are very reassuring. You tell me there is no danger. I am willing to believe." "It is safe to do that," answered the Wanderer with a smile, "unless you can find at least one reason far stronger than those you give. Young and passably good-looking men are not rare, and as for men of genius who have led interesting lives, many thousands have been pointed out to me. Then why, by any conceivable chance, should your choice fall on me?" "Perhaps because I am so fond of you already," said Unorna, looking away lest her eyes should betray what was so far beyond fondness. "They say the most enduring passions are either born in a single instant, or are the result of a treacherously increasing liking. Take the latter case. Why is it impossible for you or for me? We are slipping from mere liking into friendship, and for all I know, we may some day fall headlong from friendship into love. It would be very foolish, no doubt, but it seems to me quite possible. Do you not see it?" The Wanderer laughed lightly. It was years since he had laughed, until this friendship had begun. "What can I say?" he asked. "If you, the woman, acknowledge yourself vulnerable, how can I, the man, be so discourteous as to assure you that I am proof? And yet I feel that there is no danger for either of us." "You are still sure?" "And if there were, what harm would be done?" He laughed again. "We have no plighted word to break, and I, at least, am singularly heart free. The world would not come to an untimely end if we loved each other. Indeed, the world would have nothing to say about it." "To me it would not," said Unorna, looking down at her clasped hands. "But to you, what would the world say if it learned that you were in love with Unorna, that you were married to the witch?" "The world? What is the world to me, or what am I to it? What is my world? If it is anything, it consists of a score of men and women who chance to be spending their allotted time on earth in that corner of the globe in which I was born, who saw me grow to manhood, and who most inconsequently arrogate to themselves the privilege of criticizing my actions as they criticize each other's, who say loudly that this is right and that is wrong, and who will be gathered in due time to their insignificant fathers, with their own insignificance thick upon them, as is meet and just. If that is the world, I am not afraid of its judgments in the very improbable case of my falling in love with you." Unorna shook her head. There was a momentary relief in discussing the consequences of a love not yet born in him. "That would not be all," she said. "You have a country, you have a home, you have obligations. You have all those things which I have not." "And not one of those which you have." She glanced at him again, for there was truth in the words which hurt her. Love, at least, was hers in abundance, and he had it not. "How foolish it is to talk like this!" she exclaimed. "After all, when people love, they care very little what the world says. If I loved anyone," she tried to laugh carelessly, "I am sure I would be indifferent to everything or everyone else." "I am sure you would be," assented the Wanderer. "Why?" She turned rather suddenly upon him. "Why are you so sure?" "In the first place, because you say so, and secondly, because you have the kind of nature which is above common opinion." "And what kind of nature may that be?" "Enthusiastic, passionate, brave." "Have I so many good qualities?" "I am always telling you so." "Does it give you pleasure to tell me what you think of me?" "Does it pain you to hear it?" asked the Wanderer, somewhat surprised at the uncertainty of her temper, and involuntarily curious as to the cause of the disturbance. "Sometimes it does," Unorna answered. "I suppose I have grown awkward and tactless in my lonely life. You must forgive me if I do not understand my mistake. But since I have annoyed you, I am sorry for it. Perhaps you do not like such speeches because you think I am flattering you and turning compliments. You are wrong if you think that. I am sincerely attached to you, and I admire you very much. May I not say as much as that?" "Does it do any good to say it?" "If I may speak of you at all I may express myself with pleasant truths." "Truths are not always pleasant. Better not to speak of me at any time." "As you will," said the Wanderer, bending his head as though in submission to her commands. But he did not continue the conversation, and a long silence ensued. He wondered what was passing in her mind, and his reflections led to no very definite result. Even if the idea of her loving him had presented itself to his intelligence he would have scouted it, partly on the ground of its apparent improbability, and partly, perhaps, because he had of late grown really indolent, and would have resented any occurrence which threatened to disturb the peaceful, objectless course of his days. He put down her quick changes of mood to sudden caprice, which he excused readily enough. "Why are you so silent?" Unorna asked after a time. "I was thinking of you," he answered, with a smile. "And since you forbade me to speak of you, I said nothing." "How literal you are!" she exclaimed impatiently. "I could see no figurative application of your words," he retorted, beginning to be annoyed at her prolonged ill humour. "Perhaps there was none." "In that case do not argue. I detest arguments in all shapes, and most of all when I am expected to answer it. You cannot understand me, you never will." She broke off suddenly and looked at him. She was angry with him, with herself, with everything, and in her anger she loved him tenfold better than before. Had he not been blinded by his own absolute coldness he must have read her heart in the look she gave him, for his eyes met hers. But he saw nothing. The glance had been involuntary, but Unorna was too thoroughly a woman not to know all that it had expressed, and would have conveyed to the mind of any one not utterly incapable of love, all that it might have betrayed, even to this man who was her friend and talked of being her brother. She realized with terrible vividness the extent of her own passion, and the appalling indifference of its object. A wave of despair rose and swept over her heart. Her sight grew dim, and she was conscious of sharp physical pain. She did not even attempt to speak, for she had no thoughts which could take the shape of words. She leaned back in her chair and tried to draw her breath, closing her eyes, and wishing she were alone. "What's the matter?" asked the Wanderer, watching her in surprise. She did not answer. He rose and stood beside her, and lightly touched her hand. "Are you ill?" he asked again. She pushed him away, almost roughly. "No," she answered shortly. Then all at once, as though repenting of her gesture, her hand sought his again, pressed it hard for a moment, and let it fall. "It is nothing," she said. "It will pass. Forgive me." "Did anything I said," he began. "No, no. How absurd!" "Shall I go?" "Yes, you would rather be alone." He hesitated. "No, yes, yes. Go away and come back later." "It is the heat, perhaps. Is it not hot here?" "I dare say," he answered absently. He took her hand and then left her, wondering exceedingly over a matter which was of the simplest. It was some time before Unorna realized that he was gone. She had suffered a severe shock, not to be explained by any word or words which he had spoken, as much as by the revelation of her own utter powerlessness, of her total failure to touch his heart, but most directly of all the consequence of a sincere passion which was assuming dangerous proportions, of which threatened to sweep away even her pride in its irresistible course. She grew calmer when she found herself alone, but in a manner she grew also more desperate. A resolution began to form itself in her mind which she would have despised and driven out of her thoughts a few hours earlier, a resolution destined to lead to strange results. She began to think of resorting once more to a means other than natural in order to influence the man she loved. In the first moments she had felt so sure of herself, and the certainty that the Wanderer had forgotten Beatrice as completely as though she had never existed had seemed to Unorna a complete triumph. With little or no common vanity she had nevertheless felt sure that the man must love her for her own sake. She knew, when she thought of it, that she was beautiful, unlike other women, and born to charm all living things. She compared in her mind the power she controlled at will, and the influence she exercised without effort over every one who came near her. It had always seemed to her enough to wish in order to see the realization of her wishes. But she had herself never understood how closely the wish was allied with the despotic power of suggestion which she possessed. But in her love she had put a watch over her mysterious strength and had controlled it, saying that she would be loved for herself or not at all. She had been jealous of every glance, lest it should produce a result not natural. She had waited to be won, instead of trying to win. She had failed, and passion could be restrained no longer. "What does it matter how, if only he is mine?" she exclaimed fiercely, and she rose from her carved chair an hour after he had left her. Chapter
12 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 12. Israel Kafka found himself seated in the corner of a comfortable carriage, with Keyork Arabian at his side. He opened his eyes quite naturally, and, after looking out of the window, stretched himself as far as the limits of the space would allow. He felt very weak and very tired. The bright color had left his olive cheeks, his lips were pale, and his eyes heavy. "Traveling is very tiring," he said, glancing at Keyork's face. The old man rubbed his hands briskly and laughed. "I am as fresh as ever," he answered. "It is true that I have the happy faculty of sleeping when I get a chance, and that no preoccupation disturbs my appetite." Keyork Arabian was in a very cheerful frame of mind. He was conscious of having made a great stride towards the successful realization of his dream. Israel Kafka's ignorance, too, amused him, and gave him a fresh and encouraging proof of Unorna's amazing powers. By a mere exercise of superior will, this man, in the very prime of youth and strength, had been deprived of a month of his life. 30 days were gone, as in the flash of a second, and with them was gone also something less easily replaced, or at least more certainly missed. In Kafka's mind, the passage of time was accounted for in a way which would have seemed supernatural 20 years ago, but which at the present day is understood in practice, if not in theory. For 30 days he had been stationary in one place, almost motionless, an instrument in Keyork's skilful hands, a mere reservoir of vitality upon which the sage had ruthlessly drawn to the fullest extent of its capacities. He had been fed and tended in his unconsciousness. He had, unknown to himself, opened his eyes at regular intervals, and had absorbed through his ears a series of vivid impressions destined to disarm his suspicions, when he was at last allowed to wake and move about the world again. With unfailing forethought, Keyork had planned the details of a whole series of artificial reminiscences, and at the moment when Kafka came to himself in the carriage, the machinery of memory began to work as Keyork had intended that it should. Israel Kafka leaned back against the cushions and reviewed his life during the past month. He remembered very well the afternoon when, after a stormy interview with Unorna, he had been persuaded by Keyork to accompany the latter upon a rapid southward journey. He remembered how he had hastily packed together a few necessaries for the expedition, while Keyork stood at his elbow advising him what to take and what to leave, with the sound good sense of an experienced traveller, and he could almost repeat the words of the message he had scrawled on a sheet of paper at the last minute to explain his sudden absence from his lodging, for the people of the house had all been away when he was packing his belongings. Then the hurry of the departure recalled itself to him, the crowds of people at the Franz Joseph station, the sense of rest in finding himself alone with Keyork in a compartment of the express train. After that, he had slept during most of the journey, waking to find himself in a city of the snow-driven Tyrol. With tolerable distinctness he remembered the sights he had seen, and fragments of conversation. Then another departure, still southward, the crossing of the Alps, Italy, Venice, a dream of water and sun and beautiful buildings, in which the varied conversational powers of his companion found constant material. As a matter of fact, the conversation was what was almost clearly impressed upon Kafka's mind, as he recalled the rapid passage from one city to another, and realized how many places he had visited in one short month. From Venice southwards again, Florence, Rome, Naples, Sicily, by sea to Athens, and on to Constantinople, familiar to him already from former visits, up the Bosphorus, by the Black Sea to Varna, and then again a long period of restful sleep during the endless railway journey. Pest, Vienna, rapidly revisited, and back at last to Prague, to the cold and grey snow and the black sky. It was not strange, he thought, that his recollections of so many cities should be a little confused. A man would need a fine memory to catalogue the myriad sights which such a trip offers to the eye, the innumerable sounds, familiar and unfamiliar, which strike the ear, the countless sensations of comfort, discomfort, pleasure, annoyance, and admiration, which occupy the nerves without intermission. There was something not wholly disagreeable in the hazy character of the retrospect, especially to a nature such as Kafka's, full of undeveloped artistic instincts and of a passionate love of all sensuous beauty, animate and inanimate. The gorgeous pictures rose one after the other in his imagination, and satisfied a longing of which he felt that he had been vaguely aware before beginning the journey. None of these lacked reality, any more than Keyork himself thought it seemed strange to the young man that he should actually have seen so much in so short a time. But Keyork and Unorna understood their art and knew how much more easy it is to produce a fiction of continuity where an element of confusion is introduced by the multitude and variety of the quickly succeeding impressions, and almost destitute of incident. One occurrence, indeed, he remembered with extraordinary distinctness, and could have affirmed under oath in all its details. It had taken place in Palermo. The heat had seemed intense by contrast with the bitter north he had left behind. Keyork had gone out, and he had been alone in a strange hotel. His head swam in the stifling sirocco. He had sent for a local physician, and the old-fashioned doctor had then and there taken blood from his arm. He had lost so much that he had fainted. The doctor had been gone when Keyork returned, and the sage had been very angry, abusing in most violent terms the ignorance which could still apply such methods. Israel Kafka knew that the lancet had left a wound on his arm, and that the scar was still visible. He remembered, too, that he had often felt tired since, and that Keyork had invariably reminded him of the circumstances, attributing to it the weariness from which he suffered, and indulging each time in fresh abuse of the benighted doctor. Very skilfully had the whole story been put together in all its minutest details, carefully thought out and written down in the form of a journal before it had been impressed upon his sleeping mind with all the tyrannic force of Unorna's strong will. And there was but little probability that Israel Kafka would ever learn what had actually been happening to him while he had fancied that he had been travelling swiftly from place to place. He could still wonder, indeed, that he should have yielded so easily to Keyork's pressing invitation to accompany the latter upon such an extraordinary flight. But he remembered then his last interview with Unorna, and it seemed almost natural that in his despair he should have chosen to go away. Not that his passion for the woman was dead. Intentionally or by an oversight, Unorna had not touched upon the question of his love for her in the course of her otherwise well-considered suggestions. Possibly she had believed that the statement she had forced from his lips was enough, and that he would forget her without any further action on her part. Possibly, too, Unorna was indifferent and was content to let him suffer, believing that his devotion might still be turned to some practical use. However that may be, when Israel Kafka opened his eyes in the carriage, he still loved her, though he was conscious that in his manner of loving a change had taken place, of which he was destined to realize the consequences before another day had passed. When Keyork answered his first remark, he turned and looked at the old man. "I suppose you are tougher than I," he said languidly. "You will hardly believe it, but I have been dozing already here in the carriage since we left the station." "No harm in that. Sleep is a great restorative," laughed Keyork. "Are you so glad to be in Prague again?" asked Kafka. "It is a melancholy place. But you laugh as though you actually liked the sight of the black houses and the grey snow and the silent people." "How can a place be melancholy? The seat of melancholy is the liver. Imagine a city with a liver, of brick and mortar or stone and cement, a huge mass of masonry buried in its centre, like an enormous fetish, exercising a mysterious influence over the city's health. Then you may imagine a city as suffering from melancholy." "How absurd!" "My dear boy, I rarely say absurd things," answered Keyork imperturbably. "Besides, as a matter of fact, there is nothing absurd. But you suggested rather a fantastic idea to my imagination. The brick liver is not a bad conception. Far down in the bowels of the earth, in a black cavern hollowed beneath the lowest foundations of the oldest church, the brick liver was built by the cunning magicians of old, to last forever, to purify the city's blood, to regulate the city's life, and in a measure to control its destinies by means of its passions. A few wise men have handed down the knowledge of the brick liver to each other from generation to generation, but the rest of the inhabitants are ignorant of its existence. They alone know that every vicissitude of the city's condition is traceable to that source. Its sadness, its merriment, its carnivals and its Lents, its health and its disease, its prosperity and the hideous plagues which at distant intervals kill 1 in 10 of the population. Is it not a pretty thought?" "I do not understand you," said Kafka wearily. "It is a very practical idea," continued Keyork, amused with his own fancies, "and it will yet be carried out. The great cities of the next century will each have a liver of brick and mortar and iron and machinery, a huge mechanical purifier." "You smile. Ah, my dear boy, truth and phantasm are very much the same to you. You are too young. How can you be expected to care for the great problem of problems, for the mighty question of prolonging life?" Keyork laughed again, with a meaning in his laughter which escaped his companion altogether. "How can you be expected to care?" he repeated. "And yet men used to say that it was the duty of strong youth to support the trembling weakness of feeble old age." His eyes twinkled with a diabolical mirth. "No," said Kafka, "I do not care. Life is meant to be short. Life is meant to be storm, broken with gleams of love's sunshine. Why prolong it? If it is unhappy, you would only draw out the unhappiness to greater lengths, and such joy as it has is joy only because it is quick, sudden, violent. I would concentrate a lifetime into an instant if I could, and then die content in having suffered everything, enjoyed everything, dared everything, in the flash of a great lightning between two total darknesses. But to drag on through slow sorrows, or to crawl through a century of contentment, never. Better be mad, or asleep, and unconscious of the time. "You are a very desperate person," exclaimed Keyork. "If you had the management of this unstable world, you would make it a very convulsive and nervous place. We should all turn into flaming ephemerides, fluttering about the crater of a perpetually active volcano. I prefer the system of the brick liver. There is more durability in it." The carriage stopped before the door of Kafka's dwelling. Keyork got out with him and stood upon the pavement while the porter took the slender luggage into the house. He smiled as he glanced at the leathern portmanteau which was supposed to have made such a long journey, while it had in reality lain a whole month in a corner of Keyork's great room behind a group of specimens. He had opened it once or twice in that time, had disturbed the contents, and had thrown in a few objects of his heterogeneous collection, as reminiscences of the places visited in imagination by Kafka, and of the acquisition of which the latter was only assured in his sleeping state. They would constitute a tangible proof of the journey's reality in case the suggestion proved less thoroughly successful than was hoped, and Keyork prided himself upon this supreme touch. "And now," he said, taking Kafka's hand, "I would advise you to rest as long as you can. I suppose that it must have been a fatiguing trip for you, though I myself am as fresh as a May morning. There is nothing wrong with you, but you are tired. Repose, my dear boy, repose, and plenty of it. That infernal Sicilian doctor! I shall never forgive him for bleeding you as he did. There is nothing so weakening. Good-bye. I shall hardly see you again to-day, I fancy." "I cannot tell," answered the young man absently. "But let me thank you," he added, with a sudden consciousness of obligation, "for your pleasant company, and for making me go with you. I dare say it has done me good, though I feel unaccountably tired. I feel almost old." His tired eyes and haggard face showed that this at least was no illusion. The fancied journey had added 10 years to his age in 30 days, and those who knew him best would have found it hard to recognize the brilliantly vital personality of Israel Kafka in the pale and exhausted youth who painfully climbed the stairs with unsteady steps, panting for breath and clutching at the handrail for support. "He will not die this time," remarked Keyork Arabian to himself, as he sent the carriage away and began to walk towards his own home. "Not this time. But it was a sharp strain, and it would not be safe to try it again." He thrust his gloved hands into the pockets of his fur coat, so that the stick he held stood upright against his shoulder in a rather military fashion. The fur cap sat a little to one side on his strange head, his eyes twinkled, his long white beard waved in the cold wind, and his whole appearance was that of a jaunty gnome king, well satisfied with the inspection of his treasure chamber. And he had cause for satisfaction, as he knew well enough when he thought of the decided progress made in the great experiment. The cost at which that progress had been obtained was nothing. Had Israel Kafka perished altogether under the treatment he had received, Keyork Arabian would have bestowed no more attention upon the catastrophe than would have been barely necessary in order to conceal it and to protect himself and Unorna from the consequences of the crime. In the duel with death, the life of one man was of small consequence, and Keyork would have sacrificed thousands to his purposes with equal indifference to their intrinsic value, and with a proportionately greater interest in the result to be attained. There was a terrible logic in his mental process. Life was a treasure literally inestimable in value. Death was the destroyer of this treasure, devised by the Supreme Power as a sure means of limiting man's activity and intelligence. To conquer death on his own ground was to win the great victory over that power, and to drive back to an indefinite distance the boundaries of human supremacy. It was assuredly not for the sake of benefiting mankind at large that he pursued his researches at all sacrifices and at all costs. The prime object of all his consideration was himself, as he unhesitatingly admitted on all occasions, conceiving perhaps that it was easier to defend such a position than to disclaim it. There could be no doubt that in the man's enormous self-estimation the supreme power occupied a place secondary to Keyork Arabian's personality and hostile to it. And had he taken up arms as Lucifer, assuming his individual right to live in spite of God, man, and nature, convinced that the secret could be discovered and determined to find it and to use it, no matter at what price. In him there was neither ambition, nor pride, nor vanity in the ordinary meaning of these words. For passion ceases with the cessation of comparison between man and his fellows, and Keyork Arabian acknowledged no ground for such a comparison in his own case. He had matched himself in a struggle with the supreme power, and directly with that power's only active representative on earth, with death. It was well said of him that he had no beliefs, for he knew of no intermediate position between total suspension of judgment and the certainty of direct knowledge. And it was equally true that he was no atheist, as he had sanctimoniously declared of himself. He admitted the existence of the power, he claimed the right to assail it, and he grappled with the greatest, the most terrible, the most universal, and the most stupendous of facts, which is the fact that all men die. Unless he conquered, he must die also. He was past theories, as he was beyond most other human weaknesses, and facts had for him the enormous value they acquire in the minds of men cut off from all that is ideal. In Unorna he had found the instrument he had sought throughout half a lifetime. With her he had tried the great experiment and pushed it to the very end. And when he conducted Israel Kafka to his home, he already knew that the experiment had succeeded. His plan was a simple one. He would wait a few months longer for the final result. He would select his victim, and with Unorna's help he would himself grow young again. And who can tell, he asked himself, whether the life restored by such means may not be more resisting and stronger against deathly influences than before? Is it not true that the older we grow, the more slowly we grow old? Is not the gulf which divides the infant from the man of 20 years far wider than that which lies between the 20th and the 40th years, and that again more full of rapid change than the 3rd score? Take, too, the wisdom of my old age, as against the folly of a scarce-grown boy. Shall not my knowledge and care and forethought avail to make the same material last longer on the 2nd trial than on the 1st? No doubt of that, he thought, as he walked briskly along the pavement and entered his own house. In his great room he sat down by the table and fell into a long meditation upon the most immediate consequences of his success in the difficult undertaking he had so skilfully brought to a conclusion. His eyes wandered about the room from one specimen to another, and from time to time a short, scornful laugh made his white beard quiver. As he had once said to Unorna, the dead things reminded him of many failures, but he had never before been able to laugh at them and at the unsuccessful efforts they represented. It was different today. Without lifting his head, he turned up his bright eyes under the thick, finely wrinkled lids, as though looking upward toward that power against which he strove. The glance was malignant and defiant, human and yet half devilish. Then he looked down again, and again fell into a deep thought. "And if it is to be so," he said at last, rising suddenly and letting his open hand fall upon the table, "even then I am provided. She cannot free herself from that bargain, at all events." Then he wrapped his furs around him and went out again. Scarce 100 paces from Unorna's door he met the wanderer. He looked up into the cold, calm face and put out his hand with a greeting. "You look as though you were in a very peaceful frame of mind," observed Keyork. "Why should I be anything but peaceful?" asked the other. "I have nothing to disturb me." "True, true. You possess a very fine organization. I envy you your magnificent constitution, my dear friend. I would like to have some of it, and grow young again." "On your principle of embalming the living, I suppose." "Exactly," answered the sage, with a deep, rolling laugh. "By the by, have you been with our friend Unorna? I suppose that is a legitimate question, though you always tell me I am tactless." "Perfectly legitimate, my dear Keyork. Yes, I have just left her. It is like a breath of spring morning to go there in these days." "You find it refreshing?" "Yes. There is something about her that I could describe as soothing, if I were aware of ever being irritable, which I am not." Keyork smiled and looked down, trying to dislodge a bit of ice from the pavement with the point of his stick. "Soothing, yes. That is just the expression. Not exactly the quality most young and beautiful women covet, eh? But a good quality in its way, and at the right time. How is she to-day?" "She seemed to have a headache, or she was oppressed by the heat. Nothing serious, I fancy, but I came away, as I fancied I was tiring her." "Not likely," observed Keyork. "Do you know Israel Kafka?" he asked suddenly. "Israel Kafka," repeated the wanderer thoughtfully, as though searching in his memory. "Then you do not," said Keyork. "You could only have seen him since you have been here. He is one of Unorna's most interesting patients, and mine as well. He is a little odd." Keyork tapped his ivory forehead significantly with one finger. "Mad," suggested the wanderer. "Mad, if you prefer the term. He has fixed ideas. In the first place, he imagines that he has just been traveling with me in Italy, and is always talking of our experiences. Humor him if you meet him. He is in danger of being worse if contradicted." "Am I likely to meet him?" "Yes, he is often here. His other fixed idea is that he loves Unorna to distraction. He has been dangerously ill during the last few weeks, but is better now, and he may appear at any moment. Humor him a little if he wearies you with his stories. That is all I ask. Both Unorna and I are interested in the case." "And does not Unorna care for him at all?" inquired the other indifferently. "No, indeed. On the contrary, she is annoyed at his insistence, but sees that it is a phase of insanity, and hopes to cure it before long." "I see. What is he like? I suppose he is an Israelite?" "From Moravia, yes. The wreck of a handsome boy," said Keyork carelessly. "This insanity is an enemy of good looks. The nerves give way, then the vitality, the complexion goes. Men of 25 years look old under it. But you will see for yourself before long. Good-bye. I will go in and see what is the matter with Unorna." They parted, the wanderer continuing on his way along the street with the same calm, cold, peaceful expression which had elicited Keyork's admiration, and Keyork himself going forward to Unorna's door. His face was very grave. He entered the house by a small side door, and ascended by a winding staircase directly to the room from which, an hour or two earlier, he had carried the still unconscious Israel Kafka. Everything was as he had left it, and he was glad to be certified that Unorna had not disturbed the aged sleeper in his absence. Instead of going to her at once, he busied himself in making a few observations and in putting in order certain of his instruments and appliances. Then at last he went and found Unorna. She was walking up and down among the plants, and he saw at a glance that something had happened. Indeed, the few words spoken by the wanderer had suggested to him the possibility of a crisis, and he had purposely lingered in the inner apartment in order to give her time to recover her self-possession. She started slightly when he entered, and her brows contracted, but she immediately guessed from his expression that he was not in one of his aggressive moods. "I have just rectified a mistake which might have had rather serious consequences," he said, stopping before her and speaking earnestly and quietly. A mistake? We remembered everything, except that our wandering friend and Kafka were very likely to meet, and that Kafka would in all probability refer to his delightful journey to the south in my company." "That is true," exclaimed Unorna with an anxious glance. "Well, what have you done?" "I met the wanderer in the street. What could I do? I told him that Israel Kafka was a little mad, and that his harmless delusions referred to a journey he was supposed to have made with me, and to an equally imaginary passion which he fancies he feels for you." "That was wise," said Unorna, still pale. "How came we to be so impudent? One word, and he might have suspected." "He could not have suspected all," answered Keyork. "No man could suspect that."
"Nevertheless, I suppose what we have done is not exactly justifiable."
"Hardly. It is true that criminal law has not yet adjusted itself to meet questions of suggestion and psychic influence, but it draws the line, most certainly, somewhere between these questions and the extremity to which we have gone. Happily, the law is at an immeasurable distance from science, and here, as usual in such experiments, no one could prove anything, owing to the complete unconsciousness of the principal witnesses."
"I do not like to think that we have been near to such trouble," said Unorna.
"Nor I. It was fortunate that I met the wanderer when I did."
"And the other? Did he wake as I ordered him to do? Is all right? Is there no danger of his suspecting anything?"
It seemed as though Unorna had momentarily forgotten that such a contingency might be possible, and her anxiety returned with the recollection. Keyork's rolling laughter reverberated among the plants and filled the whole wide hall with echoes. "No danger there," he answered. "Your witchcraft is above criticism. Nothing of that kind that you have ever undertaken has failed." "Except against you," said Unorna thoughtfully. "Except against me, of course. How could you ever expect anything of the kind to succeed against me, my dear lady?"
"And why not? After all, in spite of our jesting, you are not a supernatural being."
"That depends entirely on the interpretation you give to the word supernatural. But, my dear friend and colleague, let us not deceive each other, though we are able between us to deceive other people into believing almost anything. There is nothing in all this witchcraft of yours but a very powerful moral influence at work. I mean apart from the mere faculty of clairvoyance, which is possessed by hundreds of common somnambulists, and which in you is a mere accident. The rest, this hypnotism, this suggestion, this direction of others' wills, is a moral affair, a matter of direct impression produced by words. Mental suggestion may in rare cases succeed, when the person to be influenced is himself a natural clairvoyant. But these cases are not worth taking into consideration. Your influence is a direct one, chiefly exercised by means of your words and through the impression of power which you know how to convey in them. It is marvelous, I admit. But the very definition puts me beyond your power."
"Why?"
"Because there is not a human being alive, and I do not believe that a human being ever lived, who had the sense of independent individuality which I have. Let a man have the very smallest doubt concerning his own independence, let that doubt be ever so transitory and produced by any accident whatsoever, and he is at your mercy."
"And you are sure that no accident could shake your faith in yourself?"
"My consciousness of myself, you mean? No, I am not sure. But, my dear Unorna, I am very careful in guarding against accidents of all sorts, for I have attempted to resuscitate a great many dead people, and I have never succeeded, and I know that a false step on a slippery staircase may be quite as fatal as a teaspoonful of prussic acid, or an unrequited passion. I avoid all these things and many others. If I did not, and if you had any object in getting me under your influence, you would succeed sooner or later. Perhaps the day is not far distant when I will voluntarily sleep under your hand."
Unorna glanced quickly at him.
"And in that case," he added, I am sure you could make me believe anything you pleased." "What are you trying to make me understand?" she asked suspiciously, for he had never before spoken of such a possibility. "You look anxious and weary," he said in a tone of sympathy in which Unorna could not detect the least false modulation, though she fancied from his fixed gaze that he meant her to understand something which he could not say. "You look tired," he continued, "though it is becoming to your beauty to be pale. I always said so. I will not weary you. I was only going to say that if I were under your influence, you might easily make me believe that you were not yourself, but another woman, for the rest of my life." They stood looking at each other in silence during several seconds. Then Unorna seemed to understand what he meant. "Do you really believe that is possible?" she asked earnestly. "I know it. I know of a case in which it succeeded very well." "Perhaps," she said thoughtfully. "Let's go and look at him." She moved in the direction of the aged sleeper's room, and they both left the hall together. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Witch of Prague, A Fantastic Tale by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 13. Unorna was superstitious, as Keyork Arabian had once told her. She did not thoroughly understand herself, and she had very real comprehension of the method by which she produced such remarkable results. She was gifted with a sensitive and active imagination, which supplied her with semi-mystic formulae of thought and speech in place of reasoned explanations, and she undoubtedly attributed much of her own power to supernatural influences. In this respect, at least, she was no farther advanced than the witches of older days, and if her inmost convictions took a shape which would have seemed incomprehensible to those predecessors of hers, this was to be attributed in part to the innate superiority of her nature, and partly also to the high degree of cultivation in which her mental faculties had reached development. Keyork Arabian might spend hours in giving her learned explanations of what she did, but he never convinced her. Possibly he was not convinced himself, and he still hesitated, perhaps, between the two great theories advanced to explain the phenomena of hypnotism. He had told her that he considered her influence to be purely a moral one, exerted by means of language and supported by her extraordinary concentrated will. But it did not follow that he believed what he told her, and it was not improbable that he might have his own doubts on the subject, doubts which Unorna was not slow to suspect, and which destroyed for her the whole force of his reasoning. She fell back upon a sort of grossly unreasonable mysticism, combined with a blind belief in those hidden natural forces and secret virtues of privileged objects, which formed the nucleus of medieval scientific research. The field is a fertile one for the imagination, and possesses a strange attraction for certain minds. There are men alive in our own time to whom the transmutation of metal does not seem an impossibility, nor the brewing of the excelsior of life a matter to be scoffed at as a matter of course. The world is full of people who, in their inmost selves, put faith in the latent qualities of precious stones and amulets, who believe their fortunes, their happiness, and their lives to be directly influenced by some trifling object which they have always upon them. We do not know enough to state with assurance that the constant handling of any particular metal or gem may not produce a real and invariable corresponding effect upon the nerves. But we do know most positively that, when the belief in such talismans is once firmly established, the moral influence they exert upon men through the imagination is enormous. From this condition of mind to that in which auguries are drawn from outward and apparently accidental circumstances, is but a step. If Keyork Arabian inclined to the psychic rather than to the physical school in his view of Unorna's witchcraft and in his studies of hypnotism in general, his opinion resulted naturally from his great knowledge of mankind, and of the unacknowledged, often unsuspected, convictions which in reality direct mankind's activity. It was this experience, too, and the certainty to which it had led him, that put him beyond the reach of Unorna's power, so long as he chose not to yield himself to her will. Her position was in reality diametrically opposed to his, and although he repeated his reasonings to her from time to time, he was quite indifferent to the nature of her views, and never gave himself any real trouble to make her change them. The important point was that she should not lose anything of the gifts she possessed, and Keyork was wise enough to see that the exercise of them depended in a great measure upon her own convictions regarding their exceptional nature. Unorna herself believed in everything which strengthened and developed that conviction, and especially in the influences of time and place. It appeared to her a fortunate circumstance, when she at last determined to overcome her pride, that the resolution should have formed itself exactly a month after she had so successfully banished the memory of Beatrice from the mind of the man she loved. She felt sure of producing a result as effectual if, this time, she could work the second change in the same place and under the same circumstances as the first. And to this end everything was in her favour. She needed not to close her eyes to fancy that 30 days had not really passed between then and now, as she left her house in the afternoon with the Wanderer by her side. He had come back and had found her once more herself, calm, collected, conscious of her own powers. No suspicion of the real cause of the disturbance he had witnessed crossed his mind. Still less could he guess what things she meditated as she directed their walk towards that lonely place by the river which had been the scene of her first great effort. She talked lightly as they went, and he, in that strange humour of peaceful, well-satisfied indifference which possessed him, answered her in the same strain. It was yet barely afternoon, but there was already a foretaste of coming events in the chilly air. "I have been thinking of what you said this morning," she said, suddenly changing the current of the conversation. "Did I thank you for your kindness?" She smiled as she laid her hand gently upon his arm. "To cross a crowded street," and she looked up into his quiet face. "Thank me? For what? On the contrary, I fancy that I had annoyed you." "Perhaps I did not quite understand it all at first," she answered thoughtfully. "It is hard for a woman like me to realize what it would be like to have a brother, or a sister, or anyone belonging to me. I need to think of the idea. Do you know that I am quite alone in the world?" The Wanderer had accepted her as he found her. strangely alone, indeed, and strangely independent of the world. A beautiful singularity, interesting woman, doing good, so far as he knew, in her own way, separated from ordinary existence by some unusual circumstances, and elevated above ordinary dangers by the strength and the pride of her own character. And yet, indolent and indifferent as he had grown of late, he was conscious of a vague curiosity in regard to her story. Keyork either really knew nothing or pretended to know nothing of her origin. "I see that you are alone," said the Wanderer. "Have you always been so?" "Always. I have had an odd life. You could not understand it if I told you of it. And yet I have been lonely too, and I believe I was once unhappy, though I cannot think of any reason for it." "You have been lonely?" "Yes. But yours was another loneliness, more limited, less fatal, more voluntary. It must seem strange to you. I do not even positively know of what nation I was born." Her companion looked at her in surprise, and his curiosity increased. "I know nothing of myself," she continued. "I remember neither father nor mother. I grew up in the forest, among people who did not love me, but who taught me and respected me as though I were their superior, and who sometimes feared me. When I look back, I am amazed at their learning and their wisdom, and ashamed of having learned so little." "You are unjust to yourself." Unorna laughed. "No one ever accused me of that," she said. "Would you believe it? I do not even know where that place was. I cannot tell you even the name of the kingdom in which it lay. I learned a name for it and for the forest, but those names are in no map that has ever fallen into my hands. I sometimes feel that I would go to the place if I could find it." "It is very strange. And how came you here?" "I was told the time had come. We started at night. It was a long journey, and I remember feeling tired as I was never tired before or since. They brought me here. They left me in a religious house among nuns. Then I was told that I was rich and free. My fortune was brought with me. That, at least, I know. But those who received it and who took care of it for me know no more of its origin than I myself. Gold tells no tales, and the secret has been well kept. I would give much to know the truth, when I am in the humour." She sighed, and then laughed again. "You see why it is that I find the idea of a brother so hard to understand," she added, and then was silent. "You have all the more need of understanding it, my dear friend," the Wanderer answered, looking at her thoughtfully. "Yes, perhaps so. I can see what friendship is. I can almost guess what it would be to have a brother." "And have you never thought of more than that?" He asked the question in his calmest and most friendly tone, somewhat deferentially, as though fearing lest it should seem tactless and be unwelcome. "Yes, I have thought of love also," she answered in a low voice. But she said nothing more, and they walked on for some time in silence. They came up upon the open place by the river which he remembered so well. Unorna glanced about her, and her face fell. The place was the same, but the solitude was disturbed. It was not Sunday as it had been on that day a month ago. All about the huge blocks of stone, groups of workmen were busy with great chisels and heavy hammers, hewing and chipping and fashioning the material that it might be ready for use in the early spring. Even the river was changed. Men were standing upon the ice, cutting it into long symmetrical strips, to be hauled ashore. Some of the great pieces were already separated from the main ice, and sturdy fellows clad in dark woolen were poling them over the dark water to the foot of the gently sloping road, where the heavy carts stood ready to receive the load when cut up into blocks. The dark city was taking in a great provision of its own coldness against the summer months. Unorna looked about her. Everywhere there were people at work, and she was more disappointed than she would own to herself at the invasion of the solitude. The Wanderer looked from the stonecutters to the icemen with a show of curiosity. "I have not seen so much life in Prague for many a day," he observed. "Let us go," answered Unorna nervously. "I do not like it. I cannot bear the sight of people to-day." They turned in a new direction, Unorna guiding her companion by a gesture. They were near to the Jewish quarter, and presently were threading their way through the narrow and filthy streets thronged with eager Hebrew faces, and filled with the hum of low-pitched voices chattering together, not in the language of the country, but in the base dialect of German. They were in the heart of Prague, in that dim quarter which is one of the strongholds of the Israelite, whence he directs great enterprises and sets in motion huge financial schemes, in which Israel sits as a great spider in the midst of a dark web, dominating the whole capital with his eagle glance and weaving the destiny of the Bohemian people to suit his intricate speculations. For throughout the length and breadth of the Slavonic and German Austria the Jew rules, and rules alone. Unorna gathered her furs more closely about her, in evident disgust at her surroundings, but still she kept on her way. Her companion, scarcely less familiar with the sights of Prague than she herself, walked by her side, glancing carelessly at the passing people, at the Hebrew signs, at the dark entrances that led to courts within courts, and into labyrinths of dismal lanes and passages, looking at everything with the same serene indifference, and idly wondering what made Unorna choose to walk that way. Then he saw that she was going towards the cemetery. They reached the door, were admitted, and found themselves alone in the vast wilderness. In the midst of the city lies the ancient burial ground, now long disused, but still undisturbed. Many acres of uneven land, covered so thickly with graves, and planted so closely with granite and sandstone slabs, that the paths will scarce allow two persons to walk side by side. The stones stand and lie in all conceivable positions, erect, slanting at every angle, prostrate upon the earth or upon others already fallen before them. 2, 3, and even 4 upon a grave, where generations of men have been buried one upon the other, stone large and small, covered with deep-cut inscriptions in the Hebrew character, bearing the sculpture of 2 uplifted hands, wherever the cones, the children of the tribe of Aaron, are laid to rest, or the gracefully chiselled ewer of the Levites. Here they lie, thousands upon thousands of dead Jews, great and small, rich and poor, wise and ignorant, neglected individually, but guarded as a whole with all the tenacious determination of the race to hold its own, and to preserve the sacredness of its dead. In the dim light of the winter's afternoon it is as though a great army of men had fallen fighting there, and had been turned to stone as they fell. Rank upon rank they lie, with that irregularity which comes of cemetery destroyed, like columns and files of soldiers shot down in the act of advancing. And in winter, the grey light falling upon the untrodden snow throws a pale reflection upwards against each stone, as though from the myriad sepulchres a faintly luminous vapour were rising to the outer air. Over all, the rugged brushwood and the stunted trees intertwined their leafless branches and twigs in a thin, ghostly network of grey that clouds the view of the farther distance without interrupting it, a forest of shadowy skeletons clasping fleshless, bony hands one with the other from grave to grave as far as the eye can see. The stillness in the place is intense. Not a murmur of distant life from the surrounding city disturbs the silence. At rare intervals a strong breath of icy wind stirs the dead branches and makes them crack and rattle against the gravestones and against each other as in a dance of death. It is a wild and dreary place. In the summer, indeed, the thick leafage lends it a transitory colour and softness, but in the depths of winter, when there is nothing to hide the nakedness of truth, when the snow lies thick upon the ground, and the twined twigs and twisted trunks scarce cast a tracery of shadow under the sunlit sky, the utter desolation and loneliness of the spot have a horror of their own, not to be described but never to be forgotten. Unorna walked forward in silence, choosing a path so narrow that her companion found himself obliged to drop behind and follow in her footsteps. In the wildest part of this wilderness of death there is a little rising of the ground. Here both the gravestones and the stunted trees are thickest, and the solitude is, if possible, even more complete than elsewhere. As she reached the highest point, Unorna stood still, turned quickly towards the wanderer, and held out both her hands towards him. "I have chosen this place because it is quiet," she said, with a soft smile. Hardly knowing why he did so, he laid his hand in hers and looked kindly down to her upturned face. "What is it?" he asked, meeting her eyes. She was silent, and her fingers did not unclasp themselves. He looked at her and saw for the 100th time that she was very beautiful. There was a faint colour in her cheeks, and her full lips were just parted as though a loving word had escaped them which she would not willingly recall. Against the background of broken neutral tints, her figure stood out, an incarnation of youth and vitality. If she had often looked weary and pale of late, her strength and freshness had returned to her now in all their abundance. The wanderer knew that he was watching her, and knew that he was thinking of her beauty and realizing the whole extent of it more fully than ever before, but beyond this point his thoughts could not go. He was aware that he was becoming fascinated by her eyes, and he felt that with every moment it was growing harder for him to close his own, or to look away from her, and then, an instant later, he knew that it would be impossible. Yet he made no effort. He was passive, indifferent, will-less, and her gaze charmed him more and more. He was already in a dream, and he fancied that the beautiful figure shone with a soft, rosy light of its own in the midst of the gloomy waste. Looking into her sun-like eyes, he saw their twin images of himself, that drew him softly and surely into themselves until he was absorbed by them and felt that he was no longer a reality but a reflection. Then a deep unconsciousness stole over his senses, and he slept, or passed into that state which seemed to lie between sleep and trance. Unorna needed not to question him this time, for she saw that he was completely under her influence. Yet she hesitated at the supreme moment, and then, though to all real intents she was quite alone, a burning flush of shame rose to her face, and her heart sank within her. She felt that she could not do it. She dropped his hands. They fell to his sides as though they had been of lead. Then she turned from him and pressed her aching forehead against a tall, weather-worn stone that rose higher than her own height from the midst of the hillock. Her woman's nature rebelled against the trick. It was the truest thing in her, and perhaps the best, which protested so violently against the thing she meant to do. It was the simple longing to be loved for her own sake, and of a man's own free will, to be loved by him with the love that she had despised in Israel Kafka. But would this be love at all? This artificial creation of her suggestion reacting upon his mind? Would it last? Would it be true, faithful, tender? Above all, would it be real, even for a moment? She asked herself 1,000 questions in a second of time. Then the ready excuse flashed upon her, the pretext which the heart will always find when it must have its way. Was it not possible, after all, that he was beginning to love her even now? Might not that outburst of friendship which had surprised her and wounded her so deeply be the herald of a stronger passion? She looked up quickly and met his vacant stare. "Do you love me?" she asked, almost before she knew what she was going to say. "No." The answer came in a far-off voice that told of his unconsciousness, a mere toneless monosyllable breathed upon the murky air. But it stabbed her like a thrust of a jagged knife. A long silence followed, and Unorna leaned against the great slab of carved sandstone. Even to her there was something awful in his powerless, motionless presence. The noble face, pale and set as under a mask, the thoughtful brow, the dominating feature, were not those of a man to be a plaything to the will of a woman. The commanding figure towered in the grim surroundings like a dark statue, erect, unmoving, and in no way weak. And yet she knew that she had but to speak, and the figure would move. The lips would form words, the voice would reach her ear. He would raise his hand or that, step forward or backward, at her command, affirm what she bid him affirm, and deny whatever she chose to hear denied. For a moment she wished that he had been as Keyork Arabian, stronger than she. Then, with a half-conscious comparison, the passion for the man himself surged up and drowned every other thought. She almost forgot that for a time he was not to be counted among the living. She went to him and clasped her hands upon his shoulder and looked up into his scarce-seeing eyes. "You must love me," she said. "You must love me because I love you so. Will you not love me, dear? I have waited so long for you." The soft words vibrated in his sleeping ear, but drew forth neither acknowledgment nor response. Like a marble statue he stood still, and she leaned upon his shoulder. "Do you not hear me?" she cried in a more passionate tone. "Do you not understand me? Why is it that your love is so hard to win? Look at me. Might not any man be proud to love me? Am I not beautiful enough for you? And yet I know that I am fair. Or are you ashamed because people call me a witch? Why then, I will never be one again, for your sake. What do I care for it all? Can it be anything to me? Can anything have worth that stands between me and you? Ah, love, be not so very hard." The wanderer did not move. His face was as calm as a sculptured stone. "Do you despise me for loving you?" she asked again, with a sudden flush. "No, I do not despise you." Something in her tone had pierced through his stupor and had found an answer. She started at the sound of his voice. It was as though he had been awake and had known the weight of what she had been saying, and her anger rose at the cold reply. "No, you do not despise me, and you never shall," she exclaimed passionately. "You shall love me as I love you. I will it with all my will. We are created to be all, one to the other, and you shall not break through the destiny of love. Love me as I love you. Love me with all your heart. Love me with all your mind. Love me with all your soul. Love me as a man never loved woman since the world began. I will it. I command it. It shall be as I say. You dare not disobey me. You cannot if you would." She paused, but this time no answer came. There was not even a contraction of the stony features. "Do you hear all I say?" she asked. "I hear." "Then understand and answer me," she said. "I do not understand. I cannot answer." "You must, you shall. I will have it so. You cannot resist my will, and I will it with all my might. You have no will. You are mine, your body, your soul, and your thoughts, and you must love me with them all from now on until you die. Until you die," she repeated fiercely. Again he was silent. She felt that she had no hold upon his heart or mind, seeing that he was not even disturbed by her repeated efforts. "Are you a stone, that you do not know what love is?" she cried, grasping his hand in hers, and looking with desperate eyes into his face. "I do not know what love is," he answered slowly. "Then I will tell you what love is," she said, and she took his hand and pressed it upon her own brow. The Wanderer started at the touch, as though he would have drawn back, but she held him fast, and so far, at least, he was utterly subject to her. His brow contracted darkly, and his face grew paler. "Read it there," she cried. "Enter into my soul and read what love is, in his own great writing. Read how he steals suddenly into the sacred place, and makes it his, and tears down the old gods and sets up his dear image in their stead. Read how he sighs and speaks and weeps and loves, and forgives not, but will be revenged at the last. Are you indeed of stone, and have you a stone for a heart? Love can melt even stones. Being set in a man is the great central fire in the earth to burn the hardest things to streams of liquid flame. And see, again, how very soft and gentle he can be. See how I love you. See how sweet it is. How very lovely a thing it is to love as a woman can. There, have you felt it now? Have you seen into the depths of my soul and into the hiding places of my heart? Let it be so in your own, then, and let it be so forever. You understand now. You know what it all is. How wild, how passionate, how gentle, and how great. Take to yourself this love of mine. Is it not all yours? Take it and plant it with strong roots and seeds of undying life in your own sleeping breast, and let it grow and grow till it is even greater than it was in me, till it takes us both into itself, together, fast bound in its immortal bonds, to be two in one, in life and beyond life, for ever and ever and ever, to the end of ends. She ceased, and he saw that his face was no longer expressionless and cold. A strange light was upon his features, the passing radiance of a supreme happiness seen in the vision of a dream. Again she laid her hands upon his shoulder, clasped together, as she had done at first. She knew that her words had touched him, and she was confident of the result, confident as one who loves beyond reason. Already in imagination she fancied him returning to consciousness, not knowing that he had slept, but waking with a gentle word just trembling upon his lips, the word she longed to hear. One moment more, she thought. It was good to see that light upon his face, to fancy how that first word would sound, to feel that the struggle was past, and that there was nothing but happiness in the future, full, overflowing, overwhelming, reaching from earth to heaven and through time to eternity. One moment only before she let him wake. It was such glory to be loved at last. Still the light was there, still that exquisite smile was on his lips, and they would be always there now, she thought. At last she spoke. "Then, love, since you are mine and I am yours, wake from the dream to life itself. Wake, not knowing that you have slept, knowing only that you love me now and always. Wake, love, wake." She waved her delicate hand before his eyes, and still resting the other upon his shoulder, watched the returning brightness in the dark pupils that had been glazed and fixed a moment before. And as she looked, her own beauty grew radiant in the splendour of a joy even greater than she had dreamed of, as it had seemed to him when he had lost himself in her gaze. So now she also fancied that the grim grey wilderness was full of a soft rosy light. The place of the dead was become the place of life. The great solitude was peopled as the whole world could never be for her. The crumbling gravestones were turned to polished pillars in the temple of an immortal love, and the ghostly, leafless trees blossomed with the undying flowers of the earthly paradise. One moment only, and then all was gone. The change came, sure, swift, and cruel. As she looked, it came gradual, in that it passed through every degree, but sudden also, as the fall of a fair and mighty building, which, being undermined in its foundations, passes in one short minute through the change from perfect completeness to hopeless and utter ruin. All the radiance, all the light, all the glory were gone in an instant. Her own supremely loving look had not vanished. Her lips still parted sweetly, as forming the word that was to answer his, and the calm, indifferent face of a waking man was already before her. "What is it?" he asked, in his kind and passionless voice. "What were you going to ask me, Unorna?" It was gone. The terrible, earnest appeal had been in vain. Not a trace of that short vision of love remained impressed upon his brain. With a smothered cry of agony, Unorna leaned against the great slab of stone behind her and covered her eyes. The darkness of night descended upon her, and with it the fire of a burning shame. Then a loud and cruel laugh rang through the chilly air, such a laugh as the devils in hell bestow upon the shame of a proud soul that knows its own infinite bitterness. Unorna started and uncovered her eyes. Her suffering changed in a single instant to ungovernable and destroying anger. She made a step forwards and then stopped short, breathing hard. The Wanderer, too, had turned, more quickly than she. Between two tall gravestones, not a dozen paces away, stood a man with a haggard face and eyes on fire, his keen, worn features contorted by a smile in which unspeakable satisfaction struggled for expression with a profound despair. The man was Israel Kafka. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Witch of Prague, a fantastic tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique G. Campbell. The Witch of Prague, a fantastic tale, by Frances Marion Crawford. Chapter 14. The Wanderer looked from Unorna to Kafka with profound surprise. He had never seen the man and had no means of knowing who he was, still less of guessing what had brought him to the lonely place, or why he had broken into a laugh, of which the harsh, wild tones still echoed through the wide cemetery. Totally unconscious of all that had happened to himself during the preceding quarter of an hour, the Wanderer was deprived of the key to the situation. He only understood that the stranger was, for some reason or other, deeply incensed against Unorna, and he realized that the intruder had, on the moment of appearance, no control over himself. Israel Kafka remained where he stood, between the two tall stones, one hand resting on each, his body inclined a little forward, his dark, sunken eyes, bloodshot and full of a turbid, angry brightness, bent intently upon Unorna's face. He looked as though he were about to move suddenly forwards, but it was impossible to foresee that he might not as suddenly retreat, as a lean and hungry tiger crouches for a moment in uncertainty whether to fight or fly, when after tracking down his man, he finds him not alone and defenseless as he had anticipated, but well armed and in company. The wanderer's indolence was only mental and was moreover transitory and artificial. When he saw Unorna advance, he quickly placed himself between her and Israel Kafka, and looked from one to the other.
"Who is this man? What does he want of you?" Unorna made as though to pass him,
but he laid his hand upon her arm with a gesture that betrayed his anxiety for her safety. At his touch, her face changed for a moment,
and a faint blush dyed her cheek.
"You may well ask who I am," said the Moravian, speaking in a voice half choked with passion and anger. "She will tell you she does not know me. She will deny my existence to my face. But she knows me very well. I am Israel Kafka." The wanderer looked at him more curiously. He remembered what he had heard but a few hours earlier from Keyork concerning the young fellow's madness. The situation now partially explained itself. "I understand," he said, looking at Unorna. "He seems to be dangerous. What shall I do with him?" He asked the question as calmly as though it had referred to the disposal of an inanimate object, instead of to the taking into custody of a madman. "Do with me!" cried Kafka, advancing suddenly a step forwards from between the slabs. "Do with me! Do you speak of me as though I were a dog, a dumb animal? But I will—" He choked and coughed and could not finish the sentence. There was a hectic flush in his cheek, and his thin, graceful frame shook violently from head to foot. Unable to speak for a moment, he waved his hand in a menacing gesture. The wanderer shook his head rather sadly. "He seems very ill," he said in a tone of compassion. But Unorna was pitiless. She knew what her companion could not know, namely that Kafka must have followed them through the streets to the cemetery, and must have overheard Unorna's passionate appeal, and must have seen and understood the means she was using to win the wanderer's love. Her anger was terrible. She had suffered enough secret shame already in stooping to the use of her arts in such a course. It had cost her one of the greatest struggles of her life, and her disappointment at the result had been proportionately bitter. In that alone she had endured almost as much pain as she could bear. But to find suddenly that her humiliation, her hot speech, her failure, the look which she knew had been on her face until the moment when the wanderer awoke, that all this had been seen and heard by Israel Kafka was intolerable. Even Keyork's unexpected appearance could not have so fired her wrath. Keyork might laugh at her afterwards, but her failure would have been no triumph to him. Was not Keyork enlisted on her side, ready to help her at all times, by word or deed, in accordance with the terms of their agreement? But of all men, Kafka, whom she had so wronged, was the one man who should have been ignorant of her defeat and miserable shame. "Go!" she cried with a gesture of command. Her eyes flashed and her extended hand trembled. There was such concentrated fury in a single word that the wanderer started in surprise, ignorant as he was of the true state of things.
"You are uselessly unkind,"
he said gravely. "The poor man is mad. Let me take him away." "Leave him to me," she answered imperiously. "He will obey me." But Israel Kafka did not turn. He rested one hand upon the slab and faced her. As when many different forces act together at one point, producing after the first shock a resultant little expected, so the many passions that were at work in his face finally twisted his lips into a smile. "Yes," he said in a low tone which did not express submission. "Leave me to her. Leave me to the witch and to her mercy. It will be the end this time."
"She is drunk with her love of you, and mad with her hatred of me."
Unorna grew suddenly pale and would have again sprung forward, but the wanderer stopped her and held her arm. At the same time he looked into Kafka's eyes and raised one hand as though in warning. "Be silent!" he exclaimed.
"And if I speak?"
"What then?" asked the Moravian with his evil smile. I will silence you, answered the wanderer coldly. Your madness excuses you, perhaps, but it does not justify me in allowing you to insult a woman. Kafka's anger took a new direction. Even madmen are often calmed by the quiet opposition of a strong and self-possessed man. And Kafka was not mad. He was no coward either, but the subtlety of his race was in him. As oil dropped by the board in a wild tempest does not calm the waves, but momentarily prevents their angry crest from breaking, so the Israelite's quick tact veiled the rough face of his dangerous humor. I insult no one, he said almost deferentially, least of all her whom I have worshipped long, and lost at last. You accuse me unjustly of that, and though my speech may have been somewhat rude, yet may I be forgiven for the sake of what I have suffered, for I have suffered much. Seeing that he was taking a more courteous tone, the wanderer folded his arms and left Unorna free to move, awaiting her commands or the further development of events. He saw in her face that her anger was not subsiding, and he wondered less at it after hearing Kafka's insulting speech. It was a pity, he thought, that anyone should take so seriously a maniac's words, but he was nevertheless resolved that they should not be repeated. After all, it would be an easy matter, if the man again overstepped the bounds of gentle speech, to take him bodily away from Unorna's presence. Are you going to charm our ears with a story of your sufferings? Unorna asked, in a tone so cruel that the wanderer expected a quick outburst of anger from Kafka in reply. But he was disappointed in this. The smile still lingered on the Moravian's face when he answered, and his expressive voice, no longer choking with passion, grew very soft and musical. It is not mine to charm, he said. It is not given to me to make slaves of all living things with hand and eye and word. Such power nature does not give to all. She has given none to me. I have no spell to win Unorna's love, and if I had, I cannot say that I would take a love thus earned. He paused a moment, and Unorna grew paler. She started, but then did not move again. His words had power to wound her, but she trembled lest the wanderer should understand their hidden meaning, and she was silent, biding her time and curbing her passion. No, continued Kafka, I was not thus favored in my nativity. The star of love was not in the ascendant. The lord of magic charms was not trembling upon my horizon. The sun of earthly happiness was not enthroned in my mid-heaven. How could it be? She had it all, this Unorna here, and nature, generous in her one mad moment, lavished upon her all here was to give. For she has all, and we have nothing, as I have learned, and you will learn before you die. He looked at the wanderer as he spoke. His hollow eyes seemed calm enough, and in his dejected attitude and subdued tone there was nothing that gave warning of a coming storm. The wanderer listened, half interested and yet half annoyed by his persistence. Unorna herself was silent still. The nightingale was singing on that night, continued Kafka. It was a dewy night in early spring, and the air was very soft when Unorna first breathed it. The world was not asleep, but dreaming, when her eyes first opened to look upon it.
Heaven had put on all its glories. Across its silent breast was bound the milk-white riband.
Its crest was crowned with God's crown jewels, the great northern stars. Its mighty form was robed in the mantle of majesty, set with the diamonds of suns and worlds, great and small, far and near. Not one tiny spark of all the myriad million gems was darkened by a breath of wind-blown mist. The earth was very still, all wrapped in peace and lulled in love. The great trees pointed their dark spires upwards from the temple of the forest to the firmament of the greater temple on high. In the starlight the year's first roses breathed out the perfume gathered from the departed sun, and every dewdrop in the short, sweet grass caught in its little self the reflection of heaven's vast glory. Only in the universal stillness the nightingale sang the song of songs, and bound the angel of love with the chains of her linked melody, and made him captive in bonds stronger than his own. Israel Kafka spoke dreamily, resting against the stone beside him, seemingly little conscious of the words that fell in oriental imagery from his lips. In other days, Unorna had heard him speak like this to her, and she had loved the speech, though not the man, and sometimes, for its sake, she had wished her heart could find its fellow in his. And even now, the tone and the words had a momentary effect upon her. What would have sounded as folly, overwrought, sentimental, almost laughable, perhaps, to other women, found an echo in her own childish memories, and a sympathy in her belief in her own mysterious nature. The wanderer had heard men talk as Israel Kafka talked, in other lands where speech is prized by men and women, not for its tough strength, but for its wealth of flowers. And love was her first captive, said the Moravian, and her first slave. Yes, I will tell you the story of Unorna's life. She is angry with me now. Well, let it be. It is my fault, or hers. What matter? She cannot quite forget me out of mind, and I? Has Lucifer forgotten God? He sighed, and a momentary light flashed in his eyes. Something in the blasphemous strength of the words attracted the wanderer's attention. Utterly indifferent himself, he saw that there was something more than madness in the man before him. He found himself wondering what encouragement Unorna had given the seed of passion that it should have grown to such strength, and he traced the madness back to the love, instead of referring the love to the madness. But he said nothing. So she was born, continued Kafka, dreaming on. She was born amid the perfume of the roses, under the starlight, when the nightingale was singing. And all things that lived loved her, and submitted to her voice and hand, and to her eyes, and to her unspoken will, as running water follows the course men give it, winding and gliding, falling and rushing, full often of a roar of resistance that covers the deep, quick-moving stream, flowing in spite of itself through the channel that is dug for it to the determined end. And nothing resisted her. Neither man nor woman nor child had any strength to oppose against her magic. The wolf-hounds licked her feet, the wolves themselves crouched fawning in her path. For she is without fear, as she is without mercy. Is that strange? What fear can there be for her who has the magic charm, who holds sleep in the one hand and death in the other, and between whose brows is set the knowledge of what shall be hereafter? Can anyone harm her? Has anyone the strength to harm her? Is there anything on earth which she covets and which shall not be hers? Though his voice was almost as soft as before, the evil smile flickered again about his drawn lips as he looked into Unorna's face. He wondered why she did not face him and crush him and force him to sleep with her eyes as he knew she could do. But he himself was past fear. He had suffered too much, and cared not what chanced to him now. But she should know that he knew all, if he should tell her so with his latest breath. Despair had given him a strange control of his anger and of his words, and jealousy had taught him the art of wounding swiftly, surely, and with a light touch. Sooner or later she would turn upon him and annihilate him in a dream of unconsciousness. He knew that, and he knew that such faint power of resisting her as he had ever possessed was gone. But so long as she was willing to listen to him, so long would he torture her with the sting of her own shame, and when her patience ended, or her caprice changed, he would find some bitter word to cast at her in the moment before losing his consciousness of thought and his power to speak. This one chance of wounding was given to him, and he would use it to the utmost, with all subtlety, with all cruelty, with all determination to torture. Whatsoever she covets is hers to take. No one escapes the spell in the end. No one resists the charm. And yet it is written in the book of her fate that she shall one day taste the fruit of ashes, and drink of the bitter water. It is written that whoever slays with the sword shall die by the sword also. She has killed with love, and by love she shall perish. I loved her once. I know what I am saying. Again he paused, lingering thoughtfully upon the words. The wanderer glanced at Unorna as though asking her whether he should not put a sudden end to the strange monologue. She was pale and her eyes were bright, but she shook her head. "Let him say what he will say," she answered, taking the question as though it had been spoken. "Let him say all he will. Perhaps it is the last time." "And so you give me your gracious leave to speak," said Israel Kafka. "And you will let me say all that it is in my heart to say to you, before this other man, and then you will make an end of me. I see. I accept the offer. I can even thank you for your patience. You are kind today. I have known you harder. Well, then, I will speak out. I will tell my story, not that anyone may judge between you and me. There is neither judge nor justice for those who love in vain. So I loved you. That is the whole story. Do you understand me, sir? I loved this woman, but she would not love me. That is all. And what of it? And what then? Look at her, and look at me. The beginning and the end." In a manner familiar to Orientals, the unhappy man laid one finger upon his own breast, and with the other hand pointed at Unorna's fair young face. The wanderer's eyes obeyed the guiding gesture, and he looked from one to the other, and again the belief crossed his thoughts that there was less of madness about Israel Kafka than Keyork would have had him think. Trying to read the truth from Unorna's eyes, he saw that they avoided his, and he fancied he detected symptoms of distress in her pallor and contracted lips. And yet, he argued, that if it were all true she would silence the speaker, and that the only reason for her patience must be sought in her willingness to humor the diseased brain in its wanderings. In either case he pitied Israel Kafka profoundly, and his compassion increased from one moment to another. I loved her. There is a history in those 3 words which neither the eloquent tongue nor the skilled pen can tell. See how coldly I speak. I command my speech. I may pick and choose among 10,000 words and phrases, and describe love at my leisure.
She grants me time.
She is very merciful today. What would you have me say? You know what love is. Think of such love as yours can have been, and take that, and 3 times over, and 100,000 times, and cram it burning, flaming, melting into your bursting heart. Then you would know 1/10 of what I have known. Love indeed! Who can have known love but me? I stand alone. Since the dull, unlovely world first jarred and trembled and began to move, there has not been another of my kind, nor has man suffered as I have suffered, and been crushed and torn and thrown aside to die, without even the mercy of a death wound. Describe it, tell it, look at me. I am both love's description and the epitaph on his gravestone. In me he lived, me he tortured, with me he dies, never to live again as he has lived this once. There is no justice and no mercy. Think not that it is enough to love, and that you will be loved in return. Do not think that. Do not dream that. Do you not know that the fiercest drought is as a spring rain to the rocks, which thirst not and need no refreshment? Again he fixed his eyes on Unorna's face, and faintly smiled. Apparently she was displeased. What is it that you would say? she asked coldly. "What is this that you tell us of rocks and rain and death wounds and the rest? You say you loved me once. That was a madness. You say that I never loved you. That, at least, is truth. Is that your story? It is indeed short enough, and I marvel at the many words in which you have put so little." She laughed in a hard tone, but Israel Kafka's eyes grew dark and the somber fire beamed in them as he spoke again. The weary, tortured smile left his wan lips, and his pale face grew stern. "Laugh, laugh, Unorna," he cried. "You do not laugh alone. And yet I love you still. I love you so well in spite of all that I cannot laugh at you as I would, even though I were to see you again clinging to the rock and imploring it to take pity on your thirst. And he who dies for you, Unorna, of him you ask nothing, save that he will crawl away and die alone and not disturb your delicate life with such an unseemly sight." "You talk of death," exclaimed Unorna scornfully. "You talk of dying for me because you are ill today. Tomorrow Keyork Arabian will have cured you, and then, for aught I know, you will talk of killing me instead. This is child's talk, boy's talk. If we are to listen to you, you must be more eloquent. You must give us such a tale of woe as shall draw tears from our eyes and sobs from our breast. Then we will applaud you and let you go. That shall be your reward." The wanderer glanced at her in surprise. There was a bitterness in her tone of which he had not believed her soft voice capable. "Why do you hate him so if he is mad?" he asked. "The reason is not far to seek," said Kafka. "This woman here, God made her crooked-hearted. Love her, and she will hate you as only she has learned how to hate. Show her that cold face of yours, and she will love you so that she will make a carpet of her pride for you to walk on. Ay, or spit on either, if you deign to be so kind. She has a wonderful kind of heart, for it freezes when you burn it, and melts when you freeze it." "Are you mad indeed?" asked the wanderer, suddenly planting himself in front of Kafka. "They told me so. I can almost believe it." "No, I am not mad yet," answered the younger man, facing him fearlessly. "You need not come between me and her. She can protect herself. You would know that if you knew what I saw her do with you first when I came here." "What did she do?" The wanderer turned quickly as he stood and looked at Unorna. "Do not listen to his ravings," she said. The words seemed weak and poorly chosen, and there was a strange look in her face as though she were either afraid or desperate or both. "She loves you," said Israel Kafka calmly, "and you do not know it. She has power over you, as she has over me, but the power to make you love her she has not. She will destroy you, and your state shall be no better than mine today. We shall have moved on a step, for I shall be dead, and you will be the madman, and she will have found another to love and to torture. The world is full of them. Her altar will never lack sacrifices." The wanderer's face was grave. "You may be mad or not," he said. "I cannot tell, but you say monstrous things, and you shall not repeat them." "Did she not say that I might speak?" asked Kafka with a bitter laugh. "I will keep my word," said Unorna. "You seek your own destruction. Find it in your own way. It will not be the less sure. Speak. Say what you will. You shall not be interrupted." The wanderer drew back, not understanding what was passing, nor why Unorna was so long suffering. "Say all you have to say," she repeated, coming forward so that she stood directly in front of Israel Kafka. "And you," she added, speaking to the wanderer, "leave him to me. He is quite right. I can protect myself, if I need any protection." "You remember how we parted, Unorna?" said Kafka. It is a month today. I did not expect a greeting of you when I came back, or if I did expect it, it was foolish and unthinking. I should have known you better. I should have known that there is one half of your word which you never break, though cruel half, and the one thing which you cannot forgive, and which is my love for you. And yet that is the very thing which I cannot forget. I have come back to tell you so. You may as well know it." Unorna's expression grew cold as she saw that he abandoned the strain of reproach and spoke once more of his love for her. "Yes, I see what you mean," he said very quietly. "You mean to show me by your face that you give me no hope. I should have known that by other things I have seen here. God knows I have seen enough. But I meant to find you alone. I went to your home. I saw you go out. I followed you. I entered here. I heard all, and I understood, for I know your power, as this man cannot know it. Do you wonder that I followed you? Do you despise me? Do you think I still care because you do? Love is stronger than the woman loved, and for her we do deeds of baseness unblushingly, which she would forbid our doing, and for which she despises us when she hates us, and loves us all the more dearly when she loves us at all. You hate me, then despise me too if you will. It is too late to care. I followed you like a spy. I saw what I expected to see. I have suffered what I knew I should suffer. You know that I have been away during this whole month, and that I have traveled thousands of leagues in the hope of forgetting you. And yet I fancied I had seen you within the month," Unorna said with a cruel smile.
"They say that ghosts haunt the places they have loved," answered Kafka, unmoved. "If that be true, I may have troubled your dreams, and you may have seen me."
"I have come back broken in body and in heart. I think I have come back to die here. The life is going out of me, but before it is quite gone, I can say two things. I can tell you that I know you at last, and that, in spite of the horror of knowing what you are, I love you still." "Am I so very horrible?" she asked scornfully. "You know what you are, better than I can tell you, but not better than I know. I know even the secret meaning of your moods and caprices. I know why you are willing to listen to me this last time so patiently, with only now and then a sneer and a cutting laugh. Why? In order to make me suffer the more. You will never forgive me now, for you know that I know, and that alone is a sin past all forgiveness. And, over and above, that I am guilty of the crime of loving you when you have no love for me. And as a last resource you come to me and recapitulate your misdeeds. The plan is certainly original, though it lacks wit. There is least wit where there is most love, Unorna. I take no account of the height of my folly when I see the depth of my love, which has swallowed up myself and all my life. In the last hour I have known its depth and breadth and strength, for I have seen what it can bear. And why should I complain of it? Have I not many times said that I would die for you willingly? And is it not dying for you to die of love for you? To prove my faith it were too easy a death. When I look into your face, I know that there is in me the heart that made true Christian martyrs." Unorna laughed. "Would you be a martyr?" she asked. "Not for your faith, but for the faith I once had in you, and for the love that no martyrdom could kill. Aye, to prove that love I would die 100 deaths, and to gain yours I would die the death eternal. And you would have deserved it. Have you not deserved enough already, enough of martyrdom for tracking me today, for following me stealthily like a thief and a spy to find out my ends and my doings? I love you, Unorna, and therefore you suspect me of unimaginable evil, and therefore you come out of your hiding place and accuse me of things I have neither done nor thought of doing, building up falsehood upon lie and lie upon falsehood in the attempt to ruin me in the eyes of one who has my friendship and who is my friend. You are foolish to throw yourself upon my mercy, Israel Kafka. Foolish? Yes, and mad too. And my madness is all you have left me. Take it. It is yours. You cannot kill my love. Deny my words. Deny your deeds. Let all be false in you. It is but one pain more, and my heart is not broken yet. It will bear another. Tell me that what I saw had no reality, that you did not make him sleep here on this spot before my eyes, that you did not pour your love into his sleeping ears, that you did not command, implore, entreat, and fail. What is it all to me whether you speak truth or not? Tell me it is not true that I would die 1,000 martyrdoms for your sake, as you are, and if you were 1,000 times worse than you are. Your right, your wrong, your truth, your falsehood, you yourself are swallowed up in the love I bear you. I love you always, and I will say it and say it again. Your eyes, I love them too. Take me into them, Unorna, whether in hate or love, but in love, yes, love, Unorna, golden Unorna. With a cry on his lips, the name he had given her in other days, he made one mad step forwards, throwing out his arms as though to clasp her to him. But it was too late. Even while he had been speaking, her mysterious influence had overpowered him, as he had known that it would, when she so pleased. She caught his 2 hands in the air and pressed him back and held him against the tall slab. The whole pitilessness of her nature gleamed like a cold light in her white face. "There was a martyr of your race once," she said in cruel tones. "His name was Simon Abellus. You talk of martyrdom. You shall know what it means, though it be too good for you, who spy upon the woman whom you say you love." The hectic flush of passion sank from Israel Kafka's cheek. Rigid, with outstretched arms and bent head, he stood against the ancient gravestone. Above him, as though raised to heaven in silent supplication, were the sculptured hands that marked the last resting place of a cone. "You shall know now," said Unorna. "You shall suffer indeed."
End of 14. Recording by Angelique G. Campbell or burgundygrace@gmail.com. July 2018.